Chapter 169. That silver butterfly flew to the side and hid. Gu Zi's eyes widened. He answered, I'm going to pee. Qi Rong sneered, kids just have a lot of shit and pee. Ignoring him, Gu Zi moved to the side. He whispered, brother tattered, brother tattered. On the roof, he said. Just call me Dao Zhang. Brother tattered is a bit strange, ha ha ha. Gu Zi. The people your father caught were very pitiful. Moreover, they were subordinates of someone else's family. Other masters will chase after your father and beat him up. Can you help release them? Gu Zi nodded. I know. It's the people from the celestial family that rides the black bull. He scratched his head and said, I also want to release them, but my father is sick. He said he must eat human flesh to get better. Eating human flesh is a very normal thing. I'm still young and don't understand. When I grow up, you can teach me how to eat. But I don't think it's very good. It's more than not very good. Xia Lian thought to himself, what a close shave. Gu Zi was already starting to get a little crooked. If he continued to be led astray, he might even get used to it and accept eating human flesh. He hurriedly said, it's very bad. Eating human flesh will cause a very serious illness. The ghosts of the people who were eaten will haunt you and your father. Your father isn't sick. He's just greedy and refuses to quit. You have to think of a way. You must not let him eat anymore, or else you'll become a fatherless child. Gu Zi said, then what should we do? Hua Qing said to Xia Lian, brother, I'll do it. He said a few words to the silver butterfly. Gu Zi listened and tried his best to remember. After he finished speaking, Hua Qing raised his head and said to Xia Lian, we have to lure Xian Ji away first. Inside the house, Xian Ji said to Qi Rong, I still think this person is very suspicious. He said he's a subordinate of the Rain Master, but he's covered in ghost energy. I think he's most likely not telling the truth. I'll ask him again. Seeing Gu Zi slip away, Qi Rong took the opportunity to turn around and continue gnawing on his hand. He vaguely said, up to you. Don't look at how Xian Ji went crazy when she met Pei Ming. At other times, she was more careful and suspicious than Qi Rong. Moreover, Gu Zi was a little afraid of her. With her around, it would be easier for them to be exposed. Xia Lian nodded and asked, how? The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, General Pei. Xia Lian clasped his hands together and said, there's no other way. Please sacrifice yourself for the time being, General Pei. After everyone is saved, they will all thank you. Hua Qing laughed and said, you should thank Big Brother. As he spoke, a necromancy butterfly appeared on his silver wrist guard. It flew to Xia Lian's ear and a man's voice sounded. It was Pei Ming. It turned out that before Hua Qing left, he had left a few silver butterflies behind to transmit his voiceover. Xia Lian listened attentively for a while, then said in a low voice, yes. Let's take a screenshot and choose these few lines. With her back to the window, Xian Ji stared at the jade as she questioned. Inu said with an honest face, I'm responsible for helping hungry ghosts who have nowhere to go in Yushir village. When they wander to the door, I give them a handful of rice and send them on their way. That's why I'm stained with ghost energy. The rest of the captives were the real farmers of Yushir village. Although Yushir village did have such rescuers, they were definitely not Inu. They knew that this person was talking nonsense, but no one said anything. Qi Rong shouted, ha! I'm also a hungry ghost. Why don't you help me? I only ate a few people and you're chasing me to death. Why are you pretending to be generous? Xian Ji didn't think much of it and said, there are so many hungry ghosts in the world. How can you help all of them? You're just pretending. At this moment, a silver butterfly with its light dimmed silently flew behind her and disappeared in a flash. All the captives saw this scene, but they were still very calm. They all pretended not to see it. Xian Ji wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, she heard a man's voice faintly. If that's the case, first, do you still have? Come. The original sentence was, if that's the case, first roast this rat. Do you still have snakes? Give me a few. When Xie Lian heard what Pei Ming said, his heart was filled with shock and sympathy. There must have been a corpse-eating rat that crawled over there and was killed by Pei Ming. Pei Ming treated it as a normal rat and prepared it as an extra meal for Pei Su. Would it be okay to eat this rat? It seemed like he had to hurry back and stop it. However, after Hua Cheng blurted out a few words, the effect was very confusing. It seemed to be a little interesting, but it also seemed like he couldn't hear what it meant. Xian Ji's body trembled and she suddenly turned around. However, that silver butterfly was very cunning and nimble. It didn't shine in the first place. When she turned around, it had already flashed to the side and hid. Xian Ji was bewildered and turned around to question the captives. Did you guys hear something just now? Did you see anything? Yin Yu took the lead and shook her head. The captives all followed and shook their heads, looking very honest. Qi Rong turned around with his mouth full of blood. What did you hear? Xian Ji was slightly confused and said, I think I heard Pei Ming's voice. Qi Rong said, Ah. Are you hallucinating? I didn't hear it. The silver butterfly was very close to Xian Ji. The others couldn't hear the human voice coming from it. Xian Ji said doubtfully, Really? I keep feeling that he might be nearby. She stared blankly for a moment, then sighed and said, Perhaps this is the so-called telepathy. Darren, why don't I go out and take a look again? He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Xie Lian secretly clenched his fist and smiled at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng also smiled at him. Unexpectedly, Qi Rong poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, Hey! Didn't you go out for a while just now? What telepathy? I think it's just an auditory hallucination. You think about him 800 times a day. Of course it's easy to have auditory hallucinations. It seemed like Xian Ji was a little convinced by him and gave up on the idea of going out. Although he failed, Xie Lian wasn't discouraged because he still had a few lines that he hadn't released. Xian Ji was about to continue questioning Yin Yu when she heard Pei Ming's voice again. You little idiot. Come here, I'll teach you. Immediately after, it was a young girl's voice. Forget it, General Pei. I've done it once and I have experience. Let me do it. Of course, it was Pei Ming who was teaching Half Moon how to roast the rats for little Pei. However, in Xian Ji's ears, it wasn't the case at all. Her original disgust and speechlessness turned into tenderness and helplessness, and her gloominess and rejection turned into bashfulness and timidity. Xian Ji screamed, her eyes instantly becoming bloodshot. The wisps on top of her head flared up like the flames of jealousy in her heart. She tore at her hair and said, It's him. That's right, it must be him. He's here, I can feel him, my heart can feel him. Pei Ming. You're doing this again. What kind of woman is it this time? I'm going to kill you. As she screamed, she dragged her broken legs and jumped out of the room. Qi Rong cursed loudly, Hey! Xian Ji! Damn it! How can you run so fast with a broken leg? Is it worth it for a stallion? Xie Lian looked at Xian Ji's disappearing figure and felt a little sad and pitiful. Hua Cheng probably thought that he was worried about the safety of the people from the Temple of Light and said, Don't worry. The necromancy butterfly will lead her in the opposite direction. Even if she goes, with Ruoxi's protection, she won't be able to enter the circle. Let's finish this quickly. After Xian Ji retreated, it was Gu Zi's turn. He stood up and wiped his muddy hands on his buttocks. Xie Lian was still a little worried and asked, Will it really be okay? Hua Cheng said calmly, Big brother, trust me. This method won't work. Let's settle for the next best thing. If worst comes to worst, we'll make Qi Rong unable to speak forever. Then we'll slowly think of a way to extinguish his ghost fire. When Gu Zi entered the house, Chi-Rong had already cleaned up the blood on his hands. When he saw him, he said, "Son, come over and massage your father's legs." Thus, Guzi went over and massaged his legs. After obediently massaging for a while, he said, "Father, these people in the corner, why are they not moving even though they're not tied up?" This question made Chi-Rong excited. "Hee, of course they're afraid of you. I'm so afraid that my legs are so weak that I can't even walk." Guzi's eyes and mouth were wide open. So powerful. Chi-Rong's vanity was greatly satisfied. He said, "Of course. Listen well, today I'll let you know how powerful your father is. Do you see that ball of fire? As long as I give the order, they'll all be burned to death. Of course they're afraid of me. Also, there are two brats, remember this." Guzi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Chi-Rong said, "One of them is called Huacheng, and the other is nicknamed Blackwater. They're two playthings with no ability. They're villains who got lucky. In fact, they don't live up to their name. Do you understand what does it mean to live up to their name? Let me teach you, this is an idiom. It means that they look powerful on the surface, but in terms of strength, they're no match for me." Guzi seemed to understand. "Oh," Chi-Rong continued, "aren't they just lucky? If I had their luck, I'd be 10 times richer than them. Just wait. This time your father, I must get through this hurdle. I'm going to slap their faces until they're swollen. No one can look down on me anymore. I'm the only one who looks down on others." He was in high spirits. Although Guzi didn't understand who he was talking about and what he meant, he still gave him face and said, "Father, you can do it." Xie Lian, who was on the roof, covered his face. Chi-Rong's wise words really made people speechless. Thinking that no matter what, Chi-Rong was still his cousin, he really felt embarrassed. He said to Huacheng, "San Lang, Huacheng faked a smile and said, "Don't worry, brother. He has too many golden words. This is just the tip of the iceberg." To be honest, since ancient times, there was no man in the world who didn't love to brag. A gust of wind blew the handkerchief of a girl from Piaoxiang courtyard into his hand. Later on, he would say that he was obsessed with a famous prostitute whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city, that he was carrying shoes and polishing stools for the concubine of the emperor's concubine's uncle's grandson's cousin's concubine. When he went out, he would inevitably become an important steward of the imperial family. Therefore, men who didn't love to brag were rare and valuable. And men who loved to brag, first, liked to brag to women and second, liked to brag to their sons. He still remembered that when Xie Lian was young, his father often used all kinds of obscure or not obscure ways to tell him about his various achievements in government affairs. Because of this, he firmly believed that his father was an incomparably wise monarch who would be remembered for 100 generations. Later on, when he found out that he wasn't, he had a feeling of, "You're only a so-so." The difference was so great that it led to rebellious thoughts when he grew up. Thinking of this, Xie Lian shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Why would I compare Chi-Rong to my father? It was really inexplicable. Probably because they both liked to put themselves up in front of their sons. However, whether it was his father or others, at least they would brag within the normal range. Chi-Rong had already reached the point of being shameless and self-confident. No wonder even He Xian, who had always been low-key, was so disgusted with him. Whenever he saw him, he would find an excuse to beat him up. Xie Lian felt a little strange. Why did he only hear him scold others, but not himself? Could it be that he had changed? However, Xie Lian seemed to understand a little why Chi-Rong hadn't finished eating millet yet. If he bragged to a normal person or someone with a bit of age and experience, the other person might not necessarily buy it. Even if he agreed on the surface, it would still make people feel that he wasn't sincere, or that he was flattering him too much. See the reactions of the kids under Chi-Rong. However, Millet's praise was different. Every word came from the bottom of his heart. He truly felt that this father of his was the most powerful in the world. It had probably been a long time since Chi Rong bragged to his heart's content. He was finally satisfied and threatened, "You have to be obedient, understand? If you're not obedient, I'll put a ghost fire on you too." Sure enough, Millet was scared. He hurriedly covered his head and said, "No, I don't want to wear it, that's right, father." He remembered what Hua Cheng and Xia Lian had taught him. Trembling with fear, he said, This green fire, if you put it on, you won't be able to take it off, right?" If he asked, "If you put it on, can you still take it off?" Chi Rong didn't necessarily speak the truth, but he asked, "You won't be able to take it off, right?" This sentence carried a questioning meaning. Of course, it was taught by Hua Cheng and Xia Lian. Chi Rong kicked the hollow head of a petrified man on the spot and said, "Bullshit. If I want to lock it, I'll lock it. If I want to undo it, I'll undo it. Watch. Father will undo one right now for you to see." After he finished speaking, he pointed at a farmer and shouted, "Xia Lian, you son of a bitch." Xia Lian, Hua Cheng, the will-o'-the-wisp on the farmer's head was extinguished, and he leaped up. However, he had only taken a few steps when Chi Rong spat out a ball of green will-o'-the-wisp from his mouth, covering the farmer's head. Chi Rong laughed out loud and patted Millet's head. "How is it? Your father, is awesome, right?" Xia Lian wiped his sweat on the roof. Hua Cheng appeared indifferent, but his voice was awe-inspiring as he said, "This piece of trash wants to be even more thoroughly crippled." The joints in his fingers seemed to be cracking. Xia Lian said, "It's alright, it's alright. It's much easier than I thought." Originally, they had taught Millet a lot of words to deal with Xia Lian, but it seemed like they wouldn't be needed. No wonder Chi Rong hadn't scolded Xia Lian earlier. It wasn't that he had changed his personality, but rather, he had set the words that he most often scolded Xia Lian as the unlocking password. His emotions were truly deep. At this point, the two of them no longer needed to hide. They immediately broke through the roof and jumped down. A loud noise rang out, and Chi Rong fell down from his chair in fright. "Who is it? Who is it?" Focusing his eyes, he said, "Dog, dog." He probably wanted to scold, but when he remembered that it was an important password, he hurriedly covered his mouth. One after another, the farmers in the corner said, "He seemed to have shouted out the password just now. Why don't we try and see if we can unlock each other?" "That's right. Although it feels like we're letting this Xia Lian down, he isn't here, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hua Cheng slightly raised an eyebrow and looked in their direction. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Inu's forehead as she said, Regardless of whether he is here or not, I suggest that everyone better not shout out this sentence. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be more serious than now." On the other side, Chi Rong grabbed Millet and used it as a shield in front of him. He corrected himself and said, Dog possessed Xia Lian. You're shameless. Eavesdropping. Despicable." Xia Lian said gloomily, "What the hell is dog possessed?" Chi Rong became proud again. "But, even if you know the password, it's useless. Do you know how to scold yourself? Hua Cheng, you can't say it out loud either, right?" Hearing this, Hua Cheng's face darkened, and his knuckles cracked twice. Xia Lian didn't notice it, and said inexplicably, "I do." "What's wrong with that?" After saying this, he did not hesitate to repeat the password 5 or 6 times. It was the first time for a person. The prisoners already knew that he was the one who was scolded in the password. Seeing this, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. You dare to humiliate yourself, a real man. However, the will-o'-the-wisp chains above their heads were not unlocked. Xia Lian's expression changed slightly. Chi Rong laughed wildly, "Ha ha 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 ha. You've been tricked. Let me tell you, if it's not me, it's useless to unlock it. You've scolded me for nothing. Ha 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 ha." A silver butterfly flew in front of Gu Zi. His eyelids blinked twice, and he started fighting. Not long after, he fell asleep. Chi Rong was still laughing maniacally when he was suddenly hit by a sleeve. He spun 18 rounds and embedded into the wall. He blurted out, "That bastard Xia Lian." After he finished scolding, the wisp above Enyu's head disappeared. Enyu jumped up and retreated a distance away. Chi Rong knew that he had accidentally said something wrong and immediately covered his mouth. Xia Lian said pleasantly, "Come, come, come. It's all right. Don't suppress yourself. Release your nature and continue scolding." As he said this in such a friendly manner, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Chi Rong. His posture made it hard to tell what he was going to do. Chi Rong shouted himself hoarse, "Hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I won't scold you like that again." But he heard Hua Cheng's eerie voice say, "Just what I wanted." Chi Rong turned around to look. Hua Cheng revealed a smile that couldn't be any more fake, but it disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, his head was smacked 3 inches into the ground. Hua Cheng pulled his head out from the ground. Chi Rong roared, "You guys dare to treat me like this? I'm going to throw caution to the wind. I'm going to burn everyone down. Everyone will perish together. Dog Flower City. Burn." It seemed that this Dog Flower City was a matching command to burn and kill. However, after he shouted, he didn't hear anyone scream. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and saw that the group of farmers were all standing in front of him, watching him. Chi Rong was stunned. "What's going on? Why haven't you guys died yet? Hurry up and die, go die for me. Who unlocked you guys?" Xia Lian replied, "You did it yourself." As he said this, he pointed at a silver butterfly at the side. That silver butterfly was letting out the exact same roar as him. "You cursed for nothing. Ha ha ha." It turned out that this dead spirit butterfly had completely recorded and copied Chi Rong's voice, including his command. As long as he cursed once, it could be unlocked indefinitely. Hua Qing coldly said, "You can go on your way. I won't accompany anyone else." With another critical hit, Chi Rong was smacked into the earth's core by his palm. After the smoke slowly dispersed, all the farmers gathered around. After looking for a while, they said, "This. Can we still fish this up?" Enyu jumped into the deep pit that Hua Cheng had created. Not long after, he jumped back up with a green roly-poly toy in his hand. He said, "City Master, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Green Ghost Chi Rong has retrieved it." That oily green roly-poly toy bared its teeth, rolled its eyes, and stuck out its tongue as if it was mocking someone. It also looked like it was using its life to please the crowd. In short, its taste was so bad that even children would throw it to the side in disgust. It wasn't known if it was because of its own characteristics that it could only become like this, or if Hua Cheng had deliberately made it like this. Hua Cheng said, "Don't give this kind of thing to us. Just take it far away yourself." Enyu said, "Yes." To be honest, Xia Lian didn't really want to take this thing, so he picked up the grains on the ground. Several dead spirit butterflies flew over from the other side and landed on the back of Hua Cheng's hand. He looked down and said, "We need to quickly return to the temple." Chapter 170. Hua Cheng slightly raised his hand holding up the silver butterfly, sending it to Xia Lian's ear. As the silver butterfly flashed, he heard Pei Ming's voice coming from the other side, "Little idiot, did you hear a strange sound?" Probably because Pei Ming had been playing with flowers for a long time, even if he clearly knew that he didn't have that kind of feelings for Half Moon, it still gave people a subtle feeling. Half Moon gloomily said, "I'm not an idiot. I heard it. This sound is so strange, I think it shouldn't be General Hua and the others coming back." Of course not. Because that was clearly the sound of Xian Ji's broken leg jumping on the ground. After a few thuds, he heard the two people on the other side become silent. Instead, it was the sound of a woman laughing wildly, hee hee, ha 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 ha. The laughter reverberated in the empty underground city and was transmitted through the silver butterfly. It was slightly noisy, but it was actually more terrifying than if it was right next to one's ear. Naturally, it was because she had finally seen Pei Ming. Xianji, who was ecstatic and hateful at the same time, was laughing. Xia Lian said, "Didn't the silver butterfly lead her in the opposite direction?" Hua Qing said, "She's smarter than I thought." It turned out that Xianji had been madly chasing after the dead spirit butterfly. Her speed was extremely fast as she rushed to the end of the street. She didn't see anything. After all, she was also a female general who had been on the battlefield. She immediately realized that she had been led away. Logically, she should have immediately returned to Qi Rong's place after realizing it. However, she wholeheartedly wanted to find Pei Ming, so she directly ran in the opposite direction, throwing her superior Qi Rong to the back of her mind. Xia Lian found it inexplicably funny. It was hard to explain in a few words. He hurriedly brought the few escaped captives to the Wuyong Temple in the center of the city. That female ghost Xianji had waited for Pei Ming for far too long. Just by listening to her laughter, one could imagine what kind of crazy and twisted face she had right now. Pei Ming was probably also shocked by her. After being shocked for a while, she said, "You are." Xianji let out a cold laugh. Unexpectedly, after pausing for a moment, Pei Ming said, "Who are you?" Xianji was so angry that her voice was sharp and trembling. "You? Are you deliberately angering me? You actually asked me who I am?" Xia Lian wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It can't be, right? General Pei. Was he doing it on purpose or did he really not recognize me?" Hua Qing said, "I'm afraid it's the latter." After all, if the legend was true, then Pei Ming had befriended at least 1,000 beauties over the past few hundred years. How could he remember every single one of them? What's more, it was an old flame from hundreds of years ago. Moreover, he had also left the matter of the ghost bride of Mount June to Xiao Pei to handle. He had not appeared at all, nor had he looked at Xianji. Xianji muttered to herself, "Yes. You're just pissing me off. I'm not falling for that. Ha! You want to lie to me that you don't remember me? You want to lie to me? Hee hee." After murmuring, her voice became sharp again as she questioned, "Pei Ming, who is this little bitch? Don't you always have high standards? Why, do you want to change your taste this time? Half moon, question mark. Pei Ming." Even though both of them had voiced their doubts, the resentful tone seemed to have awakened Pei Ming's memory. He frowned slightly and said, "Xianji. How did you become like this?" Only then did Xia Lian remember that Xianji's hair must be disheveled right now. Her eyes were the crimson color of an evil spirit. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress with the hem unbearably dirty. She was crawling on the ground slowly and dangerously like a crocodile. What they saw just now was more or less the same. They really couldn't connect her to the valiant and heroic female general when she was alive. Hearing his question, Xianji became angry and said, "Why did I become like this? You actually asked me why I became like this. Isn't it all your fault? I did all this for you." Hua Cheng had been listening attentively the whole time. Not even the slightest movement could escape his ears. He said, "She threw herself at the protective circle." Xia Lian was not worried and said, "Ruoxi can withstand it." As expected, a scream came from where the silver butterfly was. Xianji, who had thrown herself at Ruoxi, must have been bounced back by Ruoxi. Pei Ming's voice said, "Your Highness, this is really a good talisman. I'll refine one another day." Xia Lian thought to himself, "If you knew how to refine it, you wouldn't say that." Before he could dispel the thought, he heard Pei Ming shout again, "What are you doing? Stop!" Xianji also shouted, "Don't even think about hiding inside." Rumble rumble rumble. As Xia Lian sped along, he asked in astonishment, "What was that sound? What collapsed? What did Xianji do?" Hua Cheng continued to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. He said, "She pushed down the shrine. The stone ceiling collapsed." As it turned out, Xianji had been bounced back by Ruoxi's protective circle. Since she couldn't enter the circle, she threw a tantrum and caused the entire shrine to collapse. Xia Lian asked, are General Pei and the others all right? Little Pei and Half Moon are also there. Especially Pei Su. Right now, he had the body of a mortal, so he couldn't be squashed flat. Hua Qing said, they're fine. Pei Ming is protecting them. The moment the stone ceiling rumbled and collapsed, Pei Ming became a meat shield, protecting Pei Su, Half Moon, and the others. Xie Lian let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good. The protective circle still can't be broken. On the other side, Pei Ming punched the stone slab that was pressing down on him and angrily said, are you crazy? Even if the sky collapses, you still won't be able to enter. Xian Ji, on the other hand, started giggling. Half Moon was startled and said, General Pei, be careful. Pei Ming said, what? This series of reactions seemed to happen in an instant. In this chaos, Xie Lian heard the sound of a sword piercing through his chest. Without a doubt, it was Pei Ming who had been stabbed. He said, what happened? Who stabbed General Pei? The protective circle was broken. Impossible, wait, a sword? In that instant, he finally understood Xian Ji's goal. So that's how it was. Xian Ji laughed enough and coldly said, who said I wanted to come in? Another voice suddenly came out and laughed, hey Pei Ming, look who this is. Your old lover Xian Ji is here. Rong Guang. Originally, Xian Ji didn't destroy the shrine because she was angry or crazy. She also didn't want to enter the protective circle. Her goal was to use the collapsed stone roof to smash the 2 jars that Half Moon had placed in the protective circle. That way, the ghosts sealed inside would be released and they would break out from the inside of the protective circle. After Rongguang escaped from the jars, he impatiently broke through the protective circle that Ruoxia had formed and conveniently stabbed Pei Ming with his sword. Pei Ming seemed to want to pull him out, but Rongguang refused no matter what. He firmly stuck Pei Ming's body and said, don't even think about it. Die! Pei Ming gritted his teeth and said, Half Moon State Preceptor. Is the other jar okay? Xian Ji and Rongguang were attacking from both inside and outside. If there was another carving mill, then it would be completely over. Half Moon said, no. The carving mill is still inside. The situation was critical. Xie Lian felt a little anxious and was about to speed up his pace when Hua Qing suddenly stopped. Xie Lian froze and turned his head to ask, San Lang. Another dead spirit butterfly perched on the back of Hua Qing's hand. It seemed to be quietly telling him about some new changes. After listening, he raised his head and said, Brother, don't worry. I think it's fine if we don't hurry over. On the other side, Rongguang's Mingguang sword had pierced through Pei Ming's chest. Xian Ji was like a red gecko as she grabbed onto his boots and climbed up his thighs. Her clothes, makeup, and the will-o'-the-wisp on top of her head made her look like a crazy female ghost. Pei Ming said, You. Xian Ji muttered, Pei Lang. Pei Lang. Her 2 broken legs and entire body were completely twisted as she wrapped around Pei Ming's body. In this position, it really wasn't known whether she wanted to ruthlessly strangle him to death or tightly hug him. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Pei Su who was behind Pei Ming. She recalled that last time, it was Pei Ming, this cold and indifferent descendant, who had suppressed her under a tall mountain. She clenched her teeth and said, This little bastard. Just as her claw was about to descend, another hand suddenly appeared and intercepted her. These 2 wrists were also pale white. Looking closely, it was Half Moon. When Xian Ji saw that there was another woman beside Pei Ming, she felt her heart and liver burn. She said, I haven't taken your life yet, you little slut, and you're delivering yourself to me. After cursing, she used her other hand to grab Half Moon's head. However, Half Moon was not one of those little brides who would obediently wait for her to scratch them to death. Xian Ji's other hand was accurately intercepted by Half Moon. Xian Ji was a female general when she was alive. She knew that she was inferior to many men in terms of strength. Ordinary female ghosts could only be beaten up by her. She did not expect that this little girl, who looked so thin and weak that a gust of wind could blow her away, had such terrifying strength that it seemed to be even stronger than her. Not only did she lock her wrists, she could not move at all. When their eyes met, Xianji was even more shocked. This little girl's eyes were actually filled with killing intent and ruthlessness. It was like a sandstorm, reminding her of the battlefield. Her heart palpitated and she flung her hand away. Half Moon grabbed Pei Su and used her strength to flip several feet away. She landed lightly and said, "Let go of General Pei." Rongguang said in the bright ray sword, "Pei Ming, you are still so lucky. Did you see that? 2 female ghosts are fighting for your affections." Ha ha ha. Xianji's whole body was like a scarlet python twisting around Pei Ming's body. Her 10 fingers locked onto Pei Ming's throat. She said coldly, "This little lover of yours has some ability." Pei Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, "I did not. She is not my lover." Xianji said, "You still want to deny it? If she is not your lover, why did she ask me to let go of you?" Pei Ming said, "If my mother was here, she would also ask you to let go of me. According to you, does my mother count as my lover?" He could only blame himself for being frivolous and calling her little idiot. How could Xianji believe him now? She was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. What? You don't dare to admit it? Didn't you call her so intimately? Didn't you admit it when you have a new lover? You don't care about my heart at all. Confessing to me, do you know how painful it is? Why don't you dare to admit it now? Is it that you, General Pei, are afraid of death? Or do you really like her so much that you can't bear to let me touch even a finger of hers? Far away from the shrine, Xie Lian watched this scene from afar. He felt that he couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. Turning his head, he said, "San Lang, how about we go up and save her first?" Hua Qing smiled and said, "Gidge, don't worry. Someone will step up for us. Moreover, even if we go up now, Xianji will still not let go of Pei Ming." That was true. With a hostage in their hands, it would be inconvenient no matter what. Inu and the other farmers were also very nervous as they watched. One after another, they said, "That's right, I feel like that female ghost's love has turned into hate, and she's going crazy." "I don't think so, she definitely can't do it. Do you want to eat some melon seeds?" "Give me another handful, thank you." Xie Lian said, "Why is everyone still in the mood to eat melon seeds?" Everyone said, "Your Highness, didn't you also eat a lot?" Ah! Only now did Xie Lian realize that while he was watching, he had unintentionally taken a handful of melon seeds from the person next to him. He had already finished eating them. Holding his forehead, he said, This is really rude." On the other side, Pei Ming couldn't take it anymore and said, "Xianji, can you not think in that direction for everything? It's already been so many years, can't we just part ways? Why are you doing this?" Xianji's hands that were strangling his neck tightened. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, "No. You were the one who made me want to part ways? No way." Pei Ming sighed and said, "You really haven't changed at all. It's precisely because of this that we can't have a good ending." Xianji suddenly forced her face in front of his and angrily said, "Me like this? Me like what? Am I not beautiful enough? You said I'm beautiful. Am I not willing to give you the map and secrets of the Rainmaster country? You're the one who refused. Do I not love you enough? If you say you don't like me being strong, I can even give up my legs. Who can love you more than me? But you? You haven't even been willing to look at me in these hundreds of years. When have you ever come to see me?" Pei Ming pushed her face away and said, "It's because I know you'll go crazy if I see you, that's why I didn't come." Xianji grabbed the bright ray sword that was stabbed into his chest and pulled it out a few inches. Pei Ming vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Xianji's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Speak! Quickly swear in the name of your heavenly official that you'll only have me in the future. Swear that you'll never look at another woman again. If you do, one of your eyeballs will rot." Rongguang also gloated and said, hurry up and speak, Pei Ming. If you speak, you can get your little life back. Pei Ming scolded, shut up. Motherfucker. I didn't think that I wouldn't die on the battlefield or under the ultimate sword of the present age, but would die in the hands of a crazy woman. Not getting the answer she wanted, Xian Ji was completely enraged by him and grabbed the top of his head. Xia Lian really couldn't wait any longer. He put his hand on the hilt of the heart sword on his back and said, San Lang, I feel that the situation is a bit urgent. Can the person you mentioned make it in time? If not, I'll go first. Hua Qing said, he can make it. Brother, look, isn't he here? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Ji, who was about to go crazy with anger, froze. It was as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on her. From her expression to her movements, everything was frozen. Pei Ming had already been stabbed back and forth 5 or 6 times by her. Blood was spitting out all over the ground. In the darkness, there suddenly came the crisp sound of cow hooves. Neither fast nor slow, they walked forward. Not long after, a person riding a black cow appeared in front of everyone. The person riding the black cow was a girl dressed in green. Her eyes were clear and her expression was calm. She slowly approached and slightly raised her head, as if she was looking far away. Pei Ming's lips were full of blood. He was startled and said, King of Rain Master. The girl slightly lowered her head and looked at him. Her expression didn't change. She smiled slightly and bowed her head to return the greeting. Xia Lian was also shocked and said, King of Rain Master. Chapter 171. Xia Lian replied, I've never had the fortune to meet the Rain Master. I didn't know the Rain Master was a princess. Over there. Xian Ji gritted her teeth and said, What did you do? Why? I can't move. The Rain Master looked away from Pei Ming and answered, I brought the Rain Dragon sword. Xia Lian asked, Rain Dragon sword? Hua Qing said, the national treasure sword of the Rain Master country has been owned by the previous kings. Being refined by the Rain Master into a magical treasure would naturally intimidate the people of the Rain Master's country. Moreover, Xian Ji was a traitor, so she was afraid. With a guilty conscience, naturally, I could only kneel and do as you say. The Rain Master told Xian Ji not to move. She really couldn't move anymore. Rongguang said, You can't move, I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he was about to stab Pei Ming again. He had only pierced half an inch in. A burst of red smoke exploded, followed by a clang. The sword that had pierced through Pei Ming's chest disappeared. A small sword the length of an index finger fell to the ground. Rongguang said angrily, What's going on? Why can't I move? Xia Lian and the others finally stopped watching from afar and walked out. Hua Qing glanced at the bright ray sword on the ground that was so small that it looked like a toy. He smiled and said, This is much more pleasing to the eye. The Rain Master said gently, Let go, Xian Ji. Xian Ji's hand uncontrollably moved away from Pei Ming's throat. But she was still unwilling. Her hand spasmed as she said, I won't let go. I've got it. I won't let go. The Rain Master said, If you have to catch something before you are satisfied, then I will not let you go. Why don't you pick it up from the ground and hold it in your hands again? After all, the power of the nation-guarding sword was too strong. Xian Ji was forcefully pulled down. He fell to the ground. She was in a sorry state and her hair was disheveled. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Do you really think you're the king? I think you have forgotten how your king came to be. I won't admit it, I won't admit you. The Rain Master closed his eyes and shook his head. Half Moon, who was at the side, saw the opportunity and threw out a jar, directly sucking Xian Ji in and quickly sealing it. At this point, the source of the mess was finally subdued. Xia Lian walked to Pei Ming's side and helped him up. Is General Pei all right? Pei Ming said, I won't die. But, Your Highness, he said suspiciously, I say, did you guys arrive a long time ago? Xie Lian. Ha ha ha, how could that be? He picked up the radiant sword that had shrunk to a few inches. Pei Ming looked at the thing in his hand and said, Blood Rain Probing Flower, is this seal of yours secure? Don't tell me it's going to break again. Hua Qing replied, of course. Unless you hold the hilt of the sword in your hand, input your mana, and at the same time, make up your mind to release it, otherwise, no matter what, you won't be able to release it unintentionally or be tricked into releasing it. Pei Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The farmers who had escaped from Qi Rong's place all rushed forward as if they had seen their parents. Lord Rain Master. They turned around. Xie Lian bowed slightly and said, Rain Master Country Lord. Rain Master had already dismounted from the black bull. With one hand holding the rope, she bowed in return. Your Highness. With this bow, Xie Lian's gaze inadvertently swept over her neck. He was slightly startled and then said, that year, during the drought of Xianlu, I was indebted to your Highness for lending me a rain hat. You provided me with charcoal in the snow, but I never thanked you in person. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled. As he said this, he bowed even more deeply. Rain Master didn't move. She waited for him to finish before slowly saying, I think that if your Highness didn't bow, you wouldn't be satisfied. Since you've done it, then forget about it. Her voice was clear and calm, and she spoke slowly with a slight smile. She seemed especially calm. Suddenly, a voice said, Hey, Pei Ming, are you embarrassed? You want a woman to save you, and it's Rain Master Huang. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Rain Master's expression didn't change. She was still calm, but Pei Ming wasn't. The black bull suddenly breathed heavily at Pei Ming, shaking its head and swinging its tail. Although it wasn't aiming at Hua Cheng, Xie Lian knew that bulls would get angry when they saw red. He remembered the painful experience of being pushed and chased by bulls. He quickly stood in front of Hua Cheng, afraid that the bull would become even more excited when it saw Hua Cheng's red clothes. At the same time, he quickly stuck a talisman on the small sword and sealed Rongguang's mouth. If Pei Ming didn't speak, it would be inappropriate. Thus, he rubbed his nose and said politely, Many thanks to Country Lord Rain Master for saving little Pei. Rain Master was also very polite. He cupped his hands and said, It's nothing. Half Moon came over and pulled on Rain Master's sleeve. Lord Rain Master, Brother Pei Su has fainted from hunger. Hua Cheng looked up and said, Let's return to the surface first. Finding the people of Rain Master Village to solve the problem of food and clothing was the most useful. Because Rain Master was in charge of farming, they often carried food with them. When they returned to the surface, the night had already passed and the sun had risen. Rain Master took out some seeds from the black bull's pouch and found a piece of land. He sowed them on the spot. Not long after, a small field of crops grew. The few who had been hungry for a long time cheered. Xie Lian remembered that Guzi probably hadn't been eating well these past few days, so he woke him up. However, the first thing Guzi did when he woke up was ask where his father was. He thought that his father had abandoned him again and cried for a while. Inu had no choice but to let him play with the ugly green tumbler. When Guzi heard that this was his father, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. He no longer cried and hugged the tumbler while eating the sweet potato. Xie Lian, Hua Cheng, Rain Master, and Pei Ming sat on the other side to discuss business. In front of them, they could already see the copper furnace. When they looked closer, they discovered that the mountain below them was actually scarlet in color. It was as if the entire mountain was dyed in blood. Above them, there was a thick layer of snow. Xie Lian said, If necessary, I'm afraid we'll have to climb the snowy mountain. Not only little General Pei, but Half Moon, Guzi, and the others will also have to stay here. We can't go any further. Pei Ming used a medicine bottle to block his wound as he shook his head. He sighed and said, We've had a bad start. We've suffered setbacks one after another. These 8 characters were really a portrayal of his journey. He was really unlucky to death. It was very depressing. Rain Master sat by Xie Lian's side. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Highness, this time, you came to capture all the demons and ghosts that might die in one fell swoop. In that case, I'm afraid you need to pay attention to one person." Xia Lian became spirited and said, "Did Rainmaster encounter anything on the road?" Rainmaster nodded slightly and said, "On the road, I saw a white-cloaked youth." Xia Lian let out a soft, "ah," and said, "We've also heard about the person you're talking about on the road. Many demons and ghosts are extremely afraid of him. We also almost encountered him. Did you see him with your own eyes? How did he escape?" Rainmaster said, "I'm ashamed. It was all thanks to the astonishing leg strength of the Protector's mount. That youth also had no interest in tangling with us. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what the result would have been." Xia Lian asked again, "What did he look like?" Rainmaster said, "I couldn't see his appearance clearly because his face was covered in bandages." His face was covered in bandages? Xia Lian was stunned. "Is it Lang Ying?" Pei Ming frowned and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince knows him?" Xia Lian said, "I'm also not sure." He immediately turned to Hua Cheng and asked, "San Lang, Lang Ying is indeed in the Ghost City, right?" Hua Cheng's expression was also serious. He paused for a moment before saying, "She was before, but whether or not she is now is hard to say." "Brother, why don't you ask again?" Xia Lian continued to confirm, "Rainmaster, this white-clothed youth with a face covered in bandages, is he a little over 10 years old? Or maybe he can be considered a little older. In short, he's a very thin and weak youth." Unexpectedly, Rainmaster said, "No, that youth is about 16 or 17. That young man is about 16 or 17 years old, and his stature is close to that of your Highness." Ah! This was beyond Xia Lian's expectations. He said, 16 or 17 years old? Lang Ying isn't that old. Was it him or not? He couldn't guess anything based on the current information. Pei Ming threw away the finished medicine bottle and said, "In any case, it will enter the copper furnace in the end. We just have to wait." After all, he was a martial god. His recovery ability was extremely fast. After finishing the bottle of medicine, his serious wounds had already healed by 60 to 70%. At this time, Rainmaster slightly tilted his head and said, "Why doesn't General Pei have a sword?" Pei Ming didn't seem to expect Rainmaster to take the initiative to ask him a question. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. At the side, Pei Su, who had finally woken up, said while eating a roasted sweet potato, "Pei, General's sword was broken." Pei Ming said, "Eat your sweet potato." Thus, Pei Su didn't say anything. When Rainmaster heard this, he thought for a moment before taking off his own sword and handing it to Pei Ming with both hands. She didn't have any strange expression on her face. Her words and actions were extremely appropriate. However, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. It was as if she saw a poisonous snake being handed over. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Many thanks. However, this is Rainmaster Country's national treasure sword. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to hand it over to me." Rainmaster gently said, "Rainmaster Country has long been destroyed for 100 years. General Pei is a martial god and an expert swordsman. Since we are here to stop the Spirit King from coming into being, this sword will be more useful in your hands than in mine." Pei Ming hesitated for a moment before politely rejecting it. He said, "I thank the King of Rainmaster. There's no need." Seeing this, Rainmaster didn't insist anymore. The few of them chatted for a while. Rainmaster even asked them if they had news of Windmaster. Only then did Xia Lian know that Windmaster and Rainmaster had a good relationship. Shiqing Xian often went to Rainmaster's village to eat, drink and play. After the Black Water incident, he hadn't gone there for a long time. Rainmaster also sent people to search for him, but to no avail. He couldn't help but sigh. Everyone agreed to rest for another 2 hours before continuing their journey. Xia Lian walked for a while. He originally wanted to find a tree to lean against and lie down. However, Hua Qing found a pile of rope and cloth from somewhere and made 2 swing beds between 2 trees. The 2 of them jumped on it and lay down comfortably. After lying down for a while, Xie Lian used his hands as a pillow. He asked curiously, San Lang, why do you think General Pei didn't accept Rain Master's sword? If a martial god didn't have a weapon, why didn't he hurry up and find one? Was he waiting to be beaten? Hua Qing also used his hands as a pillow. He leisurely said, people like Pei Ming, although he likes women, he doesn't think highly of them. As for being saved by someone, and a woman at that, a woman he knew before, he would definitely be very angry and feel ashamed. Moreover, Rain Master had taken his descendant before. He probably felt that Rain Master was purposely making fun of him this time. Why would he take the sword? Their swings creaked as they rocked back and forth. Xie Lian said, "Ah, what an inexplicable pride. Oh right, San Lang, I don't know if you noticed, but there's an old wound on Rain Master's neck." Hua Qing said, "I didn't need to pay attention to guess. The princess committed suicide." Xie Lian slightly stood up and said, "As expected." Hua Qing said, "Brother, did you notice that Rain Master speaks slowly? It's also because of the old wound on his neck." Xie Lian said, "Ah, I thought it was because of his personality. Speaking of which, since she's a princess, why did she commit suicide?" Xian Ji's words, "Have you forgotten how you became the monarch?" also made me wonder how she became the monarch. How could she have become the monarch? Hua Qing also stood up and said, "It's a long story, let's make it short." As it turned out, although Rain Master Huang was a descendant of the Rain Master country's royal family, she was firstly a daughter, and secondly a daughter of a palace maid. Her status wasn't high, and she had a shy personality and wasn't good with words. The 15 older brothers and sisters above her, and the younger brothers and sisters below her, were all more favored than her. The Rain Master country's imperial training grounds was the Rain Dragon Temple. According to tradition, every generation's king would choose a descendant of the imperial family and send them there to cultivate. They would pray for good weather and peace for the country to show their sincerity. It sounded generous, but in reality, it was a hard job. Because the Rain Dragon Temple was a place of asceticism, they weren't allowed to bring any servants, and they still had to work. In the past, they would push it around. If they were really unlucky, they would spend a lot of money to buy a substitute to go in their place. When it came to this generation, they didn't even need to choose and directly decided on Rain Master Huang. Hearing up to this point, Xie Lian shook his head. Although they were both members of the imperial training grounds, Rain Master's experience was very different from his. He said, "No wonder Xian Ji didn't think much of Rain Master." Hua Qing said, "Of course. Although Xian Ji isn't a princess, her background is illustrious, and she has many suitors. Among the nobles, she is much more valued than Rain Master Huang. However, now Xian Ji had made herself like this. No wonder she couldn't stand Rain Master who could still peacefully farm. Rain Master advised her to let go, but in her eyes, it was most likely a high and mighty sarcastic remark. In short, from then on, Rain Master passed his days in the imperial training grounds. Until one day, a few esteemed guests came to the Rain Dragon Temple. Su Li and Rain Master country didn't immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. Previously, they had been hypocritical and polite. In order to maintain the false peace, Su Li sent a few members of the imperial family, generals, and civil officials to attend the Rain Master country's state banquet and visit the Rain Master country's imperial training grounds. On this day, Rain Master Huang went to clean the roof tiles of the Taoist temple. When she was about to come down, she discovered that the ladder had been moved by someone. When the people below saw a person unable to come down, they all felt that it was very funny. Even the princesses and princes of Rain Master country covered their mouths and laughed. Only a general from Su Li country laughed a few times before flying up and bringing her down. This general was naturally Pei Ming. Xie Lian was thinking that General Pei was really quite a person when a voice suddenly said, "Pei Ming is like this no matter where he goes. He's like a dog that wants to pee everywhere." Xia Lian was instantly pulled back by his vulgar metaphor that was full of malice. He turned around and picked up the small bright light sword that had shrunk countless times. He said, "General Rong, when did you break through the sealing talisman? It seems like you really want to talk." Rong Guang said, "Don't seal me. Let me talk. I know all the dirty things Pei Ming has done like the back of my hand. Even if I talked for 3 days and 3 nights, I wouldn't be able to finish it." He clearly knew that Suli country was about to attack Rain Master country, yet he still made the 7 or 8 beloved princesses of Rain Master country fall head over heels for him. Don't you guys think that he's not virtuous? Indeed, it was quite unkind. Who would have thought that yesterday you were still talking and laughing with me? Today, you would lead the blood cavalry to flatten my home. Xia Lian felt a bit of pity and said, "So, the king of Rain Master country also had a good relationship with General Pei?" However, Rong Guang said, "It doesn't matter. Pei Ming has only seen Rain Master Huang twice. There are too many beautiful women in Rain Master country." The next day, he forgot about them. In this world, it wasn't just women who turned hostile quickly. Men turned hostile even faster. It was just that the consequences were different. When a woman turned hostile, it could end with a few slaps and a few scratches. But when a man turned hostile, he might end up dying without a whole corpse. He wouldn't even have the chance to complain. After Suli country was no longer willing to maintain a false peace, they made up an excuse and Pei Ming directly led the army to the front of the imperial palace. At that time, the king of Rain Master country was forced to hide in the depths of the imperial palace, stubbornly guarding the last line of defense. However, as long as Pei Ming exerted a bit of force, he could crush the fragile protective shell of the imperial palace like a snail. However, he didn't crush it so easily. Instead, he had more considerations. Under Rong Guang's suggestion, he did one thing. Su Li's soldiers captured several hundred prisoners on death row and disguised them as commoners. They escorted them to the front of the imperial palace and demanded that the king of Rain Master country come out and kowtow 3 times. He would repent for preying on the commoners and commit suicide to atone for his crimes. In this way, he would let these commoners go and not touch the other members of the royal family. Otherwise, he would chop off these people's heads. He only gave the members of the royal family hiding inside 3 days. Within these 3 days, he would kill a group every day. After 3 days, he would first rush in and kill all the members of the royal family before killing the rest of the commoners. Xia Lian said, "General Rong, this move of yours is truly vicious and beautiful." Rong Guang wasn't angry. Instead, he was pleased with himself. "I'll take that as a compliment." The reason why Suli country attacked the Rain Master country could be summed up as, the king of Rain Master country is tyrannical and oppressive to the people. The heavens cannot tolerate this. Out of benevolence and righteousness, my Suli country decided to take the initiative to save the people of Rain Master country who were trapped in the abyss of suffering. It was awe-inspiring righteousness and beautiful. If the king of Rain Master country wasn't willing to come out, then it would mean that the king was selfish, muddle-headed, and didn't care for his own people at all. The awkward thing was that this king of Rain Master country had always declared that he treated his people like his own children. The ruthless contrast between his words and actions would definitely cause the commoners of Rain Master country to feel resentment. They would feel that they had been deceived. Didn't you say that you treat your people like your own children? Why do you want all the commoners to sacrifice themselves for your royal family? Thus, their support for the royal family of Rain Master country would dissipate. After killing this group of commoners, when the commoners of Rain Master country were afraid that they would slaughter the entire city, they would then announce that these people were actually prisoners on death row in disguise and deserved to die. The purpose was only to expose the true selfishness and lies of the royal family of Rain Master country. Such a huge contrast would instantly appease the terrified commoners of Rain Master country and make them extremely docile. Following this, the process of Rain Master country becoming part of Suli country's territory would be much smoother. This was because the people's hearts had already turned cold. And if the king of Rain Master country really came out to commit suicide, it didn't matter. They didn't have to kill him themselves and it would save them trouble. Moreover, Pei Ming and Rongguang both believed that the king of Rain Master Country definitely wouldn't come out to apologize for his crimes. It should be said that no noble would be willing to end their lives after suffering such humiliation. Kneel to the commoners and the enemy, admit that they were wrong, and then die. Dream on. Who knew that after just one day, just as Pei Ming was about to give the order to kill the first batch of commoners, the king of Rain Master Country really came out. The palace doors opened, and the king walked out with the national treasure sword. He knelt down to the commoners and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he pulled out the sword and committed suicide. Blood splashed on the palace doors. Xie Lian had already guessed what was going on and said, "Is the one who came out Lord Rainmaster?" Hua Qing said, "Yes." Later on, after carefully interrogating the palace servants and other descendants of the royal family who were hiding in the palace, he found out that this was the case. That day, Pei Ming, Rongguang, and the other soldiers were shouting outside the palace. They walked back and forth, laughing non-stop and extremely arrogant. Inside the palace, it was a mess. People were crying and wailing. The king of Rain Master Country naturally couldn't go out and commit suicide. He sat on the throne with an ashen face. A large group of brothers and sisters who usually fought for favor with each other until their heads bled were covered in tears. When they saw that he didn't move, they started to carefully persuade him one by one. There were all kinds of reasons, such as, this is for the country and the people, even if he dies, his name will be passed down through the ages, if this continues, the commoners will suffer. All of them came out. However, the persuasion didn't work. Seeing that the day was about to pass, a few of the sons became anxious and shouted at their fathers in agitation. The king wasn't dead yet, so he immediately became furious and waved his staff to hit back. Normally, the sons and grandsons wouldn't fight back or scold them. However, at this critical juncture, who cared about that? Thus, one of the princes couldn't hold it in and fought back. He didn't expect that he would hit back so hard that the king of Rain Master Country, who was already over 60 years old, was beaten until his head was bleeding and he couldn't get up. The group of princes and princesses were scared silly at first. Then, they realized that he was still breathing and relaxed. They started to discuss how to drag the king of Rain Master Country out, how to complete the difficult kowtowing and apology, and even the ridiculous method of hanging him like a puppet was discussed in full swing. The old king of Rain Master Country was so angry that he almost had a stroke on the spot. Later on, they decided to find 2 people to carry the old king of Rain Master Country to apologize. However, there was a new problem. Who should these 2 people find? This was too dangerous. Pei Ming might be unhappy and shoot him to death with an arrow. You're not willing, I'm not willing, none of us are willing. Incessant noise, incessant noise. At this moment, the 16th princess, who had been silent all this while and no one had been paying attention to her, suddenly said something to the old king who was lying on the ground. Yushi Huang said, "Please pass the position to me." The ruler of the Rain Master Country looked at his daughter, whom he had never looked at more than a few times, and a turbid tear finally fell from the corner of his eye. However, there was only one drop. Normally, everyone would fight for the position of king, but now, no one was fighting for it. Whoever stepped forward would die. Thus, less than an hour later, the most crude and hurried succession ceremony in the history of Rain Master Country, as well as the most unlikely monarch, was born. The new ruler of the Rain Master Country slit his throat with a single slash. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and it seemed like he would not survive. Pei Ming didn't expect things to take such a turn. She took the time to take a look while she was drinking, and she was stunned. Was that even possible? Rongguang cursed his bad luck. How could it be like this? The king had indeed apologized, but he was not the original king. An unimportant person had died. There was no way to disperse the people's hearts, and there was no way to kill the old thief. Until now, Rongguang still felt that it was inconceivable. I didn't think that there would be such a thing as a temporary succession. He found a scapegoat, how preposterous. Although the soldiers of Suli country couldn't bear to watch this ridiculous succession and took the initiative to save the people, the injuries were too severe, and the medical officers said that they couldn't save her. Pei Ming could only abide by her previous promise. She didn't touch the people outside the palace, and temporarily didn't kill the royal family. She wrapped the throat of this king and sent it to the Rain Dragon Temple. She would wait for her to die there, and then choose a better place to bury her in the Rain Dragon Temple's imperial mausoleum. That night, just as Yu Shi Huang was about to die, the statue of the Rain Master above her head let out a sigh. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The new Rain Master had ascended. Chapter 172. This was the national treasure sword that Rain Master Huang used to commit suicide. It was a divine weapon, but it was also a weapon. Rongguang said, Rain Master Huang was really bold. Either that, or he was purposely trying to scare him and remind him to actually give him the Rain Dragon to use. Would he dare? Ha ha ha. Xia Lian couldn't help it and said, why think so darkly? He raised his hand and sealed his mouth with another talisman. Coincidentally, at this time, Pei Ming said from afar, Your Highness, Blood Rain Tanhua, have you two rested well? The bed should be put away. Let's hurry. They didn't rest for long. They chatted for a while. The rest of them stayed here. Xia Lian, Hua Cheng, and Pei Ming set off. Rain Master brought his mount. He offered to give them a ride. Xia Lian happily thanked him when he arrived at the foot of the copper furnace. Thus, the black bull transformed into 2 or 3 times its original size. It could accommodate 6 people. Its front hooves landed first and it crouched down. Rain Master went up. He sat at the front. Pei Ming sat a distance away from them. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng were the last. Xia Lian sat on it. The black bull got up and left the ground. He touched the glossy black fur and said curiously, Lord Rain Master's mount is really magical. San Lang seemed to have mentioned it before, how did he transform? The black bull spread its hooves and started running. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated. It was fast and steady. Hua Cheng sat behind him and gently hugged his waist as if he was afraid he would fall. He said, it was transformed from a side door knocker of the Rain Dragon Temple. It turned out that the Rain Dragon Temple had a small custom. If they saw a golden beast on the door knocker, they would go up and touch it. It could increase their popularity and accumulate good karma. Believers came one after another. Most of them touched the heads of dragons, tigers, cranes, and other immortal beasts. No one touched the bull head. It was very lonely. Thus, when Rain Master Huang cultivated in the Rain Dragon Temple, every time she passed by that door while carrying water, she would touch the golden bull head. The bull head on the door knocker was stained with her popularity. After Rain Master Huang ascended, the bull flew with her. As for the others, no one was named. The black yak sped forward. Xia Lian's body leaned back slightly as if he was leaning into the black yak's embrace. He laughed as he listened. San Lang is indeed omniscient. It's as if nothing can stump you. Hua Cheng also smiled and said, What else do you want to know, brother? Don't you know what to say? Pei Ming sat in front. The Rain Master didn't speak, so he didn't speak either. He listened to the movements behind him and said casually, Your Excellency Ghost King is right. Your Highness, why don't you ask Blood Rain Tanhua about his past and see if he will answer you? Xia Lian's smile immediately faded. It wasn't very polite to ask about a ghost king's past. In Xia Lian's mind, it was almost the same as asking about another man's size. He was afraid that Hua Cheng would be unhappy, so he immediately changed the topic and said lightly, General Pei. Pei Ming asked, What? Xia Lian, the road ahead is bumpy, be careful. Pei Ming asked, What? Just as he finished speaking, the black bull that the 4 of them were sitting on let out a long moo like a bell, and Pei Ming was thrown off. He said in astonishment, How could this be? He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. It was fine if he was thrown off, But why didn't he throw off the ones sitting in front or the ones sitting behind? Why did he throw off the ones sitting in the middle? How could this happen under normal circumstances? The bull didn't stop. Xia Lian turned around and shouted from afar, "I said the road ahead is bumpy, General Pei, be careful." After throwing Pei Ming off 7 or 8 times, the 4 of them finally rode the Rain Master's guardian mount and arrived at the foot of the Bronze Cauldron. The Bronze Cauldron was originally a lush green mountain in the center of the capital. The scenery was beautiful, similar to Mount Taizong. Below them was the majestic capital, the most prosperous imperial city. This imperial city was originally buried deep underground, but after a few earthquakes, it was shaken out and saw the light of day again. Xia Lian sat on the black bull and observed for a while. Just as he was about to get off, he saw Hua Qing standing below and extending his hand to him. His heart skipped a beat and he gave his hand to him. He flipped down and said, "There should be a temple in the imperial city, right?" Hua Qing said, "That's for sure." Although Pei Ming had been thrown off 7 or 8 times along the way, he was still worthy of being a martial god. He was extremely tenacious and didn't even limp when he walked. He even reached out and patted the bull's neck, not noticing that the bull was dangerously baring its teeth at him. Pei Ming said, "If the tallest building in the city isn't the imperial palace, then it's the temple." Hua Qing said, "No. The Weiyong Temple in the imperial city is on the mountain." He pointed. Sure enough, a corner of the eaves could be seen halfway up the Crimson Mountain. Most of the eaves were hidden in the red shadows. Xia Lian said, "Why is the mountain scarlet red?" Before he could finish his sentence, the black bull, who had returned to its original form, suddenly roared. The few of them were already walking forward. When they turned around, they were startled. That bull fiercely shook its head and started rolling on the ground. The Rain Master didn't let go of its leash and asked, "What's wrong?" That black bull actually let out a human scream, "Ah!" When the Rain Master heard this scream, he pulled out his rain dragon and slashed it down at the black bull. The sword light streaked across and a black object was sent flying. With a bang, it landed on the wall on the side of the street and splattered a large scarlet flower of blood. A corpse rat. The one that had shouted just now wasn't that black bull, but rather the corpse rat that had jumped onto the bull's body when no one was paying attention and ruthlessly bit it. Although it was about to die, it was still screaming, "Your Highness the Crown Prince! Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness! Save me, save me, save me!" Bang! Xia Lian's scalp went numb from its screams and his brain started to hurt. Hua Qing quickly moved behind him and slightly raised his hand. That corpse rat immediately exploded into a bloody mist. However, there was still a pair of small eyeballs stuck to the wall, emitting a scarlet and ominous glint. Hua Qing said, "Your Highness, Rain Master, I suggest you examine your mount." The Rain Master was already flipping the black bull's fur. He said, "It's a small injury." However, more and more voices began to gather from all directions, rising and falling one after another. "Cough, cough, cough, take me away, who's going to take me away? It would have been better if I had escaped earlier, I really can't accept this. Don't believe his nonsense, I died unjustly. Brother, brother. Your Highness." This sentence was exceptionally clear. It was Hua Cheng's voice. Only then did Xia Lian regain his senses and say, "I'm sorry." Hua Cheng's expression was solemn as he said, "Did you understand what they were saying?" Xia Lian nodded. Hua Qing reached out to cover his ears and said, "Don't listen anymore. They're not talking to you." Xia Lian's scalp was still numb, but he still managed to say, "I know." Tens of thousands of corpse rats were like a black tide as they spread towards the bull and the other 3 people in the center. This was the capital, so the population here was much denser than the previous underground city. There were also more dead people here, so the food reserves of the rats were also more abundant. As a result, their numbers and sizes were also more impressive. They were about to be surrounded by layers upon layers of rats. Pei Ming's expression became serious as a layer of faint protective spiritual light enveloped his body. He said, "You guys go first, I'll lure them away, unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he saw a sea of corpse rats shriek as they charged towards him. They bypassed him and galloped backwards. When he turned his head to look, they were actually chasing after Rainshire. At some unknown time, Rainshire had already mounted the black bull again and was galloping in the opposite direction. That bull had already galloped several meters away. It wasn't too fast, so fast that the corpse rats couldn't keep up, but it wasn't too slow, so slow that the rats would surround and gnaw at it. Instead, it maintained a speed that was just enough to lure them away and allow them to catch up. Rainshire said from afar, "Everyone, please go first. I'll just lure them away." As Rainshire rode the bull forward, he scattered large amounts of snow-white rice along the way. After all, rats naturally love to eat rice. Who knew how many years it had been since they'd seen such snow-white and plump grains? They swarmed over. This was originally what Pei Ming wanted to do, but Rainshire snatched it away first, leaving him with nothing to do. His expression was extremely subtle. Hua Qing let go and said, "Brother, let's go." As soon as Xie Lian heard the sound of those corpse rats, his head started to hurt. When he couldn't hear them, he let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Pei Ming turned his head and said, "Wait. You're going to leave just like that?" Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "What else?" Pei Ming frowned. "What about Rainshire? She can't handle it, right? Isn't she messing around by running away just like that?" Xie Lian asked curiously, "Why does General Pei think that Rainshire can't handle it? Looking at the situation, Rainshire is clearly doing it with ease." Pei Ming seemed unhappy. In the end, he still said, "That won't do, right? It's not like there aren't martial gods here. There's no reason for a female official to go up. Your Highness, leave first. If you catch up later, we'll meet up at the Divine Hall." With that, he chased after them. Xie Lian shouted a few times from behind. Hua Qing said, "Let's go, brother. There's no need to care. I just can't stand being protected by a woman. I have to get back at her." Taking advantage of the time, the two of them passed through King City and the countless empty shells of the petrified people and ran towards the large mountain. An hour later, they finally stepped onto the copper furnace. The reason this mountain looked like it was dyed with blood from afar was because the forest on the mountain was red. It was clearly not maple, but it was scarlet like maple, the color of fresh blood. Xie Lian also faintly smelled the scent of blood. It was likely that the soil that nourished them had a lot of resentment and human blood. The fourth Wuyong Divine Temple was built on a slightly protruding rock halfway up the copper cauldron. As a result, it had escaped the misfortune of being swallowed by the magma. It was the largest of the four divine temples, and it was also the one that had been preserved the best. There were also many petrified people in different postures in the hall. They were probably the hall's attendants. The two of them went straight to the main hall. As soon as they entered, there were indeed murals on the walls. However, Hua Qing took a look and said, "It seems that someone rushed ahead of us." Inside the main hall, there was only one mural. The other two walls were intact, but the surface of the walls had already been smashed into pieces. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Slightly stunned, Xie Lian asked, "Who did this?" They hadn't even figured out who painted the mural. Now, there was another unsolved mystery of who smashed the mural. But since they had already smashed it, it was better to look at the mural first. With just a glance, Xie Lian hadn't even looked carefully when all the hairs on his back instantly stood up. What was this thing? The difference between this mural and the previous three Divine Halls murals was like heaven and earth. There was only one person on the mural. However, the color was dark, and the lines and face were incomparably distorted. It was impossible to see what this person looked like. He could only see that it was a commoner in ragged clothes. But this was still nothing. What made Xie Lian's hairs stand on end was that this person's expression seemed to be in extreme pain. In his madness, he tore off his own clothes, revealing his body. And on his body, there were actually three faces, each one as distorted as his own. The human face plague. Under the huge impact, Xia Lian's eyes were completely occupied by the blackness of the mural. He muttered, "It's practically, exactly the same." The citizens of Wuyong country had also encountered the human face plague. Why did Prince Wuyong, a person who had existed for more than 2,000 years, have such a terrifying degree of similarity to his? Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Hua Cheng stabilized him and said, "Your Highness, don't look at it for now." However, the impact of that distorted image was too great. The shadow left in Xia Lian's heart by the human face plague was too heavy. He stared at the mural as if he was possessed. Thus, Hua Cheng simply pulled Xia Lian over and pressed him into his embrace. With a strong yet gentle tone, he said, "All right. Your Highness, listen to me. Listen to me." Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, "Look, the previous few murals all developed in chronological order. There is a cause and effect. The last one was when Prince Wuyong built a heavenly bridge. The next one must be immediately after that. However, this mural can't be connected to the previous one, right?" Xia Lian reacted very quickly and said, "Yes, there must be something missing in the middle. Someone came here before us and destroyed the other two murals." Hua Cheng said, "Since this person destroyed the other two murals, why didn't he also destroy this one? Why did he leave it behind?" Xia Lian said, "There are two possibilities. First, he felt that leaving behind this mural wasn't important. He could leave it behind or not, and he wasn't afraid of me seeing it." Hua Cheng said, "What's the second possibility?" Xia Lian slowly said, "Second, this person destroyed all three murals. The one he left behind is actually a fake. He painted it later on." Hua Cheng said, "That's right. There's no harm in thinking a bit more boldly. Perhaps all the murals along the way were lies. We're already very close to the answer. Before that, don't think too much about it, all right?" After being buried in Hua Cheng's embrace for a long time, Xia Lian finally dug out that terrifying image from his mind. Only then did he notice the position of the two of them. He hurriedly prepared to pull himself out of Hua Cheng's embrace and said, "I'm sorry, Sanlang." However, Hua Cheng didn't let him escape. Instead, he hugged him even tighter and said with a smile, "There's nothing to be sorry about. However," he lowered his head and said, "Actually, there's a third possibility." The lower half of Xia Lian's face was buried in Hua Cheng's shoulder. Hua Cheng's voice was right next to his ear, but it was suppressed to an extremely low level. Other than him, no one else could hear it clearly. Chapter 173. Hua Cheng's breath was warm, but his words made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hiding in the main hall. A thought flashed past in a flash. Xia Lian immediately hugged Hua Cheng. Of course, he didn't hug him because he was afraid. Instead, if someone was really hiding here and they hadn't discovered him, then he must be a powerful character. If he sensed that they had already discovered some clues, he might fall into a passive position. If only Hua Cheng hugged him, being so close to him, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. The two of them hugged each other, looking more normal. Xia Lian scanned his surroundings without leaving a trace. He whispered, "Where do you think it is?" There was only one door in the entire hall. It was the one they came in through. The hall was empty and could be seen at a glance. There was not a single table or box that could hide a person other than them. There were only the shrine attendants who had turned into stone men. The two of them whispered at the same time, "Shell." The insides of these petrified men were hollow. In other words, they could hide things inside. They couldn't hide people, but they could hide ghosts. After confirming this point, they thought of the same thing. Xia Lian was about to speak. He inadvertently raised his eyes and saw a stone man 20 feet behind Hua Cheng. His pupils suddenly shrank. It seemed to be a young man with a high status. Because the stone man recorded the death of the Wuyong people, therefore, most of their postures were holding their heads and crying, or curling up into a ball. This one was one of the few standing statues. However, what caught Xia Lian's attention was not his figure, but his face. Although the face was blurry, he could still see clearly that this stone man's face. The left side was half a smiling face, while the right side was half a crying face. Xia Lian blurted out, "It's this." He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Hua Qing said, "Brother." The stone man was smashed into pieces by him, leaving only an empty shell on the ground. However, there was nothing inside at all. Xia Lian didn't dare to let it go and rummaged through the fragments on the ground. Hua Qing grabbed his hand and said, "Brother. What did you see just now?" Xia Lian raised a few fragments and said, "This stone man, his face, is by Wu Xiang's mask." Hua Cheng's expression changed slightly, but he still said, "Wait." He pieced the fragments together and formed a complete face. When the two of them saw this, they fell silent. Just now, Xia Lian clearly saw a ghost face that was half crying and half laughing. But now, the face that Hua Cheng put together was incomparably blurry, no different from the other petrified people. Was it an illusion? Or was he under an illusion? They wouldn't get an answer even if they just sat there. The two of them searched the hall and smashed all the petrified men to check, but they didn't find any more clues. They pondered for a moment and felt that someone might have gone up the mountain before them. They decided not to wait for Pei Ming and went straight to the top of the mountain. The body of the copper furnace seemed to have a strange attraction force. The two of them tried to climb it, but the silver butterfly could not carry a person here. Perhaps it would not work even on a sword. Thus, they could only climb on foot. As they climbed higher and higher, the mountain path became steeper and colder. First, he stepped on a thin layer of snow. The higher he went, the thicker the snow became. It could even cover half of his boots. 4 hours later, the snow was knee-deep, making climbing more and more difficult. Because of the large amount of walking, Xia Lian didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, a thin layer of sweat had formed on his body. His face was pinkish-white with a slight blush. He raised the back of his hand to wipe his sweat. Just as he was about to turn around and speak to Hua Cheng, he suddenly felt the soles of his feet hit nothing. His entire body was shorter by 2 feet. Fortunately, Hua Cheng had been following behind him the whole time. As if he had been prepared, he pulled him up and said, "Brother, be careful." Xia Lian stood at his side and turned around to look at the place where he had fallen. Unexpectedly, there was a large depression there, revealing a pitch-black hole. He didn't know where it led to. If Xia Lian hadn't grabbed the edge in time, or if Hua Cheng's movements had been slightly slower, he would have definitely fallen down. Hua Cheng then said, "This mountain is full of holes. Just follow me slowly and you'll be fine." Brother walked too fast just now. It turned out that the mountain under the snow was actually very fragile. There were holes of all sizes everywhere, and no one knew how many there were or how deep they were. Yet, Hua Cheng actually remembered the distribution of these holes. Xia Lian exhaled and suggested, "Okay. Then let's get closer. We can't shout on the snowy mountain. If we're not careful and encounter something, it won't be good to call for help." Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he heard an angry roar from above. "Are you done? Which dear friend dared to shout on this kind of steep and dangerous snowy mountain?" Xia Lian looked up with a dumbfounded expression, only to see that in the snow that covered the mountains and plains, there were 2 small black dots that were engaged in a chaotic battle. One of them held a longbow and shot out a string of arrows. The other person held a horse-slaying long sword and brandished it vigorously, blocking all of the arrows. The wind generated by the sword and the arrows were all wrapped in a layer of spiritual light. The 2 people were shouting and cursing at each other. The person holding the sword cursed, "I told you that brat was killed by someone else. I'm also looking for them." It was actually Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Before he could think about why they were here, Xia Lian blurted out, "Shut up." However, his reaction was very timely and he swallowed his words before he could shout them out. If he roared as boldly and unrestrainedly as the 2 of them, with the 3 of them shouting at each other, would this snowy mountain still be able to hold on? Hua Cheng crossed his arms and raised one of his eyebrows. Do they not know that roaring on a snowy mountain might cause an avalanche? Xia Lian replied, they shouldn't be that stupid. They should know, but that's just how they are. When their anger reaches their heads, they don't care about anything else. Nan Feng and Fu Yao were extremely angry. They cursed and fought at the same time. Because they were too far away, they couldn't clearly hear what they were arguing about. They also didn't notice that new people had arrived below them. Xia Lian wanted to rush up and pull the two away, but the accumulated snow had sealed off the mountain. The snow was also full of deep pits, so there was no way for him to rush over immediately. After running 2 steps, he almost fell into a pit. He could only stop and say, "We can't let them continue fighting like this. We have to stop them." Just as he finished speaking, a silver butterfly leapt out from behind him and flew up like a sharp arrow. Xia Lian stared blankly for a moment before his heart relaxed. He inwardly thought that this was a good idea. They couldn't go up immediately by themselves, so wouldn't it be fine if they let the dead spirit butterfly fly up and send a message first? Sure enough, that silver butterfly was extremely fast. In just 3 sounds, it had already rushed over. However, before Xia Lian could send a message, he saw Hua Cheng's expression turn cold. He sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" The smile on Hua Cheng's lips completely disappeared. His expression was as cold as the snowy mountain. Xia Lian continued to ask, "San Lang, what's wrong?" Hua Cheng's lips slightly moved, but before he could answer, Xia Lian suddenly felt his heart palpitate for no reason. He abruptly raised his head and looked up, his eyes widening. On the towering snowy wall, a large piece of the white mountain trembled and collapsed. On the other side, Nan Feng and Fu Yao, who were fiercely fighting, also felt this silent pressure. Both of them raised their heads and finally realized what was about to happen. In the next moment, that mountain was like a 1,000-kilometer-long dike collapsing. Carrying with it a monstrous wave of snow and a whistling sound, it tumbled down towards them. It really was an avalanche. Xia Lian grabbed Hua Cheng's hand, turned around, and ran. After running 2 steps, he remembered that the 2 people above were closer to the peak of the avalanche. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look. Sure enough, both of them stopped fighting and ran away together. Fu Yao hadn't run 2 steps when he stepped into a pit. Half of his body sunk in, and the white snow buried his chest. Nan Feng ran faster than him, so he also turned around. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to go back and save Fu Yao. However, during this moment of hesitation, the huge wave of snow had already arrived. Just as they were about to be swallowed up, Xia Lian threw Ruo Xia out. That long white silk flew out and in an instant, it accurately wrapped around Fu Yao and Nan Feng, dragging them out of the sea of snow. Hua Cheng glanced at them, his eyes filled with anger. He said, "Gidge. Leave them behind. Don't worry about them." Xia Lian tightly grabbed onto Ruo Xia and dragged the 2 of them. As he ran, he said, "We can't. If we don't handle it well, we'll be buried for 100 years. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "It's too late." Xia Lian was shocked. What? When he turned around, he saw an overwhelming snow-white shadow falling down from above. In the end, Xia Lian was still held back by Nan Feng and Fu Yao. That ice-cold and heavy wave of snow surged endlessly, separating him and Hua Cheng. Xia Lian was swayed left and right by the wave. Mixed with the white wave, he tumbled a few times, but he was still able to tenaciously struggle. However, the amount of accumulated snow was too great, and the impact was too fierce. From time to time, it would pass over Xia Lian's head, causing him to suddenly feel suffocated. Xia Lian shouted one last time, "San Lang." In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and was swallowed by the huge wave of snow. After an unknown amount of time, the snow-capped mountain finally calmed down once again. After a long time, on a flat snowy ground, the accumulated snow moved twice. Suddenly, a hand rushed out. This hand randomly searched the snowy ground for a while. Then, an arm drilled out, then a shoulder, and finally a head. With a face full of snow, the person took a deep breath and coughed repeatedly. Not long after, this person finally crawled out with great difficulty. Shaking his head, he sat down on the snowy ground to the side. It was Xie Lian. The feeling of digging himself out from a thick layer of snow was similar to digging himself out from a grave. Xie Lian's face and hands were frozen red. They were practically numb. He casually rubbed his hands a few times and took a few breaths of hot air. Then, he raised his head and looked around in a daze. In the boundless white snow, he couldn't find that dazzling red. However, if he couldn't find Xie Lian, he couldn't just randomly shout where he was. If another avalanche happened, then he would be done for. He could only stand up and walk alone in the world of ice and snow. As he walked, he quietly shouted, "San Lang! San Lang! Nan Feng! Fu Yao!" Speaking of which, it was strange. They were clearly on the same mountain, but now that he was walking alone, it seemed much colder than when he was walking with Hua Cheng. He didn't know when Ruo Xie had let go of him. Xie Lian was very puzzled. Ruo Xie shouldn't have let go. Even if he let go, Ruo Xie would still entangle him. How could this be? In his heart, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He continued to walk in a daze. After walking for an unknown amount of time, in the wind and snow ahead, a person suddenly walked towards him. White clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He lowered his head and slowly walked over. Seeing this person, Xie Lian's heart was slightly happy. He went up to him and said, "Friend. You." As soon as he said these words, that person raised his head. On his face, there was shockingly a white mask. Half of it was smiling, the other half was crying. Xie Lian felt as if he had been stabbed in the face. He loudly shouted. As soon as he shouted, he opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. After gasping for breath, he discovered in shock that at this moment, he wasn't walking alone in the snowy mountains. Instead, he was lying in a pitch-black space. So it was a dream. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong in his dream. Xie Lian let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. After feeling around for a while, he discovered that there seemed to be grass and stones under his body. Her maiden heart was hanging by his waist, and Ruo Xie was also clearly wrapped around his hand. Xie Lian calmed his mind and raised a palm flame to illuminate his location. Immediately, he said, "San Lang. Are you there?" Unexpectedly, when the flame lit up, he immediately discovered that in the darkness next to him, there was unexpectedly a person standing there without a sound. This shock wasn't small. Xie Lian immediately broke out in a cold sweat and instantly grasped his maiden heart. There was a person standing right in front of him. No matter what, it was impossible for him to not notice. However, when he looked carefully, the cold sweat on his body disappeared. It turned out that this wasn't a living person, but rather a stone statue. Moreover, this wasn't a petrified human statue formed from the corpses of the victims of the volcanic eruption. It was clearly a statue made by a human hand. Holding up the palm flame to illuminate his surroundings, Xie Lian became more and more convinced. The place he was lying in was a grotto used for cultivation. He had once secluded himself from the world and cultivated in peace in this kind of place, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Then, the statue inside the grotto wasn't an ordinary statue, but a statue of a god. The statue of a god stood in an arched doorway. It had a slender figure, graceful bearing, and graceful posture. Its right hand was placed on the hilt of the long sword at its waist. Even the flowing lines of its clothes were carved very exquisitely. However, there was one very strange thing. The face of this statue of a god was covered by a layer of fine gauze. That gauze flowed like mist. Although it covered the statue's face, making it look very strange, it didn't make it look ugly. Instead, it added a mysterious sense of beauty. However, Xie Lian had never seen a statue of a god with its face covered. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand to remove the gauze. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, "Brother." Xia Lian quickly turned his head and saw that at some point, a figure dressed in red had appeared at the grotto entrance. It was Hua Cheng. He immediately threw the statue's face to the back of his head and went to greet him. San Lang. That's great, I was just wondering where you were. Are you alright? Are you hurt? That avalanche just now was too sudden. Hua Cheng walked in and said, I'm fine. Where's brother? Xia Lian replied, I've always been fine. What is this place? Only after he went out did he discover that this place wasn't just as big as a small grotto. There was also a long corridor outside. It didn't look short, but he didn't know where it led to. Xia Lian had long since gotten used to Hua Cheng being able to answer all of his questions. However, this time, Hua Cheng said, I don't know. It's most likely under a snowy mountain. Xia Lian was surprised. I thought this was a refuge San Lang found. Unexpectedly, even you don't know what this place is? This was truly the first time he had encountered such a place. Hua Cheng even clearly remembered how many holes there were on the mountain road and how to get there. However, he didn't know where this place was. This grotto wasn't small either. Could it be that he had never discovered it before? Xia Lian couldn't help but feel that it was strange, but he didn't ask much. He raised the flames in his palm a little higher and asked, How did we get here? Hua Cheng also summoned a few silver butterflies. They glowed faintly as they fluttered in the air. In a calm voice, he said, The avalanche missed its mark and we probably fell into a hole. He could only think of it this way. Otherwise, it could only be that someone had specially brought them here. At this point, Xia Lian couldn't help but think of the dream he had just had. A chill ran down his spine. Then, he thought of something else and asked, We're here, but what about Nan Feng and Fu Yao? Hearing him mention those two people, a ruthless expression flashed across Hua Cheng's face. Then, he said indifferently, They were probably buried by the snow. Don't worry about it. In any case, they're heavenly officials. They won't die. Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, Although they won't die, if no one dug them out, being buried for dozens of years wouldn't feel good. Maybe they also fell in. Let's first look around here. That's right, San Lang, when your silver butterflies went up, did they hear what they said? Hua Cheng sneered, It's nothing more than a quarrel. What good words could they have heard? However, Xia Lian still felt that it wasn't that simple. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Hua Cheng's expression suddenly changed after the dead spirit butterfly flew over. Even now, when Hua Cheng sneered at them, his gaze was still extremely unfriendly. However, since he didn't say anything, Xia Lian didn't ask. The two walked along the long corridor of the cave. After walking for a while, they realized that the terrain of the snow grotto was far more complicated than they had imagined. It wasn't a single path that led to the end. Instead, there were many forks that led to different grottos of different sizes. In every grotto, there was a statue of a god. These god statues were made by youths and young adults. Their postures were all different. Some were lazily reclining, some were drunkenly leaning, some were sitting upright and still, some were dancing with their swords. Their clothing was also ever-changing. There were luxurious clothes, plain clothes, ragged clothes, half-naked clothes. Furthermore, they were of different standards. Some were clumsy and extremely crude, while others were abnormally exquisite. They were so detailed that it made one's hair stand on end. They probably weren't made by the same craftsman. However, there were so many of them and the variety was spectacular. Along the way, Xia Lian couldn't help but exclaim, This is a myriad god's grotto. I wonder who chose to build a grotto here. It must be an extremely devout believer. However, all the god statues had a strange similarity. All of them had a layer of veil covering their faces. Some had veils covering their entire bodies, revealing only the hem of their skirts or feet. Xia Lian was really curious. He wanted to remove the veil from one of the god statues to see what was on its face. However, Hua Cheng said from behind him, Big brother, I suggest we don't. Xia Lian turned around and asked curiously, why? San Lang, don't you think these god statues are strange? Hua Qing walked over with his hands behind his back and said, it's precisely because they're strange that it's best not to. Since the face is covered, there must be a reason why it's covered. The head is where the spiritual energy of the human body gathers. If it's removed and these strange god statues gather spiritual energy, I wonder what will happen. After a pause, he said again, Big brother, aren't you looking for your two servants? Since you haven't found them yet, it's best not to touch them for now to prevent more complications. Although these words sounded strange, they weren't without reason. If removing the veil awakened these god statues, it wouldn't be fun at all. Xia Lian wasn't an ungrateful person. After thinking about it, he put down his hand and said, I'm just a little curious about what kind of god these are. He also found it strange that with Hua Cheng's personality, he wouldn't be afraid of more complications. If he wanted to see, then let him see. He didn't expect that he would actually use this reason to persuade him. Hua Cheng said lightly, this is the Weiyong country. Maybe it's the Weiyong prince's god statue. It's not unusual. However, Xia Lian said, I'm afraid not. Hua Cheng said, oh? Why do you think so? Xia Lian looked at him and said, from the murals we followed along the way, the Weiyong prince and the Weiyong people's clothing style is distinctive. After all, it's a country from 2,000 years ago. It's ancient and rough, and also a little wild. It's different from the exquisite clothing style of these god statues. So, I think these god statues probably have nothing to do with the Weiyong prince. It's even possible that they didn't come from the Weiyong people. Hua Qing said with a smile, really? Big brother is really careful. Xia Lian also faintly smiled and said, no. It's just that the style of these god statues, whether it's the carving, the clothing, or the way they handle the details, are more similar to the style of the later generations. Moreover, it's the style that I'm more familiar with, the style of the Xian Le country. Hua Cheng raised his eyebrows and said, it seems that Big Brother's attainments in this area are also quite profound. Xia Lian said, not at all. After seeing too many god statues, you'll inevitably have some experience. Although he didn't know why, his intuition told him that from just now, Hua Cheng seemed to be a little off. And speaking up to here, he finally realized what was wrong. Chapter 174. However, he still didn't ask. Since San Lang thinks it's better not to look, then we should be cautious. Hua Cheng nodded slightly and the two continued forward. At this time, they encountered another fork in the road. Hua Cheng directly went left. Xia Lian stopped. He didn't follow. Hua Cheng turned around and asked, what's wrong? Xia Lian asked, San Lang has never been to this grotto before, right? Hua Cheng replied, naturally. Xia Lian asked, then why is San Lang so sure to choose the left? Hua Cheng replied, I'm not sure. I'm just walking around blindly. Xia Lian asked, since I've never been here before, how can I walk around blindly? How can you walk around blindly? Shouldn't you carefully consider which side to choose? Hua Cheng smiled. It's precisely because I've never been here before. That's why I'm walking around blindly. In any case, I don't know anything about the situation here. It's better to boldly try my luck. And my luck has always been better. Although this was indeed the case in the past, every time the two of them went out together, they would always look at Xia Lian. It was rare for Hua Cheng to take the initiative to lead the way. Xia Lian nodded. The two of them were about to step into the tunnel on the left. Suddenly, Xia Lian said, wait. San Lang, did you hear that? Hua Cheng asked, what? Xia Lian said, on the right. There's a voice. Hua Cheng's expression slightly changed. After listening attentively for a while, he said, brother, I'm afraid you heard wrong. There's no voice. Xia Lian said, there really is. Listen carefully, it's a man's voice. Hua Qing listened for a while more before frowning. I really didn't hear it. Xia Lian was startled. He thought, could it be another illusion? Hua Qing said, Your Highness, this is strange. I'm afraid it's a trap. I suggest we leave first. After hesitating for a moment, Xia Lian said, No. It might be Nan Feng and Fu Yao. I'd better go take a look. After he finished speaking, he dashed forward. Hua Qing shouted behind him, Brother. Don't walk around randomly. However, listening to the faint shouts, the other party must have fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Xia Lian didn't dare be careless and quickly ran into the right path. The deeper they went, the clearer the man's roar became. Xia Lian was delighted. It really is Nan Feng and Fu Yao. After walking around for a long time, he finally found the source of the sound. It was a large stone cave. There was no statue of a deity in this cave, but there was a deep pit. Nan Feng and Fu Yao's voices came from the bottom of the pit. It seemed that both of them were trapped at the bottom of the pit and couldn't climb up. However, they were still cursing each other down there in high spirits. Their lives shouldn't be in danger for the time being. It was too dark to see clearly. Xia Lian was on top, his hands cupped around his mouth as he shouted down, Hey! What's wrong with you guys? When the two people at the bottom of the pit heard that someone had come, they immediately stopped quarreling. Fu Yao's voice said, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is that you? Pull us up. Nan Feng didn't say anything. Xia Lian asked curiously, You guys can't climb up? This pit isn't deep? What's going on down there? Perhaps it was because of the quarrel along the way. Fu Yao's anger was burning. He said, Nonsense. If they could climb up, they would have done so long ago. Your Highness, can't you see for yourself? Xia Lian narrowed his eyes and said, I can't see clearly. Do you guys still have mana? Can you use a palm flame to see what's going on down there? If you guys can't do it, I'll throw a flame down. Unexpectedly, before he could finish, the two people below shouted in unison, No. Their cries to stop him were simply horrifying. Fu Yao said again, Don't light a fire. If they couldn't light a fire, then they could only use other methods of illumination. Xia Lian's first reaction was to turn around. San Lang, however, Hua Qing didn't follow. There was no one behind him. Xia Lian was slightly startled. He first felt a little uneasy, then he found it strange. There was no way they would lose him, right? Ever since they entered Myriad God's cave, Hua Qing had become completely strange. Xia Lian couldn't tell what was wrong. He looked left and right and suddenly realized that there was a small silver butterfly perched on his shoulder. He tentatively touched it and said, How are you? The dead spirit butterfly flapped its wings after being touched by his fingertips, but it didn't fly away. It was as if it was just flapping for him to see. Along the way, Xia Lian had heard from Hua Qing that his silver butterflies were divided into several types. He didn't know what type this one was or what it was responsible for, but no matter what type it was always possible to illuminate it. Thus, he asked, Can you help me go down and take a look? Sure enough, that silver butterfly flapped its wings and flew down. Xia Lian said, Thank you. When it flew to the bottom of the pit, a faint silver light illuminated the situation below. Xia Lian couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. The bottom of the pitch-black pit was covered with a thick layer of silk. It was a vast expanse of white. Nan Feng and Fu Yao were practically wrapped in two cocoons of silk. They looked like two flying insects stuck in a spider's web. Furthermore, their noses were swollen and their heads were bleeding. He didn't know if it was caused by the fight just now. Xia Lian couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that he wasn't impulsive. Otherwise, if he threw a flame down, the entire bottom of the pit would probably burn in an instant. He said, What's going on? Is that spider silk? Could this be the spider spirit's nest? Fu Yao said, I don't know. In any case, I can't break free. He was in a hurry to get away. Nan Feng's expression was a bit subtle. It seemed like he wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but when he saw that the person who came was Xia Lian, he sullenly swallowed his words and said, "You shouldn't come down for now. This silk is very tough. Once it touches your body, it'll be very hard to shake it off." Xia Lian said, "I'm not coming down." After pondering for a moment, he tied one end of Ruo Xia to the hilt of his Fong Xian's sword and prepared to try hanging the sword down. Who knew that when Ruo Xia was stealthily exploring, it would be detected by the spider silk? The spider silk would quickly come up to meet it, as if it wanted to teach it a lesson. Ruo Xia was so scared that it immediately shrunk back. However, it was still a step too late. It was entangled by the spider silk, tied into a knot and suddenly pulled down. Even Xia Lian, who was holding onto it, was pulled down. He absolutely didn't expect this. This spider silk was actually this strong and sensitive. The moment Xia Lian fell into the pit, the white silk quickly pounced over and tied him up. The rest of the spider silk slowly flowed and crawled, reinforcing the cocoons on Nan Feng and Fu Yao's bodies. Fu Yao was furious and said, "Why did you also fall down? This is great. The three of them are all dumbfounded. Let's all die here together." Nan Feng said, "What do you have to complain about? Wasn't it all for the sake of saving us?" Xia Lian rolled on the ground and said, "Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha." The other two looked at him in astonishment. Fu Yao said, "Did you injure your head when you fell down? Did you go crazy?" Tears spilled out from the corners of Xia Lian's eyes as he reluctantly said, "No, no, ha ha ha, what's going on with these spider silk? What are you doing? It's so itchy, I can't take it anymore, ha ha ha." The moment he fell down, the silk bed below him very softly caught him. The spider silk that wrapped around him was also very gentle and lingering. Although it was tying him up, it scratched and scratched him, making it seem as if it was tickling him. Xia Lian curled up into a ball and tenaciously resisted. He said, Don't, wait. Stop. Stop. I'm scared. Stop." Only then did the white silk tie his hands behind his back, making him unable to move. Nan Feng and Fu Yao both looked at him. After a while, Fu Yao said, "Why are these spider silk tying us so tightly, but tying him so casually? His face isn't even covered." Xia Lian finally managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. He said, "You guys, aren't your faces also not covered?" Fu Yao rolled his eyes and said, "Before, we covered our faces. After we woke up, we used our teeth to tear it open. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to shout." Xia Lian tried to struggle, but the spider silk was indeed incomparably tough. In addition, he had laughed too hard just now, causing his ribs to ache faintly. He temporarily couldn't exert any strength, so he decided to rest for a while. Lying flat on the ground, he said, "How did you two get here?" Fu Yao said, "I don't know. Just now, there was an avalanche. When the snow fell, it was as if the sky had collapsed. When we woke up, we were already here." Xia Lian said, No. What I'm asking is, why did you two come to Mount Bronze Furnace?" As soon as he mentioned this, Fu Yao became angry. "I came here to chase after the female ghost, Lan Chong, that mother and son fetus spirit. Who knows why he came here?" Nan Feng said, "Me. I also came here to track down that mother and son fetus spirit." Fu Yao roared, "Then you go chase after them. Why did you hit me?" My family's general already said that the fetus spirit had nothing to do with him. He didn't kill it. You really treat kindness as malice. You can't be a good person." Xia Lian was used to this. He said, All right, stop arguing. I understand the situation. You two should stop fighting and stop arguing. Just now, the snowy mountain collapsed because of your argument. Can't you two stop for a while? Let's think of a solution together." Nan Feng was also angry. You Don't you know what kind of conduct our family's general usually has? He can't blame others for suspecting him at this time. Fu Yao glared at him. What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. Nan Feng glared even more fiercely than him. I have more guts than you. I'll say it again. You don't have any good intentions at all. It's just that you thought of giving kindness to people you don't like, so you're secretly proud. You just want to satisfy yourself and wait to see others become a joke. Stop saying kindness is treated as malice. Don't pretend to be a good person either. A true good person isn't like you. You've never been one. Blue veins appeared on Fu Yao's forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, "You're simply imagining things and talking nonsense." Nan Feng said, "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. Do you think I don't know you?" Fu Yao's blue veins climbed all the way to his neck. What qualifications do you have to say that to me? Standing so high up and looking down on others, aren't you afraid of accidentally breaking your legs? Nan Feng said, "I'm stronger than you no matter what. Do you think no one knows about the lousy things you did?" When he mentioned this, Fu Yao seemed to become angry out of humiliation. Yes. Fine, I admit it. But how much stronger are you than me? Flaunting your loyalty, isn't it just because you have a wife that you forgot your boss? Wife and son are the most important. Everyone is doing it for themselves, and they are the most important. You're always harping on my lousy matters, aren't you ashamed? Hearing him mention wife and son, Nan Feng flew into a rage. Motherfucker. You. Me. You. Although the two of them couldn't move, they had already gone crazy from arguing. Unknowingly, the way they addressed each other had already changed from your family's general and my family's general to you and me. Because they were too agitated, they didn't realize they had exposed something. However, Xie Lian had long since stopped talking. Nan Feng and Fu Yao simultaneously turned their heads to look at Xie Lian. They only saw Xie Lian silently roll over on the silk bed. Turning his body over, he gave them the view of his back. That. I didn't see anything. No, I didn't hear anything. Xie Lian faced the stone wall and warmly said, "Do you guys still want to continue?" About that, regarding what you just said, I won't comment on anything else. However, I feel that my wife and son are the most important. That's human nature. Let's not talk about old matters anymore. Let's think of a way to get out of here first. Fu Yao interrupted him. Did you already know? Seeing that he really couldn't brush it off, Xie Lian could only say, "Yeah." Fu Yao asked in disbelief, "When did you discover?" How did you discover? Xie Lian couldn't bear to tell the truth and only said, "I forgot." The real answer was a long, long time ago. Ever since that time at Mount Yujun, he had a faint suspicion. And when he arrived at Banyu Pass, he had already confirmed this matter. What little military official from the Middle Heaven? He didn't exist. Nan Feng and Fu Yao were nothing more than two small clones created by Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Fu Yao seemed to be unable to believe that his true identity had been exposed like this. He unrelentingly said, "When did you discover it? How did you find out? There has to be a turning point. Just where is the flaw?" Xie Lian really couldn't bear to tell the truth. There simply wasn't a need for a turning point. These two people were full of flaws. After all, the three of them could be considered to have grown up together. How could Xie Lian not be familiar with their words and actions? From those unintentional aliases to the identical personalities, it was really too easy to guess. If he couldn't guess who was under these two skins, wouldn't he have lived all these years in vain? However, there were some things that he couldn't say and some things that he couldn't do. For example, he had to take care of his image as a heavenly official, so he couldn't casually roll his eyes or curse people. But if he changed his identity, he would be much more relaxed and unrestrained. Therefore, Xie Lian felt that there was no need to expose them. Chapter 175. He looked as if he couldn't think it through. Xie Lian thought for a moment. Actually, this isn't a big deal. He tried to enlighten her. It's not a big deal. Mu Qing laughed coldly and said, I was indeed right. Was it interesting? Did you enjoy watching me perform? To be frank, tear off the fake skin and pull out the real skin. Nan Feng, no. Feng Xian also had an awkward expression on his face. But he really couldn't bear to listen to him anymore. What kind of tone is that? Mu Qing's face was pale and his skin was thin. When his blood and qi surged, it was very dazzling. His whole face turned red. He suddenly turned his head and said, What kind of tone is that? Don't forget that you're also one of the jokes. You've been entertaining him for so long without any complaints. I'm not as careless as you. Xie Lian replied, I'm not here to watch you guys make a fool of yourselves. Feng Xian also said, Don't think others are as petty as you. His Highness the Crown Prince still wanted to help you after you were sent to prison. Mu Qing said, then I really have to thank you. But isn't it your son's fault that I'm in prison? What? You want to fight? You dare to live, but you don't dare to talk about it. He mentioned his son. Feng Xian really wanted to beat him to death, but unfortunately, the three of them were all wrapped up in the spider silk and unable to move. They had completely lost their poise, so they could only curse at each other. Feng Xian was so angry that his neck turned red. Xie Lian was afraid that once he got agitated, he would start cursing at the martial god. With great difficulty, she twisted her body and rolled to Mu Qing's side. Mu Qing. Can you see if you can turn around a little? Mu Qing stopped cursing and took a deep breath. What are you trying to do? Xie Lian said, Feng Xian is too far away from me, so I can't roll over. Since these spider webs can be torn open with my teeth, I'll try to see if I can untie your hands first. Mu Qing glared at him for a long time. His face suddenly turned cold. He looked at the sky like a dead fish and said, No need. Xie Lian helplessly said, I really want to help. Mu Qing said, Your Highness the Crown Prince's precious body, I cannot afford to trouble you. Feng Xian cursed, Fuck me. Why are you still making trouble at a time like this? Do you think he owes you anything now that he helped you? Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and said, Who needs his help? Xie Lian. Why do you always appear at this time? Xie Lian was slightly startled. He suddenly vaguely remembered that Mu Qing had asked him this question a long time ago. What was his answer then? He couldn't remember. He said, What's wrong with appearing at this time? Mu Qing lay back down and said, I don't need your help anyway. Xie Lian asked, Why? Sometimes, you need someone else's help to get through it. Feng Xian said, Ignore him. He's so stubborn that he thinks he'll lose face if you help him. On the other side, Mu Qing and Feng Xian were pinching the necromancer butterfly that was emitting a faint silver light as it leisurely flew around Xie Lian. He thought of something and immediately changed the topic. You guys, stop arguing. It would be a joke if someone saw this. Someone will come looking for us later. Mu Qing said, This damned place has no response from the heavens or the earth, who would come to save us? Unless. Before he could finish his sentence, he thought of someone and stopped himself. Feng Xian directly asked, Did the blood rain Tanhua come with you? Mu Qing suspiciously asked, You trust him that much? Will he come? Xie Lian said with certainty, He will come. Although Hua Cheng's behavior had been a bit strange along the way, to the point where he almost suspected that the person beside him was a fake Hua Cheng several times, his intuition told him that was impossible. Mu Qing then said, Even if he comes, can he find this hole? Feng Xian suggested, How about we roar a few more times? With more people, we can roar louder. Xie Lian said, No need. We'll just lie down and wait. Because there is a red line between me and Hua Cheng. Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Xian and Mu Qing's faces twitch, as if a bug had crawled into their ears. Xia Lian said, "What's with your expressions? Don't misunderstand, the red line I'm talking about isn't something exaggerated like the red line of fate. It's a magic weapon, nothing more." Only then did the two stop their twitching faces. Feng Xian said, "Oh, so it's like that." Mu Qing asked, "What kind of magic weapon is that? What's its use?" Xia Lian said, "It's quite useful. It's a red line that's tied to our hands. There's an invisible link between us. One person can follow this red line to find another person. As long as there's a breath left, the red line will never break." He hadn't finished speaking when the two people couldn't bear to listen anymore. They interrupted him, "What's the difference between this and that red line of fate? They're basically the same thing." Xia Lian stared blankly and said, "That can't be. It's not the same." Mu Qing said, "Think about it yourself, what's the difference? It's very similar, okay?" Xia Lian carefully thought about it and discovered that it was true. The more he thought about the definition and use of this magic weapon, the more he felt that it was similar to the so-called red line of fate. Just when he felt that he couldn't think about it anymore, a voice came from above. "Gage? Are you down there?" Hearing this voice, Xia Lian's heart relaxed. He immediately raised his head and said, "San Lang. I'm here." Then he lowered his head and said to the other two people at the bottom of the hole, "You guys see, I said he would find us." Seeing him beaming, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became very subtle. Hua Qing didn't poke his head out, but the three of them could hear his helpless voice. "Gage," I said, "don't run around. What should we do now?" Hearing his tone, Xia Lian was startled. Retracting his happy expression, he said, "Is this spider silk very troublesome? Even misfortune can't be cut off?" He seemed to vaguely hear Hua Qing say, "The troublesome part isn't this silk." However, he wasn't sure if he said it or not. After a short while, Hua Qing calmly said, "Right now, misfortune's condition isn't very good." Xia Lian felt strange in his heart. Last time, misfortune was still full of energy and vigor, so why wasn't his condition good now? To the side, Mu Qing snorted and said, "You don't need to ask him. How could Scimitar Misfortune's condition be bad? It's clear that he doesn't want to help find excuses." Xia Lian said, "Don't say that." In fact, he felt that it was more likely that misfortune had been taught a lesson, so Hua Qing didn't allow it to come out. Just as he thought this, a black shadow flashed above them. In the next moment, a figure dressed in red silently landed next to Xia Lian. Bending down, the figure held his hand. Xia Lian focused his eyes and hurriedly said, "San Lang, why did you jump down too? Be careful of those spider silk." Sure enough, white silk surged out from the bottom of the pit. Hua Qing didn't even turn his head. He casually waved his hand, and hundreds of silver butterflies protected behind him. They formed a butterfly formation and tangled with the spider silk. Hua Qing tore off the white silk binding Xia Lian. His left hand wrapped around Xia Lian's waist, and his right hand shook out a red umbrella. "Let's go." When the other two saw that he had no intention of coming over to save them, they were both stunned. "Didn't you guys forget something?" Before Xia Lian could say anything, Hua Qing turned around and said, "Oh, I forgot." After he finished speaking, the maiden's heart wrapped in layers of spider silk directly flew over and fell into his hands. Hua Qing handed the sword to Xia Lian and said, "Gage, your sword." "Forgot" was actually this. Feng Xian and Mu Qing said, "Hey." Hua Qing hugged Xia Lian even tighter. With a swing of his right hand, he opened the red umbrella and said, "Gage, hold on to me tightly." That umbrella actually carried the two of them up into the air. Xia Lian followed his words and tightly hugged him. They flew 2 meters above the ground. When he heard the two people below shouting, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "I won't forget." His right hand tossed out Ruoxia. The white silk wrapped around the two large white cocoons at the bottom of the pit. In the air, Feng Xian said, "Wait. Wait. I still have something I left down there." Xia Lian shouted from above, "What is it?" Feng Xian said, "A sword. It fell in the corner." Xia Lian looked down. Sure enough, he could faintly see a sword hilt in the corner of the white silk. Thus, he had Ruoxia stretch out a bit to wrap around the sword and bring it out. At this point, the four of them finally returned to the ground. Ruoxia threw the two thick cocoons on the ground and immediately retracted back onto Xia Lian's wrist. It coiled itself up, as if it was frightened by the white silk that looked a bit like it, but much more ferocious and evil. It shivered in fear. Xia Lian comforted it while he cut off the spider silk on the two people. As soon as Feng Xian and Mu Qing could move, they immediately jumped up and madly pulled at the spider silk. Xia Lian handed the sword that Ruoxia had brought up to the surface to Feng Xian. Lowering his head to take a look, he said in surprise, "This is Hong Jing. Nan Feng, has your family's general fixed this sword?" He had said it without thinking, but after saying it, he realized something was wrong. Right now, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were still in their Nan Feng and Fuyao forms. However, Xia Lian had accidentally forgotten that their identities had already been exposed and was still subconsciously acting with them. Although his original intention was to be considerate, the effect of this consideration wasn't good at this moment. The two people were bewildered into silence. Feng Xian couldn't hide his expression. With an embarrassed expression, he transformed back into his original form and took the sword. He said, "I fixed it. After all, there are many ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It'll be more convenient to use it as a mirror." Xia Lian glanced at the culprit who had shattered the red mirror. He lightly coughed and said, "It must have been hard on you." After all, it had already been smashed into pieces, yet he was still able to fix it. It really wasn't easy. Mu Qing also transformed back into his original form. Patting off the spider silk on his sleeves, he said, "It's good that it's been fixed. After all, most demons and ghosts know how to disguise themselves. If you don't like to use your brain, you can always use a red mirror to look at yourself. That way, you won't be tricked." Feng Xian wasn't happy. "Who are you secretly saying is brainless? Do you think I can't tell? Here it goes again." Xia Lian shook his head and said to Hua Cheng, "San Lang, I ran too fast just now and left you behind. I'm sorry." Hua Cheng closed the umbrella and said, "It's fine. I just hope that brother won't run like this again." Xia Lian smiled. Suddenly, he saw Mu Qing's gaze sweep over Hua Cheng. Mu Qing's gaze froze and his expression seemed a little strange. He changed his words and said, "Mu Qing. What's wrong?" When he asked this, Mu Qing immediately came back to his senses. He looked at him and said, "It's nothing. I've never seen the blood rain Tanhua like this before. It's just strange." Xia Lian didn't really believe this explanation. Although this was indeed Mu Qing's first time seeing Hua Cheng's complete form, it wasn't like he hadn't seen a 16 or 17-year-old Hua Cheng before. There wasn't much of a difference between Hua Cheng's two appearances, so why would he reveal that kind of expression? The four of them exited the grotto. They hadn't walked a few steps when Feng Xian asked in astonishment, "What is this place?" Mu Qing was also stunned. He said, "What's going on?" Just now, they were trapped at the bottom of the spider silk pit and didn't have the chance to investigate the situation outside. Thus, when they came out, they saw the successive grottos and the different deity statues. When they thought about how there was actually such an uncannily crafted secret realm at the bottom of this snowy mountain, they were all extremely shocked. Xia Lian said, "This is a cave of 10,000 gods." Mu Qing looked around and muttered, "I don't know how many years and how much blood and sweat it took to build this cave. It's really. It was as if he already couldn't find the words to describe what he was feeling. Xia Lian could understand his feelings. After all, this grotto was used for cultivation and to worship deities. In the past, his parents had also opened a grotto for him. There wasn't a single heavenly official who wouldn't be shaken when they saw this enormous cave of 10,000 gods. If they could worship a statue of their deity in this kind of place, it would definitely greatly increase their realm. Feng Xian asked in confusion, what kind of deity is this grotto worshipping? Why is every single one of them covering their faces? Xie Lian replied, naturally, it's because they don't want people like us to see them. Mu Qing said, that's strange. Then they could directly smash the head of the deity statue, so why did they do this? If they really wanted to see, a thin veil wouldn't be able to stop them. As he spoke, he was about to lift the veil of the nearest deity statue. Xie Lian didn't even have time to say anything to stop him when he saw a cold light flash. A curved silver blade hovered less than half an inch in front of his finger. The sudden killing intent caused the atmosphere between the four of them to instantly become tense. Feng Xian vigilantly asked, what are you doing? Although the blade was in front of him, Mu Qing didn't reveal the slightest bit of fear. He said, isn't your curved blade perfectly fine? What do you mean by, not in good condition? Behind him, Hua Qing unhurriedly said, didn't anyone teach you not to touch things when you're in someone else's territory? Mu Qing said, this isn't your territory, why are you trying to uphold justice? Hua Qing indifferently said, I just don't want to cause more problems. After all, this is Bronze Cauldron Mountain. No one knows what will happen if the veil is lifted. Mu Qing said, what kind of arrogant person is Blood Rain Tanhua? Would there be a day where he would be afraid of causing more problems? As he said that, his wrist moved downwards, wanting to touch the clothes of the deity statue. The curved blade of the misfortune scimitar also moved downwards, once again opposing him with equal harshness. Mu Qing said, this time, I'm not going to lift his veil. I just want to see the stone material. Why does Blood Rain Tanhua still want to stop me? Hua Qing faked a smile and said, to stop you from causing trouble. Xie Lian cut in between them and said, stop, stop. They built a grotto here to worship some deity. It's not like we have to look. This place isn't suitable for us to stay for long. Let's get out first. Don't forget, we all have important matters to attend to. Hua Qing stared at Mu Qing's hand and said, since Gij says so, then I won't argue with him if he stops first. Xie Lian said, Mu Qing, stop. Mu Qing glared at him and said, are you kidding me? Why isn't he the one to stop first? What if he doesn't stop after I do? Between the heavenly priest and the ghost, Feng Xian naturally chose to stand on the heavenly priest's side and said, at most, I'll accept both sides stopping at the same time. Hua Qing didn't budge an inch and said, wishful thinking. Seeing that neither side was willing to back down, Xie Lian put his hand on Mu Qing's arm and said gently, Mu Qing, let go. After all, you were the one who started the fight, so you should also let go first, okay? Even if you give me some face? I promise that if you let go, San Lang will definitely keep his promise. Although Mu Qing wasn't convinced, after being deadlocked for a while, he still slowly let go and returned to the road. At this point, it was as if a taut bowstring had finally been released. Xie Lian also let out a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, there was another fork in the road ahead. He asked Hua Qing, which way do you think we should go this time? Hua Qing seemed to randomly choose a path and said, let's go this way. Feng Xian and Mu Qing walked behind them. It seemed like they were at odds again. In a gap, Mu Qing asked, how did you guys choose? Why this way? The two people in front turned their heads and said, we randomly chose. Feng Xian frowned and said, how can you randomly choose? It's better not to walk around blindly. Be careful not to get dragged into a pit again. Hua Qing smiled and said, even if we enter a pit, I still have a way to bring His Highness out. You guys can follow, or you can walk on your own. But to be honest, I don't really want to save you guys again. You. Hua Cheng's way of speaking was like this. Even if he wore a refined and courteous smile on his face, it would still feel fake. The more fake his smile, the more infuriating his tone would be. Feng Xian was so angry that he put on his bow. Xia Lian knew that he wouldn't really make a move and said, "I'm sorry, Feng Xian. But in this situation, it doesn't matter which way we go." Hua Cheng laughed loudly and said, "Scary, scary. Looks like I'll have to walk further away." As he said this, he raised his eyebrows at Xia Lian and indeed walked further away. Xia Lian knew that he was just trying to get away from the two people behind him. He smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to follow, Mu Qing suddenly raised his hand and pulled him back. Xia Lian turned around and asked curiously, "Mu Qing, what's the matter?" Unexpectedly, Mu Qing didn't reply. He grabbed Xia Lian and ran towards the other path, shouting, "Do it!" In front of them, Hua Cheng also felt that something was wrong and turned around. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had already punched the stone wall. With a crash, a few large pieces of rock fell down and blocked the path. The two of them quickly moved forward and in a flash, slapped more than 50 talismans on the falling rocks. In this way, Hua Cheng and the three of them were separated by this pile of large rocks. It turned out that the two of them hadn't been at odds with each other just now. Instead, they had planned this sudden attack. Xia Lian was stunned and asked, "What are you guys doing?" He broke free from Mu Qing and wanted to see Hua Cheng, who was blocked by them. However, Feng Xian tripped him. Then, he and Mu Qing each grabbed one of Xia Lian's arms and dragged him as they ran. As they ran, they shouted, "Hurry up and go. Those talismans won't be able to hold on for long." Mu Qing reprimanded, "You actually asked why. Can't you see that there's something strange about him?" Xia Lian asked, "What's strange?" Mu Qing replied, "I think you're really stupid. The word strange is written all over his body. You're the only one who can't see it." Feng Xian roared, "Stop talking and run. Motherfucker, it looks like there's a dead spirit butterfly chasing after us." Mu Qing shouted, "Block the cave entrance." Thus, Feng Xian ran and fought as he ran. Several of the cave entrances were tightly blocked by the large rocks he had knocked down. The two of them dragged Xia Lian through the long underground corridor. Xia Lian was about to become dizzy from all the twists and turns. He shouted, "Stop! Stop!" After running for a long distance, the two of them finally stopped to catch their breaths. Taking advantage of this gap, Xia Lian said, "Wait, you two, why are you suddenly pulling me and running? Did you guys discover something?" Feng Xian's hands were still on his knees as he gasped for breath. He said, "Let him tell you one more time." Mu Qing straightened his back and said to Xia Lian, "It's so obvious. Haven't you noticed? The pearl. Do you remember that pearl?" Xia Lian asked, "What pearl?" Mu Qing said word by word, "The Upper Yuan Sacrificial Heavens Journey, the martial artist's clothing that pleases the gods. That pair of deep red coral pearl earrings, the pearl that you lost." Xia Lian couldn't remember for a long time. Pinching his earlobes, he asked in a daze, "Were my earrings red coral pearls back then? Did I ever lose them?" The corner of Mu Qing's mouth twitched. He angrily said, "You two even wrongly accused me of stealing that pearl back then. How could you not remember something like that?" Xia Lian said, "After all, it's been 800 years. Feng Xian retorted, "Don't talk nonsense. No one wrongly accused you of stealing it. You're the one who's suspicious." Xia Lian waved his hand and said, "Don't quarrel, don't quarrel. Why are you suddenly telling me about that pearl?" Mu Qing said, "Because we found that pearl. Did you see the red pearl that Hua Qing used to tie his hair?" Xia Lian's eyes widened. "You're saying that's..." Mu Qing resolutely and decisively said, "That's it." So that was why Mu Qing had a strange expression when he saw Hua Cheng. Xia Lian said, "Why is that red coral pearl with him? Are you sure you didn't remember wrong?" Mu Qing interrupted him and said, "I searched for that pearl for an entire year, and I've been searching for it ever since. No matter who remembers wrongly, I won't." Xia Lian put his hands in his sleeves and thought for a moment. Then, he frowned and said, "I still think you might be mistaken." There's no reason for that pearl to be in his hands, right? Don't red coral pearls of good quality all look the same? Moreover, San Lang has always liked to collect rare and precious treasures. He even has antiques that are thousands of years old. Mu Qing nodded and said, okay. You think I'm mistaken, right? Okay, then take a look at this. He stood next to a statue of a deity. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled down the veil covering the statue's face and said, then take a look at what this is. You can't be mistaken, right? The moment the veil was pulled down, Xie Lian's eyes swept over the statue and his pupils suddenly shrank. The face of that statue of a deity wasn't deformed or frightening. It was a smiling young man. His eyebrows were gentle and he was in high spirits. However, when Xie Lian looked at this face, his scalp immediately exploded with a layer of goosebumps. How could it not be frightening? That face was carved from the same mold as Xie Lian's. Looking at this statue of a deity at such a close distance was simply like looking into a mirror. Even that originally pure and kind smile had become incomparably strange. Xie Lian couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He said, this, Mu Qing coldly said, do you still want to say you're mistaken? With great difficulty, Xie Lian squeezed out a sentence. Why is there a statue of me here? However, Mu Qing said, one. That's not all. Look carefully. As he spoke, he also pulled down the veil covering the face of another statue of a deity. This face was also shockingly Xie Lian's face. Consecutively, he pulled down the veils covering the faces of 5 or 6 deities. Unexpectedly, they were all exactly the same. Mu Qing said, this is indeed a cave of myriad deities, but in reality, there is only one deity worshipped here. It's all him. With his own face all around him, Xie Lian felt as if he had fallen into an illusory and strange dream. After feeling dizzy for a long time, he suddenly remembered something and said, wait, Mu Qing. You didn't have the chance to see the faces of these deities before, right? Just now, when you wanted to pull down the veil, wasn't it stopped by him? Mu Qing snorted and said, I don't even need to see the faces of these deities to know that they're carving you. Xie Lian said, what do you mean? Mu Qing crumpled the pile of veils into a ball and threw them to the side. Blue veins appeared on his forehead as he said, what do you mean? Because in the past, I was responsible for all of your clothes, accessories, and daily necessities. I washed and mended them for you. None of your clothes were the same under the heavens. These stone statues were carved with too much detail. Everything was carved on them, and they were all exactly the same. Of course, when I saw the clothes, I knew whose face it was. Xie Lian covered his forehead and began to think back to the strange behavior of Hua Cheng. To the side, Feng Xian said, the fact that he didn't let us see these deities means he was very clear that there was something strange about these deities. I'm afraid that whatever avalanche saying we accidentally fell in is all nonsense. He definitely knows what kind of place this is. Mu Qing said, not only that, I think he might have been the one who threw us into that pit full of spider silk. He really did want to kill us. Xie Lian said, but, what's going on with these deities? Upon closer inspection, every single deity statue here was vivid and lifelike. The details were so detailed that it was practically to the point of making one's hair stand on end. One could imagine just how meticulous the sculptor's observation of the deities was. Xie Lian dared to say that even the deities carved by the most famous craftsmen in Xianlu country back then hadn't reached this level. It was as if the craftsman's mind was completely filled with this person, and his eyes could only see this person. The three of them were surrounded by these deities with the same face. Feng Xian's face turned cold as he said, honestly, I'm scared, too damn similar. Moreover, there were so many of them. Mu Qing said, I suspect that these deities are tools needed for some kind of sorcery. Let's destroy them first. After he finished speaking, he was about to chop down with his hand when Xie Lian's thoughts were pulled back. He stopped him and said, stop. Mu Qing looked at him. Are you sure? This sorcery might be aimed at you. Xia Lian thought for a moment before saying, let's not act blindly without thinking first. I feel that the possibility of it being sorcery is very small. Feng Xian said, I feel that it's quite large. I'm really fucked up. Aren't you afraid looking at these things? Mu Qing and Xia Lian looked at each other and said, what's the basis? Xia Lian shook his head and said, there's no basis. It's just that these deity statues are carved quite well and with great care. If we rashly destroy them before we've figured it out, I'm afraid we'll regret it. Pausing for a moment, he then said, San Lang. Perhaps he's hiding something from me. However, I think that at the very least, it won't be something harmful to me. Mu Qing simply found this inconceivable. Did he really cast some kind of spell on you to confuse your mind? I think that even if he wrote the word suspicious on your face, you would still become illiterate. While the two of them were talking, Feng Xian suddenly acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He said, careful. Xia Lian and Mu Qing both became alert and asked, what's wrong? Feng Xian said, that spider silk is coming again. Sure enough, the light from the flame in his palm shone on the stone wall in front of them. The wall was covered in a large and densely packed white silk. The three of them thought in their hearts that this wasn't good. They were afraid that another fierce battle was about to break out. Who knew that the white silk wasn't as ferocious as it was at the bottom of the pit just now? It didn't move at all, nor did it attack. Unexpectedly, it was no different from an ordinary ivy. The three of them waited for a while before Xia Lian said, these silk nets don't seem to be alive. Feng Xian asked, if they're not alive, then what are they used for? Xia Lian had a plan in his heart. He walked forward to investigate for a moment before confirming, they seemed to be covering something. The three of them arrived in front of the stone wall. Xia Lian tried to pull it and tore off a large piece of white silk. Sure enough, that white silk was extremely tough. It wasn't easy to tear it off, but it wasn't completely impossible. The true appearance of the statue of God was hidden under the veil. Then, what would be hidden on the stone wall? The other two people also joined the team tearing apart the spider webs. The three of them were in charge of different areas. Not long after, a stone wall appeared on Xia Lian's side. He said, it's a mural. On the stone wall, there were large patches of murals that were covered in layers of spider silk. The entire stone wall was densely packed with lines, colors, and small people. They were divided into many small pieces, and the styles of the paintings were all different. Some were rough, some were graceful, some were exquisite, and some were strange. After looking for a while, Xia Lian said, this was painted by him. Mu Qing asked, him? Hua Cheng? Are you sure? Xia Lian softly said, I can. There are words on it, and the words were written by him. He pointed at a small blood-red person on the wall. Next to it was a pile of messy, twisted words that he couldn't understand. It seemed like he had written it to vent his emotions when he was delirious or in extreme pain. Based on the words, one could roughly guess that this blood-red person was watching himself. However, for some unknown reason, he had drawn himself to be extremely ugly. Feng Xian glanced at it and couldn't help but say, these words, they're so ugly I'm blind. I dare say that I can write them better than him. If it was even uglier than what Feng Xian had written, then it was truly so ugly that no medicine could save it. Xia Lian's eyes were dazzled, and he didn't know where to start. However, once he confirmed that this was Hua Cheng's handwriting, it was as if he had suddenly discovered an enormous treasure. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. At this moment, Mu Qing seemed to have discovered something not far away and said, Your Highness, quickly come over. Quickly come over and see. Only then did Xia Lian regain his senses. He asked, what's wrong? Feng Xian and Mu Qing were already speechless. They could only point at a painting on the wall for him to see. That painting could be considered one of the largest on the entire wall. In the middle of it was a tall city tower, and below it was a sea of people crowding around an extravagant platform. The lines were simple, but the strokes were extremely precise. Mu Qing pointed at the center of the painting and said with a trembling voice, "So, it's him?" Xia Lian was also staring there. The entire painting was colorless. Only the two people in the painting had color. Below, there was a small person. It was white, and its entire body seemed to be glowing. It looked towards the sky and stretched out its hands, about to catch a person who had fallen from the city tower. As for the little person, it was blood red. Mu Qing muttered. "Is it him? Is it him? The child who fell from the Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour. How could it be him? It's actually Blood Rain Tanhua. It's him." Feng Xian madly slapped the two of them and pointed to the side. "There's more behind." Xia Lian walked over and saw another painting. It was a dilapidated small monastery. On the altar was a statue of a deity. Its entire body was also covered in a faint layer of white light. One hand held a sword, while the other held a red umbrella. Below, there was an ugly blood-red person who was holding a bouquet of flowers with both hands and offering it to him. Xia Lian suddenly felt his head hurt a little. He pressed a hand against his throbbing temples and continued to look down. The next painting seemed to depict a battlefield. Large groups of soldiers were fully equipped and ready to go. In the sky, there was a small white person holding a long sword, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And among the dense army below, there was also a blood-red person who raised his head to look at the person in the sky. Xia Lian was lost in thought when Feng Xian's incredulous voice rang out from the side. "This red person, they're all the same person, right? They're all him. They're all from Flower City. Motherfucker, he's always been following you." Mu Qing also had a look of disbelief on his face as he said, "He's not only following me, he's also keeping an eye on me. He's watching me very closely, very closely. Everywhere, he's everywhere. Look, there's even a main street here. It's not a forest, what is this? Back slope. My God, those statues of gods couldn't have been carved by him, right?" As Feng Xian looked down, his hair practically stood on end. He said, "Motherfucker, what kind of person is this? He's been keeping an eye on you since 800 years ago. And he's still following you today. Fuck me. This is too terrifying. Has he been possessed? What does he want to do? A normal believer wouldn't go this far, right? What exactly does he want to do?" Mu Qing said, "There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Hurry up and continue looking, we'll definitely be able to find some clues here." Xia Lian had already been shaken silly. He stared at the blood-red person on the wall. Before he could even react, he felt many memories that he hadn't forgotten, yet he hadn't cared about, rush into his brain one after another. Even his breathing was almost unable to keep up. At this moment, he heard two people shouting from the other side. Xia Lian quivered and asked, "What is it now?" Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both standing in front of a stone wall, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Seeing that he was about to go over, Feng Xian hurriedly turned around and stopped him, pushing him back. He said, "Fuck me, don't look." "Xia Lian. What's wrong? What's that? Why can't I look?" Mu Qing's face also darkened. He said, "Don't look. There's nothing to look at, hurry up and run." The two of them each grabbed one of his arms and madly ran. Xia Lian was being dragged by them. He said, "What are you guys doing? I haven't even finished looking at that mural yet." Feng Xian angrily cursed as he ran, "No need to look. You can't look at that kind of thing. Fuck me, really? I've really never seen such a thing before. This kind of person." Xia Lian was baffled. "You've never seen what? What's wrong with San Lang?" Mu Qing scolded, "What's San Lang? Stop shouting. You can't even run. Don't go near him in the future, he's not normal, he's sick, he's a lunatic." Xia Lian couldn't bear to listen anymore. He said, "Why are you guys scolding him like that? It's not that I'm saying this, but no one's normal, okay? Feng Xian said, don't ask. You don't understand. He's different from us. He's crazy. To you. Xia Lian said, what about to me? Can I trouble you to put me down and let me go back and look at it myself? One wanted to take back, while the other two wanted to pull him down. The three of them were in a deadlock when a cold voice suddenly came from in front of them. Didn't I say before, when you're in someone else's territory, don't touch things? The three of them stiffened and turned their heads to look. They only saw a figure dressed in red standing in front of them. Hua Cheng was currently leaning against the stone wall, blocking their path. He smiled and said, otherwise, I can't say for sure what kind of end you'll end up with. Although he was smiling on his face, there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. Instead, they were dark and cloudy. He was hugging one of his arms, while his other hand was absent-mindedly playing with a small object. Chapter 176. The hundreds of talismans and the piles of boulders couldn't stop him. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's reactions were extremely fast. Feng Xian shot out a string of arrows. Mu Qing's blade slashed through the air and sent out an attack. Then, he grabbed Xia Lian and ran. Feng Xian used the same old trick, madly striking the falling boulders as he said, fuck. How did he find this place so quickly? Mu Qing said, how would I know? Red line. Red line. His hand is still connected to that red line. The two of them seemed to wake up from a dream. They simultaneously went to grab Xia Lian's hand. How could Xia Lian let them succeed? His other hand grabbed the one with the red line. I can't untie it. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, if you tie this red line, he will find you. If you don't want him to catch up, you have to untie it. Xia Lian held his own hand. Even if he catches up, there's no need to be afraid. I want to go ask him. Mu Qing's eyes widened. You still want to ask him? I think you'll only know how powerful he is if you get eaten alive by him. Xia Lian said, isn't he already very powerful? You guys won't tell me what the mural is about, and you want me to not go near him. You can't convince me at all. Mu Qing said, he's the Ghost King. His behavior is strange. He doesn't need anyone to convince him. Most people just need to see these two to know they shouldn't go near him, right? Xia Lian stretched out 2 fingers. 2 choices. Either let me go back and ask him clearly, or let me go back and look at the mural. Feng Xian and Mu Qing seemed to think of something terrifying. One's mouth twisted while the other's eyebrows jumped. They blocked in front of him. In unison, they said, both won't do. Thus, Xia Lian rolled up his sleeves and said, I can't say it. Then let's use fighting to solve this. Who wants to go first, or both of you? Mu Qing said to Feng Xian, you first. After saying that, he retreated to the side. Feng Xian didn't seem to have much confidence in winning against Xia Lian, but in order to save the retarded youth, he threw caution to the wind. His hand tightened on his bow and said, okay. Your Highness, please of me. Xia Lian also said, all right. Who would have thought that before the opening pleasantries could be finished, he felt his back heat up. Behind him, someone shouted, freeze. Don't speak. His entire body stiffened like an iron board. Not only that, he couldn't even make a sound. Mu Qing flashed out from behind him and said to Feng Xian, pull him away. This talisman can stop him for a while, but not for long. Feng Xian was slightly stunned. Why did you sneak attack him? Didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? Xia Lian didn't expect that Mu Qing would immediately go back on his words. If it weren't for the fact that he trusted these 2 former subordinates of his, he wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Mu Qing said, there's no time for you to fight one-on-one right now. He's doing this on purpose. It's obvious that he's trying to stall for time for Hua Cheng to catch up. Didn't you see what he looked like? He's clearly possessed. No matter what you say to him now, he won't know what's good for him. Maybe when Hua Cheng coaxes him a few words when they meet, he'll believe it. It's like he's been bewitched by a vixen. Feng Xian thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. He sighed and said, Your Highness, it's not that we intentionally hid it from you. It's just that his feelings towards you are really unbearable to look at. We can't say it out loud. You should come with us. Mu Qing also said, Let's go. This sentence from Mu Qing wasn't a suggestion or a request. It was an order. When he slapped Xia Lian's back just now, he must have stained his palm with the obedience talisman drawn with his blood. The obedience talisman could make the target follow the instructions of the caster. However, in reality, it could only carry out a few simple instructions, such as, don't speak, follow, stop, run, etc. More complex instructions were difficult to carry out and couldn't confuse the target's mind. Only a great demon like the embroidered gown immortal could do that. The two of them brought Xia Lian along for a while. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a pile of rocks. Feng Xian saw that there was no way out and said, Why is there a rock blocking our path? Can't we go? Mu Qing said, Weren't you the one who hit this rock? Why are you asking me? Feng Xian questioned, But aren't you the one leading the way? How are you leading the way? We've been to this place before, why did we come back? Mu Qing didn't accept his questioning. What a joke, I don't even know the way here, how am I supposed to lead the way? Weren't we running all over the place just now? Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Feng Xian waved his hand and said, Forget it, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Let's dig. Hua Cheng was chasing behind them so they could only move forward and couldn't retreat. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would bump into each other. It was easy to block a path but hard to open a path. The two of them had Xia Lian obediently stand in a corner. Feng Xian punched wildly, peng peng. Mu Qing, with the veins on his forehead bulging, used his impressive lang to chop the large rocks into pieces. In 2 or 3 moves, they had dug a path through. Rocks rolled and dust flew everywhere. They were about to call Xia Lian over when, unexpectedly, after the dust settled, they saw a figure dressed in red standing in front of them. Xia Lian's eyes instantly lit up. It was Hua Cheng. His eyes were cold and he stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say a word. Feng Xian immediately blurted out, Why are you haunting us like a ghost? This was a genuine ghost haunting them. Just now, he had clearly been left behind, how did he suddenly appear in front of them? They didn't know when he had been guarding this place, but he had actually waited silently for them to dig through the obstacles and deliver himself to their doorstep. Wasn't he haunting them like a ghost, extremely strange? Feng Xian and Mu Qing instantly retreated a distance. Hua Qing didn't look at them. His gaze shifted to the side and he took a step towards Xia Lian. Feng Xian and Mu Qing realized who he was coming for and in a flash, they blocked Xia Lian's path and said in unison, Don't come over. Hua Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. If it was on a normal day, he wouldn't care about anyone who dared to tell the Blood Rain Tanhua not to go over. It would be strange if he didn't laugh and insist on going over to take a look. But this time, it was as if he was really afraid and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He stopped in his tracks. After a while, he slowly said, What do you two mean by this? His tone was still considered calm. However, Feng Xian very straightforwardly said, You don't need to pretend anymore. This is your lair. We've already seen what's going on with these statues of gods. Also, we've seen all of your paintings. Hua Cheng had turned his body sideways to block their path. When he heard this, the hands behind his back seemed to slightly twitch. It was as if 2 of his fingers had unnaturally curled up. He slightly lowered his head and softly said, Your Highness, you also saw it? This voice was extremely low. Although the tone sounded calm, it carried a bit of hoarseness. It was obvious that something was wrong. Xia Lian inwardly said, I didn't. In reality, he hadn't seen much. However, at this moment, Xie Lian couldn't move or make a sound. He could only obediently lean against the stone wall in the corner, as if he was hiding behind the two people. He didn't dare to come out and face Hua Cheng, nor did he want to talk to him. Feng Xian drew his bow and said, "Not bad. What kind of thoughts you have, we clearly understand. We respect you as a ghost king. If you still have a bit of self-respect, then please don't go near His Highness the Crown Prince." At this moment, Xie Lian's mood was like a thatched hut on fire, thick smoke billowing. Hua Cheng should be able to discover that something was wrong with him. Xie Lian only hoped that Hua Cheng would speak up and ask him if he had discovered that something was wrong. However, Hua Cheng didn't seem to be in the mood to carefully examine this. He coldly said, "Don't go near him. The two of you, what status and qualifications do you have to say these words to me?" Without waiting for them to reply, Hua Cheng suddenly raised his eyes and said, "You two have actually reminded me. Let's continue to settle our debts." As soon as he finished speaking, countless silver butterflies flew towards the two people with sharp whistles. When faced with this kind of storm-like attack, the only choice was to activate the magic shield. Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted, "Open the shield." The rain of butterflies was blocked by the invisible magic shield. In the air, they scattered into sparkling silver lights before quickly condensing into new silver butterflies. They attacked once again, unexpectedly without any signs of stopping. While they blocked and retreated, Hua Cheng steadily approached them step by step. His black hair was blown about by the fierce wind in the execution field. His eyes were filled with rage and viciousness, which could be seen clearly under the illumination of the silver butterflies that were as bright as day. If they continued to block one-sidedly like this, they would be too passive. Feng Xian and Mu Qing glanced at each other and decided to take the initiative to attack. Holding their magic shields, they rushed forward and each took out their weapons. The three people began to fight in this cave that wasn't very wide. Feng Xian dealt with the necromancy butterfly, while Mu Qing faced Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng extended his hand. His left hand transformed into a scimitar, misfortune, and faced the attack head-on. This was the first time Xie Lian had seen misfortune fight seriously. The scimitar was long and slender, cold and austere. The silver light was deadly. It was indeed a bewitching blade that overflowed with evil energy. This battle was truly marvelous. Hua Cheng wasn't at a disadvantage even when fighting one against two. Xie Lian watched with bated breath. Not long after, the tip of misfortune's scimitar rose up, bringing Mu Qing's horse-slaying sword into the rock. Although Mu Qing's hand was still holding the hilt of the scimitar, he actually couldn't pull it out. He was startled, but Hua Cheng's fist had already landed on his lower jaw, sending his entire body flying into the sky. The hilt of his scimitar finally slipped out of his hand. On the other side, Feng Xian's arrows were also cut by the necromancy butterfly's sharp silver wings. In the end, there were too many of them and it was difficult to deal with. Victory and defeat had already been decided. Countless white silk crept out from the corner and once again wrapped the two people into two large white cocoons. The more they struggled, the tighter and tighter they became. Mu Qing madly pulled at the silk as he said, "As expected, you were the one who threw us into that pit." Feng Xian said, "This isn't spider silk. This is..." Xie Lian also had an epiphany. It was cocoon silk. The step before breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was to transform into a chrysalis. Those strange white silk that resembled spider silk was something that Hua Cheng had created. It might even be related to these extremely fierce necromancy butterflies. The battle was already decided. Hua Cheng put away his scimitar and mocked, "I threw you guys in there to take refuge. In the end, if you guys hadn't roared loudly on the snowy mountain and caused an avalanche, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter this cave of myriad gods. Aren't you going to thank me for saving your lives?" Hua Cheng's original plan was to wait for the avalanche to pass and the snowy mountain to calm down before bringing Xie Lian out, leaving Feng Xian and Mu Qing behind. Who knew that the two of them would bite open the cocoon and quarrel, leading Xie Lian to discover them? This led to the series of events that followed. Otherwise, Xie Lian might really have followed him out without even looking at a single statue. But now, it had become the worst situation. All his secrets had been torn out and exposed to the light of day. Xie Lian was anxious, but his body still obediently sat where he was. The coldness in Hua Cheng's eyes grew heavier as he looked down at Mu Qing from above. He said softly, "It seems that the one with talent in using a saber is me, not you." Mu Qing's throat was entangled by a few white silk threads. His face alternated between green and red as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He managed to say, You. So that's how it is, I understand. Feng Xian also gritted his teeth and said, You. What do you understand? Mu Qing said, I understand, why this kid hates me so much. You might have the same reason. Feng Xian said, What reason? Mu Qing said hatefully, because he's crazy. Have you forgotten what was drawn on the mural? He's that little soldier that His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to guide after returning from the back slope. His Highness said that his saber skills are not bad, suitable for using a saber. Feng Xian said, What does this have to do with him hating you? Mu Qing didn't say anything. With a bang, Hua Qing punched him in the face and said in his place with a sinister smile, Because he chased me out of the military camp. He didn't expect Mu Qing to do such a thing. Feng Xian was shocked. What the fuck? Why did you chase him out of the military camp? Did he offend you? Mu Qing's face was covered in blood as he said, I only wanted him to go back. Going to war is not a good thing. How would I know that he would be this crazy, holding a grudge until now? Before he could finish, another ruthless punch came. With a bang, his face was almost crooked. Hua Qing smiled and said, Do you think I can't guess why you chased me away? Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Hua Qing giggled and said, Now that things have come to this, it's very clear who's the trash, isn't it? Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood as if his foot had been stabbed. He said word by word, Fortunately, I chased you away. Otherwise, if I let you stay in the military, let you slowly get close to the crown prince and stare at him all day, I don't know what kind of filthy things you're thinking about. That's too disgusting. Xie Lian's heart suddenly tightened. When Mu Qing said the first sentence, Hua Cheng had already raised his fist. When he said the last sentence, disgusting, Hua Cheng's hand froze in midair. Blue veins appeared on the back of his pale white hand. His 5 fingers clenched and loosened and clenched again. After a long time, he said in a cold voice, I won't argue with you about this matter for now. Tell me honestly, was what you guys shouted before the avalanche was true? Mu Qing suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Feng Xian. Feng Xian also looked at them, his eyes wide open. The two of them didn't know how to answer. Hua Qing sternly said, My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 times to answer. 1. 2. He actually acted so swiftly and decisively. At this moment, Mu Qing had an idea and shouted, Your Highness, quickly run. As soon as these words came out, Xie Lian, who had a blood seal on his back, responded and ran. Hua Qing immediately turned his head. 2 white threads shot out from the corner and wrapped around Xie Lian. He didn't even run 2 steps before he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had been scared stiff, unable to accept the situation, or unwilling to interfere in the battle. After standing there for a long time, he finally decided to run, but he didn't succeed. But in reality, he didn't even think of running. Xie Lian's hands and feet were tightly bound by the white threads. He lay on the ground, his black hair and white sleeves scattered on the ground. His bamboo hat rolled to the side. Hua Qing slowly turned around and paused for a long time before walking towards him. He hadn't taken a few steps when Feng Xian couldn't help but say, Hua Qing. Hua Cheng's footsteps paused and he slightly tilted his head. Feng Xian braced himself and said, You let His Highness go. He's already very miserable. You, don't do this to him. Hua Qing didn't say anything. He walked to Xia Lian's side and picked him up by his knees and back. Chapter 177. Xia Lian was carried in Hua Cheng's arms. They walked into the dark depths of the grotto. The light source beside the two of them. There was only that silver necromancer butterfly dancing in the air. Xia Lian couldn't see the expression on Hua Cheng's face, but he could feel that Hua Cheng's arms and body were stiff. It wasn't that Hua Cheng hadn't hugged him before, but it was obvious. Something was different now. Hua Cheng didn't even touch his neck or hands. Xia Lian kept looking at Hua Cheng's face. He blinked hard, but Hua Cheng avoided his eyes. He didn't meet his gaze. He went to a grotto. There was a stone bed in the grotto. He immediately put Xia Lian on it. He was about to let Xia Lian lie down. He suddenly sensed something and checked Xia Lian's back. Did they cast a curse on you? Xia Lian was overjoyed. He was finally discovered. However, he only noticed that something was wrong with Xia Lian now. It could be seen that Hua Cheng was caught off guard. Xia Lian was waiting for Hua Cheng to help him erase the life-obeying talisman. Who knew? Hua Cheng's hand had already reached out, but he stopped halfway. In the end, he took back his hand and placed Xia Lian on the stone bed. Probably to let Xia Lian not worry, he said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, don't worry. I won't kill those two trash for the time being. Even though I really want to kill them." The stone bed was still covered with a thick layer of soft new grass. Xia Lian was lying on top of it, not the slightest bit uncomfortable. However, his internal organs were so burnt that they were emitting smoke. He was extremely puzzled as to why the curse wasn't lifted. Just as he was struggling with all his might, he saw Hua Cheng's hand reach towards the belt on his waist and untie it. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xia Lian felt the effect of the life-obeying talisman on his back begin to fade. He moved his leg forcefully and let out an "ah." Although it looked like a dead fish suddenly struggling on its deathbed and making a protest, Hua Cheng immediately froze and retracted his hand. He said, "I won't." As if he felt that his tone was too harsh and was afraid of scaring Xia Lian and making him resist, Hua Cheng took a few steps back and slowed down his tone. His expression was uncertain, cautious and patient. He said in a deep voice, "Your Highness, I won't do anything. You, don't be afraid." Xia Lian understood. Hua Cheng was not sure what kind of response he would get from Xia Lian after he undid the curse, so he simply ignored the response. Hua Cheng seemed to be restraining some sort of impulse. Once again, he used a swearing tone and said in a low voice, "Your Highness, trust me." Although this "trust me" didn't sound very confident compared to what he had said in the past. Xia Lian still wanted to answer him, but he couldn't. He struggled, but he was afraid that he would misunderstand even more. He could only lie flat on the ground, motionless, and obediently wait for the fate talisman's power to pass. Seeing that Xia Lian was no longer resisting, Hua Cheng walked up to him once more, reached out, and with a rustling sound, untied Xia Lian's belt. Xia Lian thought to himself, "San Lang." Of course, he completely believed that Hua Cheng wouldn't take advantage of him. However, this development was completely out of his expectations, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Although Hua Cheng untied Xia Lian's clothes, he tried his best not to touch his body, so he didn't do it too quickly. After a long time, he finally took off his outer clothes, and then his inner clothes. It wasn't until a necromancy butterfly flew to Xia Lian's shoulder and perched on it that a warm and itchy feeling crawled up his skin. Using the corner of his eye, he noticed that his shoulder was slightly purple and swollen. Some areas were even slightly cracked. After the necromancy butterfly perched on it, his condition slightly improved. It was actually frostbite left behind from crawling and rolling around in the ice and snow. Xia Lian himself didn't notice it at all, because he wasn't very sensitive to pain anymore. If it was cold, then so be it. Even if he noticed it, he would probably just leave it there and wait for it to heal on its own. However, Hua Qing knew better than him where he was injured. He still remembered this matter and insisted on treating his wound. Just as he was slightly lost in thought, Hua Qing once again lifted his arm. There were more frostbite on his hands and feet, and because of the intense running and pulling, some areas were already bleeding. Xie Lian wasn't afraid of pain, but he was afraid of itchiness. Moreover, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall fragments from many years ago. In the pitch-black cave, the youth's trembling and scalding hands, his flustered and careless touching, his messy breathing and heartbeat. These memories had already been diluted to the point where they couldn't be any more diluted. He had long sealed them away and thrown them into a corner. Now that he recalled it, it actually had a completely different feeling. It made him want to hug his head and scream, especially now that Hua Qing was almost doing the same thing in front of him. Xie Lian's face and brain were about to burn up. He was really afraid that Hua Qing would see it. However, Hua Qing didn't look at him. As expected, he kept his promise and didn't cross the line. He slightly turned his head, not looking at the half-exposed shoulder. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Hua Qing. "Hua Qing! You lunatic, what do you want to do to His Highness the Crown Prince? This is too disgusting." Hua Qing suddenly turned his head. Xie Lian also walked past him and looked at the entrance of the cave. The one who spoke was actually Mu Qing. Feng Xian was also beside him. The two of them were wrapped like a cocoon by Hua Qing just now. It was unknown how they broke free and found this place. When they saw the scene in the cave, their faces all turned pale. Xie Lian's face also turned pale. This scene was too terrible. Feng Xian pointed at Hua Qing, then pointed at Xie Lian who was half undressed. After a while, he finally squeezed out a few words, You, let go of him." Hua Qing quickly pulled Xie Lian's clothes back up and said coldly, "You two pieces of trash still dare to come here. Are you tired of living?" Mu Qing mocked, "Take your dirty hands off me. You're a toad lusting after swan meat. Not to mention that you've been dreaming for 800 years, even if you yearn for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, don't even think about touching a finger of the crown prince." Hearing this, Xie Lian's heart thumped. At the same time he was slightly angry, he also faintly felt that something was wrong. What was going on with these two people? Even if Hua Qing had beaten them up just now, there was no need for them to speak so viciously. Especially Mu Qing, it was as if he was deliberately angering Hua Qing. Angering Hua Qing would not end well for them. They couldn't beat him, so what was their purpose? Moreover, their words vaguely pointed the spearhead at Xie Lian, as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos, afraid that Hua Qing would not do something to Xie Lian out of anger. As expected, Hua Qing was enraged. His pale face turned black. He said softly, "Since you're courting death," Xie Lian saw the undisguised killing intent in his eyes and was greatly shocked, "Don't." It was too late. The scimitar was unsheathed, and a fatal cold light flashed past. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both startled, and subconsciously lowered their heads. Luckily, there were no wounds on their bodies. Who knew? Before they had the time to heave a sigh of relief or counterattack, in the next moment, their upper bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Fresh blood spurted out, covering the ground. Xie Lian did not expect things to turn out this way. He was paralyzed on the stone bed, stunned. Hua Qing had actually chopped Feng Xian and Mu Qing in half. The two were not completely dead yet. They rolled on the ground, one gritting his teeth, the other roaring in anger. The scene was too horrible to look at. Hua Qing put away the scimitar with a cold expression. Only a small part of his face was stained with blood, and the wisp of red made the demonic aura between his brows even more eye-catching. He stood in the pool of blood for a moment, then turned around and walked towards Xie Lian. Seeing Hua Qing walk closer and closer with a gloomy expression, Xie Lian finally came back to his senses. At this time, Hua Qing was already in front of him. He grabbed one of his hands and forcefully pulled him into his embrace. He said in a low voice, How can I let go? Xia Lian was hugged tightly by him and couldn't speak. Hua Cheng whispered something into his ear. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Suddenly, he felt his body relax. The life-obeying talisman that Mu Qing had drawn on his back was finally erased. Although he said he would not let go, after removing the life-obeying talisman, Hua Qing still loosened his grip slightly and let go of Xia Lian. Xia Lian took a deep breath and jumped into the pool of blood on the ground. He said, Feng Xian. Mu Qing. How are the two of you? Mu Qing's injuries were even more serious. Blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was unfocused. Feng Xian still had a breath left. He tightly grabbed his hand and said, Crown Prince. Your Highness. Xia Lian also tightly grabbed his hand. He said, What? What are you trying to say? Feng Xian swallowed a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. Be careful. Hua Cheng. Don't go near him. He's a monster. He seemed to have risked his life to say this warning before he died. Unexpectedly, Xia Lian's expression gradually calmed down. He said, Monster. He let go of Feng Xian's hand and stood up. He said, I'm very curious. Is he as strange as you? Hearing this, Feng Xian was startled. Just as he finished speaking, Xia Lian pulled out her heart with lightning speed and pierced it through Feng Xian's chest, nailing him to the ground. Feng Xian's face was full of disbelief. He said, Your Highness, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped breathing. Xia Lian pulled out the heart from his chest, causing blood to fall. He retreated to Hua Cheng's side and pointed the tip of his sword at the two corpses on the ground. He said, You've already seen blood. Don't talk with these two skins, okay? Ha ha ha. On the ground, a burst of cold laughter suddenly came. It was Mu Qing's corpse, which had been cut into two at the waist. He turned his head and laughed. His upper body was lying on the ground. Even if he wanted to turn his head, he could only touch half of his face on the ground. However, his head was completely turned around, and he was laughing at Xia Lian with his face facing upwards. As expected. These two were not the real Feng Xian and Mu Qing at all. Instead, they were two impostors who had appeared out of nowhere. The real Feng Xian and Mu Qing were still trapped in the big white cocoon, trying to bite their way out. Just now, when Hua Cheng came over to help Xia Lian remove the fate-obeying talisman, he had whispered in his ear about this matter. Their pale faces weren't because of shock or fear, but because they weren't human in the first place. Xia Lian had already unsheathed his sword. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both smiled eerily and said in unison, As you wish. After saying that, they turned into two puddles of pus and blood. Hua Cheng stood in front of Xia Lian. The two puddles of pus and blood flowed on the ground and fused together. Gurgling, gurgling, it was as if they were boiling. Then, they gradually condensed into a human shape. Watching this lump of matter twist and take shape bit by bit, growing bigger and bigger, a chill ran from Xia Lian's waist to his back. In a flash, the Feng Xian and Mu Qing in front of them disappeared. In their place was a tall and slender youngster dressed in white. Looking at his figure, this youngster was about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a mask on his face. Half of his face was crying, and the other half was smiling. Although his face couldn't be seen, a clear and bright voice of a youngster came from behind the mask. He warmly said, Hello, Xia Lian. Xia Lian's lips unconsciously moved. His entire scalp felt numb. Hua Cheng stood in front of him and slashed at him with his sword. Facing the demonic edge of the curved blade, misfortune, that person in white was completely fearless. He dodged it by a hair's breadth and instantly appeared behind Hua Cheng. He extended his hand towards Xia Lian, as if he wanted to touch his face. A silver light flashed and Hua Cheng once again stood in front of him. He coldly said, Take your filthy hand away. He actually returned the same words. That person in white's right hand was cut off by the misfortune blade and fell to the ground. However, this didn't affect him at all. With a shake of his wide sleeve, he covered his severed arm. With another hand, a brand new hand grew out of the severed arm. His fingers formed a claw as he directly reached towards Hua Cheng's right eye. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Hua Cheng also dodged extremely quickly. However, 2 bloody marks were still left on one side of his face. This was the first time that Hua Cheng actually couldn't completely crush his opponent in speed. His eyes trembled and he immediately changed his strategy. He summoned thousands of dead spirit butterflies and crazily pounced towards his opponent. Countless silver butterflies wrapped that person in white into a shiny silvery humanoid cocoon. However, it probably wouldn't be able to last for long. Just as Hua Cheng was about to pull Xia Lian up, he heard those silver butterflies shriek and explode into thousands of sparkling silver powder. Seeing the slight change in Hua Cheng's expression, Xia Lian knew that the situation was probably not good for him to destroy so many dead spirit butterflies at once. After exploding the dead spirit butterflies, the person in white hid behind the silver powder that was scattered all over the sky. He suddenly stretched out his new hand and once again dug towards Hua Cheng's right eye. This time, it was Xia Lian's turn to pull out his heart and slash down. This slash didn't just cut off that person's arm, it almost cut off half of his body. Taking this opportunity, Hua Cheng said, "Your Highness, let's go." Xia Lian also knew that he couldn't continue fighting, so he stopped while he was ahead. The two of them rushed out of the stone cave together and sprinted in the pitch-black cave without any obstruction. Xia Lian said while running, "It's him. He really didn't die." Hua Cheng was leading the way, so his speed was faster, but he was also calmer. Along the way, he set up layers of obstacles with the butterfly formation and cocoon silk. He said, "It might not be the original one." Xia Lian stopped in his tracks and hugged his head slightly. He said, "No. I can feel it, it must be the original one." Not only did he not die, but he also became stronger. Something made him reborn. Otherwise, how could he directly transform into Feng Xian and Mu Qing's appearance? It's very difficult to impersonate an ascended heavenly judge. It's almost impossible to make their fake skin. Hearing that his tone was a little off, Hua Cheng also stopped in his tracks and turned around to pull him. He said, "Your Highness. Don't be afraid. It might not be that he became stronger. There's another possibility, which is that he is very familiar with Feng Xian and Mu Qing. That's why he could make their fake skin. This person, you must be." Before he finished speaking, Xia Lian's gaze fell on the hand that Hua Cheng was holding on to. Seeing this, Hua Cheng's words and expression froze. He restrained his expression, retracted his hand, and put it behind his back. He turned around and continued to walk forward. Xia Lian didn't follow. He said, "San Lang." Hua Cheng's figure stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. However, he didn't turn around. He only responded, "Your Highness." His voice sounded relatively calm. Xia Lian stood behind him and said, "Just now, a lot of things happened. Everyone was a little flustered." Hua Cheng said, Xia Lian continued, "Although we're still very flustered right now, I still want to take this opportunity to ask you a question. I ask that you answer me truthfully and seriously." Hua Cheng said, "Okay." Xia Lian solemnly said, "Who is that noble person of golden branch and jade leaf?" Hua Cheng's finger, which was tied with the red knot, twitched unnoticeably twice. After remaining silent for a while, he slowly said, "Since your Highness already knows, why ask again?" Xia Lian nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't wrongly accuse you. It really is like that." Hua Cheng didn't say a word. After pausing for a moment, Xia Lian said in a flat tone, Don't you want to know what I think about this?" Hua Cheng slightly tilted his head. It seemed like he wanted to turn his head, but it seemed like he still didn't dare to look Xia Lian in the eye. He only revealed the 2 bright red streaks of blood on his face as he said, "Your Highness, can you not tell me?" His voice was hoarse. Xia Lian said, I'm sorry. This matter, if I don't explain it clearly, it won't do. Hua Qing didn't need to breathe, but after hearing this sentence, he still took in a deep breath. Although his face was extremely pale, he still smiled and said in a rather gentlemanly manner, that's right. That's fine too. Like a prisoner on death row waiting to be sentenced, he closed his eyes. Who knew that not long after he closed his eyes, those eyes would suddenly open again. Behind him, a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around him and hugged him tightly. Xia Lian buried his face behind Hua Cheng's back and also didn't say a word. Although he didn't say anything, it was enough. After a long time, Xia Lian felt the person he was hugging turn around. Turning from guest to host, the person tightly hugged him. Chapter 178. At this moment there was another explosion in the depths of the cave behind the two of them. In the distance, a white light cut through the darkness and the screams of silver butterflies could be heard. The two of them looked up, their expressions changing slightly. Xia Lian let go of Hua Cheng's sleeve and said, we'll talk about it later. Thus, the two of them continued forward. However, this time there was an extra action of holding the other's hand tightly. Xia Lian's face was still hot. He forced himself to be calm and said as if nothing had happened. San Lang, how did you find out that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were fakes? How are the real ones now? Hua Cheng's state was similar to his. He said, I left 2 dead spirit butterflies to guard those 2 pieces of trash. How could there be 2 more? Your Highness, don't worry. They're very good. They won't die. Xia Lian said, we have to release Feng Xian and Mu Qing from the cocoons first. Otherwise, if they run into them and can't fight back, it'll be bad. Hua Qing said, this way. Follow me. The Myriad Gods cave was indeed his territory, even if there were 5 or 6 forks at the intersection. Even if there were 5 or 6 paths at one intersection, he could immediately and accurately determine which path to take. In the distance, he heard the two of them criticizing each other again. Why did you let His Highness run? Now, he took him away. If he didn't run, were he going to stay here and wait to be killed? What? You just want him to lure Hua Qing away, right? Xia Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The 2 large white cocoons on the wall were biting and cursing at each other. When they saw him return, they were so shocked that they forgot to spit out the white silk in their mouths. How did you escape? Xia Lian's bamboo hat was still on the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and carried it on his back. The heavy white silk let go of the 2 people and retreated into the darkness. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were beaten black and blue. When they landed, they saw Hua Cheng walk out from the darkness behind Xia Lian. They probably felt that they were going to be beaten again and things were going to be troublesome. Their faces twitched. Feng Xian was about to grab Xia Lian's arm and pull him back when Xia Lian grabbed Hua Qing first. Feng Xian. Your Highness. Hua Cheng was already leading the way. Brother, this way. How could the two of them dare to follow him? Feng Xian asked, Your Highness, why are you still with him? Mu Qing said, I told you he was bewitched and lost his mind, right? Xia Lian didn't clash with them. He just gently but firmly pulled Hua Qing back and said, There's no time to explain. In any case, let's go first. There's an enemy behind us. Hua Cheng's eyes flickered as he was pulled back by him. After a while, he smiled and said, I suggest you guys cut the crap and just follow me. I'm in a good mood, so I won't argue with you for now. Seeing this, the two of them had expressions of disbelief and speechlessness. With their train of thought, they couldn't figure out how Xia Lian could still walk with such a terrifying person who had been spying on him for more than 800 years, and whose mind was filled with unspeakable thoughts all day long. That was simply playing with fire. Mu Qing was dubious. Finally, he chose another important point and asked, You said there's an enemy? The Myriad God Cave was his territory. What enemies could there be? The wound on his face was inflicted by the enemy. There aren't many people in this world who can injure the blood rain Tanhua. Xie Lian said, it's by Wuxiang. Hearing this name, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions changed. Without saying another word, they followed Xie Lian and left. That was because they knew all too well that Xie Lian could use anything as a joke or a scam. Only this person would never do such a thing. He definitely wouldn't make a mistake. Just a moment ago, this group of people had been fighting until their heads were bleeding. Yet now, they were running together. Mu Qing said, what exactly happened? Xie Lian told them about how the man in white had transformed into the two of them. The two of them were extremely shocked. Transformed into our appearance? How is that possible? Xie Lian said, it's absolutely true. Although I was in a hurry and didn't get a good look, at first glance, I knew it was the two of you. Feng Xian was stunned. But why is Bai Wuxiang still in this world? Wasn't he killed by the emperor? Mu Qing said, even if you think about it, this kind of thing is so easy to kill. Perhaps he was killed back then, but when the opportunity arises, he can still rise from the ashes. Xie Lian thought of something and turned to Hua Cheng. San Lang. Previously, not long after we entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain, you suddenly woke up from your slumber and urged us to immediately avoid something. The person you sensed at that time was him, right? Hua Cheng nodded slightly. It was him. Xie Lian muttered, as expected. Later on, he chose the fork in the west. The one who killed thousands of demons and ghosts in the east was also him. He was reborn, but he was still a little weak. He needed to kill the demons and ghosts that entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain as a stepping stone for him to accumulate spiritual energy. Now, he has recovered and is probably even stronger. After all, that was the world's first desperate ghost king. As they spoke, Mu Qing realized something was wrong. Your Highness, do you know where he is taking us? We don't seem to be on the way out. Hua Qing said, of course this isn't the way out, because we can't get out now. Feng Xian was shocked. What? Isn't this cave your territory? Don't tell me you're also lost. Xie Lian said, of course not. Hua Qing said, because Bai Wuxiang is currently blocking the only way out of this cave. If you think you can beat him in your current state, then don't follow me. I definitely won't stop you. Please. After all, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were from Xian Le Kingdom. Just like Xie Lian, they had an indelible shadow over that thing. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they definitely didn't want to go against him. Feng Xian looked up at the top of the cave and said, can we directly punch through the top of the cave? Hua Qing sneered. Above us is a snowy mountain. Do you want another avalanche? Unfortunately, the Earthmaster shovel was left behind for emergencies and they didn't bring it. They also didn't study how to use it. Otherwise, they would be able to silently dig their way out. Feng Xian asked, then why are we randomly walking around? Xie Lian said, as long as we randomly walk around, he will catch up and leave the only way out. At that time, the others will be able to take the opportunity to leave. Mu Qing said sensitively, wait, the others? You mean we should split into two? One will be bait to lure him away, and the other will escape. Xie Lian said, exactly. We must inform the Emperor of Bai Wuxiang's reappearance. After you guys leave, think of a way to bring this news to the heavenly court. Mu Qing interrupted him. Wait a bit. You've already decided who will be bait and who will leave. Xie Lian shook his head and said, it's not my decision. It's Bai Wuxiang's decision. Mu Qing understood and didn't say anything. Choosing who to chase and attack really wasn't up to them to decide. If they had to choose who Bai Wuxiang would be most interested in chasing and attacking, then it would definitely be Xie Lian. Feng Xian said without hesitation, I'll stay behind and help you deal with him. In the past, if anything happened, Mu Qing would definitely be the one Xie Lian sent back to report, while Feng Xian would definitely be the one to stay behind and assist him. Right now, it seemed like this scene was about to reappear. Xiao Lian looked at Hua Cheng and said, "Many thanks. However, there's no need. San Lang will stay behind." Feng Xian blurted out, "How can he stay behind?" "He." Hua Cheng's brows slightly trembled. Xiao Lian said, "He can. I trust him." His tone was gentle, but his attitude was incomparably firm. Feng Xian couldn't help but be startled. He said, "Your Highness." Xiao Lian patted his shoulder and said, "You guys go together. Bronze Cauldron Mountain has already closed its doors. It's hard to say whether or not you can break out. Moreover, aren't you still looking for Lan Yi and her son?" After being reminded, Feng Xian's face turned ashen. A necromancer butterfly flew out from the totem on Hua Cheng's wrist. Hua Cheng said, "Follow it." The two people looked at Hua Cheng, then looked at Xiao Lian. Finally, Mu Qing threw down a sentence, "You guys pay attention." Then he turned around and followed the silver butterfly into another tunnel. A short while later, Feng Xian also followed. The four people split up at this fork. Xiao Lian had just watched their backs disappear when another burst of explosions came from the distance. The remaining two people looked at each other. Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "They're coming." Xiao Lian said, "Take me with you." Sure enough, that white-clothed person was heading straight for Xiao Lian. Along the way, Hua Cheng continuously set up necromancer butterfly formations to form obstacles. He ensured that the white-clothed person would always be a certain distance away from them. At the same time, he monitored the situation on several different paths. Every time he heard the sound of explosions and the shrill cries of the necromancer butterflies, his expression would become a bit more serious. Xiao Lian also felt a slight pain in his heart when he heard it. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a cave. He couldn't help but say, "We actually lost so many silver butterflies." Although those necromancer butterflies didn't have a good reputation outside, in Xiao Lian's eyes, they were just cute and obedient little monsters. To launch such a suicidal attack just to stop the enemy's footsteps for a moment, Xiao Lian couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Hua Cheng sneered. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of rock walls as he said in a low voice, "Don't worry. If he kills one, I'll create 10 more. Like a storm, I'll never stop. Let's see who will be the first to give up." Xiao Lian's heart inexplicably moved as he thought. Not good, not good. Although this expression of Hua Cheng's was inadvertently revealed, Xiao Lian really couldn't handle this kind of ruthless and rebellious self-confidence. After a while, Hua Cheng slowed down his footsteps. As if he had received some sort of signal, he said to Xiao Lian, "I've lured him away. Those two are about to leave." Xiao Lian said, "Excellent. We can slowly think of a way." Hua Cheng said, "MHM. There's no need to rush. We've already thrown him off by quite a distance. Right now, we can first hide here and think of a countermeasure." Who knew, all of a sudden, the atmosphere between the two of them would become a bit awkward. It wasn't the kind of awkwardness that came from losing face. It was just an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment. Originally, the thing behind them was chasing closely, and there was also Feng Xian and Mu Qing present, so this kind of feeling wasn't obvious. Although he had just said, "We'll talk about it later," now that he had caught his breath, it was already later. Thus, he didn't know what to say. Xiao Lian lightly coughed twice and scratched his cheek with a finger. He felt that his posture wasn't quite right. He wanted to speak, but he was worried that it would be inappropriate, too senseless, or too deliberate. Thus, he could only hope that Hua Cheng would speak first. However, Hua Cheng's face was taut, as if he was seriously thinking of a countermeasure. However, it was hard to say if he was really thinking, because the hands behind his back seemed to be trembling slightly. At this time, the two of them passed by a statue of a deity. Most of the deity statues in the Cave of 10,000 Deities were the same size as real people. The craftsmanship of this statue was rather crude, and it had shrunk by half. As Xiao Lian passed by, he casually took off the veil covering its head. His eyes brightened as he said, "San Lang, did you make this too?" Hua Cheng looked at it and fell silent. After a while, he said, "It's a shoddy work from my early years." "Brother, stop looking." This was definitely the truth. This was because this statue of a deity was made to be extremely ugly. Although it could be seen that the sculptor had done his best to restore the perfect image in his heart, the craftsmanship was limited and unsatisfactory. Although it couldn't be said that the nose and eyes were crooked, it could be said that this little statue's head and body were out of place. Even so, the sculptor had meticulously completed all the details. Because of this, Xia Lian could see that this was a statue of the crown prince. Even his pair of red coral pearl earrings were lit. Xia Lian silently covered his mouth and turned his head. In order to appear as natural as possible, he even rubbed his face. Hua Cheng was speechless and once again said, "Your Highness, stop looking." As he spoke, he was about to put the veil back on. Xia Lian hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I really think it's very cute." But thinking about it, wasn't Hua Cheng sculpting him? If he praised this thing as cute, wouldn't that be the same as praising himself as cute? Lying through his teeth, Xia Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Hua Cheng also lowered his head and smiled. Just like that, when both of them laughed, the indescribably awkward atmosphere that made people feel anxious was diluted by a lot. As they continued to walk forward, they passed by another reclining statue. It was lying on a stone bed, but its entire body was covered by a layer of smoke-like white gauze. Xia Lian was extremely curious. Just as he was about to lift the white gauze covering the statue to take a look, Hua Cheng suddenly grabbed his wrist and said, "Your Highness." Ever since they entered the Myriad God's cave, Hua Cheng had been calling him "Your Highness" most of the time. Xia Lian looked at him, and Hua Cheng once again let go of the hand that was tightly grabbing him. He still looked a little uncomfortable. Xia Lian said, "I already know that this is my statue of a deity. Can I still not look at it?" Hua Cheng said, "If older brother wants to see the statue of a deity, I've sculpted the best one that you haven't seen yet. I'll show it to you later. You don't have to look at the ones in this cave." Xia Lian was puzzled. "Why?" "I feel that all the deity statues in the Myriad God's cave are very well sculpted by you, really very well. If I can't see them, I'll feel that it's a pity. Speaking of which, those murals." Unexpectedly, Hua Cheng immediately said, "I'll go destroy them." Seeing that he was actually going to leave, Xia Lian hurriedly pulled him back. Don't. Why do you have to destroy them?" "Just because I've seen them." Fine. I'll tell you the truth. In reality, I've only seen a little bit. It's just the parts about the Upper Yuan sacrifice, the journey to the heavens, and the army camp. I haven't seen a lot of them because Feng Xian and Mu Qing didn't let me see them. That's why I have no idea what you've painted. Don't go and destroy them." Only then did Hua Cheng turn around and ask, "Really?" Xia Lian pulled him back and said with extreme sincerity, "Really? If you don't want me to see them, then I won't." Hua Cheng seemed to faintly breathe a sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, "There's nothing to see. Whatever you want to see, just let me paint it." Chapter 180. His head tilted to the side. He seemed to have lost consciousness. When he saw that it was Lang Ying, Xia Lian subconsciously wanted to save her, but he quickly stopped in his tracks and reacted. Just now, there was clearly only Bai Wuxiang here. How did Lang Ying suddenly appear? Seeing that the originally pure and holy Crown Prince Yushan statue had been tarnished by the pattering of blood, Hua Cheng was clearly very angry. His face was filled with anger. The scimitar misfortune in his hand overflowed with cold air. He said word by word, "Get down here." The tilted head of Lang Ying finally came back. He opened his eyes and slowly pulled himself off the sword. He landed on the ground. Just now, after he shattered the wave of silver butterflies that surrounded him, he took advantage of the flashing silver light. He hid under the white gauze of the statue. He turned into Lang Ying's appearance. Since he could turn into Lang Ying's appearance, then he must have seen Lang Ying somewhere. Xia Lian asked, "Where's the real Lang Ying?" Hua Qing said, "Maybe there's no such thing as the real Lang Ying. If, from the beginning, Lang Ying didn't exist, it was just that Bai Wuxiang hadn't fully recovered. Then things would be easy to explain." However, Xia Lian thought of Miss Littling who had died on Mount Yujun. He would rather this theory not work. He quickly thought of another possibility and slowly said, "Or maybe, he ate Lang Ying." The body of Lang Ying, in front of him, was gradually growing longer and taller. The bandages on his face slowly fell off, revealing the sad and happy face inside. Hearing this, he slightly raised his head and seemed to be smiling. "You guessed right. As expected." After Bai Wuxiang was scattered by Junwu, he left behind a remnant soul to wander the world. It was unknown how long he had drifted, but it was also unknown when he found Lang Ying, who was also a ghost. He must have used some method to bewitch or deceive Lang Ying, making her agree to let him live in her body. Otherwise, with his remnant weak soul, he might not have been able to swallow Lang Ying. And after he stuck to Lang Ying's body, he slowly recovered. The final result was what Xia Lian and Hua Qing saw. Ghost ate ghost, and Bai Wuxiang instead ate Lang Ying, his host. Just like He Xian ate the true immortal, Lang Ying became his vassal. Before long, Lang Ying had completely transformed into Bai Wuxiang's appearance. Hua Qing stared at him and asked, "Why did Lang Ying agree to let you borrow his spiritual body?" It should be noted that this kind of thing was similar to a stranger asking to open your door and let me in to eat and sleep with you. In any case, Lang Ying was a ghost that had lived for hundreds of years. Although she was timid, she was not stupid to this extent. Bai Wuxiang said gently, "Of course I can answer you. However, are you sure that the person beside you wants me to say it here?" Hua Qing looked to the side. Xia Lian's expression was slightly strange. He actually didn't notice his gaze at all. Bai Wuxiang continued, "Surnamed Lang, Yong and human face plague. Why did you agree to let me eat him? Don't tell me you still don't understand why." In a split second, Xia Lian's face paled. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he slashed out with his sword, shouting, "Shut up." Bai Wuxiang dodged to the side. Dang! That sword actually broke the long sword held in the hand of his own idol. Now, the Crown Prince's idol, the Crown Prince's sword became a broken sword, and the idol also became a damaged artifact. Xia Lian immediately came back to his senses. It was as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. The dead spirit butterflies seemed to be infuriated and swarmed over. Bai Wuxiang let out a string of lukewarm laughter and calmly covered his face with his sleeves. He no longer bothered them and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Xia Lian looked at the broken stone sword on the ground and subconsciously said to Hua Qing, "I'm sorry." Hua Qing interrupted him, "Isn't it funny that His Highness is apologizing to me? So what if he leaves?" Xia Lian calmed down a bit and said, "Did he escape? We can't let him enter the copper furnace." The two chased out of Wanshan Cave and climbed up the snowy mountain again. Just as they poked their heads out, they felt the earth shake. Looking up, they saw an avalanche that was even worse than before. It was as if something buried under the snow had awakened and was roaring in anger, wanting to shake off the 1,000 years of snow on its body. Xia Lian said, "Can we still go up?" Hua Qing tightly grabbed Xia Lian's hand and said, "Just follow me." The two of them went against the avalanche of ice and snow. Although it was extremely difficult and dangerous, they had to take 3 steps back for every step they took. However, they still managed to avoid the most violent avalanche and the countless pits in the ground. Finally, they climbed to the highest point. Xia Lian didn't know how many layers of ice there were at the top of the mountain. Xia Lian felt that if he walked a bit faster, he would slip. However, Hua Qing held his hand and steadily walked, completely fearless. The two of them arrived at the mouth of the volcano. The mouth of the mountain was like a giant mouth that roared towards the sky. It was very spectacular. Looking down, it was pitch black. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the deepest part of the mountain emitted a frightening red light. Xia Lian inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. He pressed down on the bamboo hat on his head to prevent it from being blown away by the wind and snow. He said, "Has he already gone in?" Hua Qing only took a glance before his expression froze. He said, "He's already gone in." "Why do you say so?" "The copper furnace is currently closing." Xia Lian was shocked and caught unprepared. "What's going on? It's closing so quickly. Aren't there supposed to be a few ghosts inside to start killing each other?" Hua Qing said, "That's under normal circumstances. However, if the copper furnace believes that the person who enters has great potential to break through, and that ghost asks it to seal the mountain, then it will also seal the mountain." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "That's what I did back then." Xia Lian said, "Is he really dead or not? If a ghost king that has already died, what will happen if he enters the copper furnace again?" Hua Qing said, "It's the same as a heavenly priest who has already ascended and wants to experience the heavenly tribulation again. In other words, the strong will become even stronger. If Bai Wuxiang was allowed to break through this barrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. And once he broke through the copper furnace and left the mountain, the first person he would look for would definitely be Xia Lian." Xia Lian stared at the bottomless abyss for a long time before he slowly said, "San Lang, I might have to go down and settle things." Hua Qing calmly said, "Go down. I'll accompany you." Xia Lian raised his head to look at him. Hua Qing also raised his head and met his gaze. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and said, "It's nothing more than going down to kill someone who's in the way and breaking through the copper furnace again. It doesn't seem to be anything difficult." Seeing him so relaxed, Xia Lian's originally tense mood couldn't help but relax a little. He smiled slightly. Then, Hua Qing said, "However, there's one thing." "Xia Lian, question mark." He slightly tilted his head, and Hua Qing suddenly wrapped one hand around his waist and pulled him into his embrace. His other hand gently lifted his chin and kissed his lips. In the wind and snow, they kissed for a long time before their lips slowly separated. Xia Lian was stunned for a long time. Finally, he quivered and woke up. His face flushed red, he opened his eyes and said, Why so sudden?" Although it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing, they had previously used such high-sounding excuses as borrowing mana, transferring chi, being careless, and so on. But now that some things had been brought up, these excuses had been exposed for their hypocrisy. The significance of this matter was no small matter. He simply didn't know where to put his hand. Should he grab Hua Cheng's arm, or push Hua Cheng's chest, or cover Hua Cheng's face? Hua Cheng seemed to be slightly panting beside his ear. He said in a low voice, "I will first lend some mana to your highness in case you need it. Will you accept it?" Xia Lian unconsciously gulped and stammered, This is just a little, it seems too much." "I haven't paid back the previous debt," Hua Qing said, "not much. Don't worry. You can slowly pay it back when you have time. It will be paid back eventually." Xia Lian randomly grunted a few times. Just as he was about to flee, Hua Qing pulled him back again and reminded him, "Your Highness. Where are you running to? The direction is wrong." Only then did Xia Lian realize that he was actually running back. He immediately walked back, but his feet slipped on the ice. He hurriedly pressed down on the bamboo hat and said, No. I'm just a little cold. I want to turn a few rounds to warm up." He put on the bamboo hat again and again. Finally, he grabbed Hua Cheng's hand and held it tightly. The two of them stood side by side and looked down at the huge abyss below. Hua Cheng said in a casual tone, "After we're done, I'll show my brother the statue of God that I'm most satisfied with." Xia Lian said, "Okay." After he finished speaking, the two of them jumped down together. The howling wind blew past their ears and the powerful impact was like a huge wave hitting their faces. However, the two of them didn't let go of each other's hands. Instead, they held each other even tighter. Who knew that in midair, Xia Lian's hand would suddenly grab empty air? It wasn't that his hand slipped or that Hua Cheng shook it off. Instead, the hand that was holding his palm suddenly disappeared. It didn't have a physical body. Xia Lian's heart tightened and he shouted, "San Lang." He was currently falling at high speed. He had just shouted a moment ago, but in the next moment, that voice was over a dozen feet above his head. It sounded unreal. After an unknown amount of time, Xia Lian finally landed steadily. He immediately stood up and said, "San Lang." No one answered. Only the echoes of emptiness told him that at this moment, he was in a vast and spacious space. All around him was pitch-black darkness. Only above him could be seen. Xia Lian looked up. Above him, there was a snow-white curtain of the sky that was gradually shrinking. That was the mouth of the volcano of the copper furnace. It was slowly closing up. However, where did Hua Cheng go? With a boom, Xia Lian held up a flame in his palm. He wanted to see what the situation below was like. However, the darkness was unfathomable. This flame couldn't illuminate anything at all. It was as if the flame was indifferently absorbed by the darkness. Furthermore, he wasn't careful and didn't control his mana well. The flame was too strong, almost burning his hair. He hurriedly threw the flame to one side. Coincidentally, the flame just happened to reflect a faint white silhouette not too far away. Xia Lian immediately became extremely vigilant and said, "Who is it?" That white silhouette turned around and answered in a calm voice, "You know who I am." Although he answered, the muscles on that person's face didn't move in the slightest. That was because that wasn't a human face at all. Rather, it was a half-crying, half-smiling mask. Xia Lian blurted out, "San Lang." As soon as he saw that face, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. However, he wasn't shouting because he was scared, but because he was worried. Naturally, there was still no response. That sad and happy face moved closer to him and said, "There's no need to shout. The copper furnace has already been sealed. There's only you and me here. There's no third person." Xia Lian subconsciously looked up at the sky again. Before, there was still a small piece of the snow-white curtain of the sky. But now, that small piece of light had been completely swallowed by the surrounding darkness. This also meant that the copper furnace had truly been sealed off. Xia Lian never expected that the current situation would turn out like this. He and Bai Wuxiang, the two of them, were locked inside the copper furnace. The two of them? Why was it the two of them? Xia Lian gripped Maiden Heart in his hand and pointed his sword at that white silhouette. He said, "What the hell is going on? Is this your doing again? Where is he? Where is he now?" Bai Wuxiang used one hand to clamp the blade of Maiden Heart's sword with 2 fingers. His other hand flicked the edge of the sword. With a crisp "dang," he said, "Gone." Xia Lian saw this action and his gaze turned slightly cold. His joints crackled as he said, "Speak clearly. What do you mean by gone?" Bai Wuxiang unhurriedly said, "I don't want to follow you anymore." "Gone. Dead. Choose one." Xia Lian's heart went cold at first. Then, a wave of rage surged up and he slashed out with his sword. "Don't talk nonsense." Bai Wuxiang once again easily caught the blade. He said, "Fine, fine. I was indeed talking nonsense. Don't worry, he's already been sent outside the copper furnace. Even if he rushed over now, he wouldn't make it in time." Xia Lian wasn't afraid of not being able to make it in time. As long as Hua Cheng was fine, everything was fine. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxiang continued, "However, it's better if he doesn't come in. Otherwise, even if he doesn't have that idea now, once he sees you later, it's hard to say if he'll still want to follow you." Xia Lian couldn't bear it any longer. He slashed out again and shouted, "Shut up!" Bai Wuxiang calmly dodged every one of his attacks. Xie Lian angrily said, "I've had enough of you. What do you want? What do you want? How long do you want to pester me? Why haven't you died yet? Why did you come to the copper furnace?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Because of you." Xie Lian's movements paused for a moment. He gasped for breath and said, "What do you mean?" Bai Wuxiang calmly replied, "Because you came, so I also came." Hearing this answer, Xie Lian's face somewhat distorted. However, no matter how angry he was, no matter how heavy his killing intent was, Bai Wuxiang always seemed to be able to predict what his next attack would be, dodging it by a hair's breadth. The more Xie Lian used his sword, the more he understood a cruel fact. He couldn't win. Yes. As if he could see through his heart, Bai Wuxiang said, "You can't win." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand chopped down on Xie Lian's wrist. A wave of pain spread through his entire body. Xie Lian couldn't help but let go of his sword. Then, Bai Wuxiang grabbed his hair and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground. His ears buzzed, his nose and mouth reeked of blood, and his brain shook without end. After a while, Xie Lian felt a hand lift his head from the broken ground. A voice said from above, "Pitiful, pitiful." Xie Lian choked out a mouthful of blood. His vision was blurred by the blood and darkness. Bai Wuxiang said, "Every time I see your highness, Crown Prince, you're always like this. It makes my heart ache, but it also makes me happy." Xie Lian bit down on the blood in his mouth, not letting it come out. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Don't be too pleased with yourself. Right now, I can't win against you, but there's someone who can. Even if you can leave the copper furnace, it's not necessarily impossible for Junwu to kill you again." Moreover, there was still Flower City. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxiang said, "Who said the one who came out of the copper furnace would be me?" Hearing this, Xie Lian froze. It wasn't him. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Bai Wuxiang lifted his face and looked him in the eye. In a warm voice, he said, "Your Highness, I think, you might have misunderstood. In this copper furnace, there will indeed be someone who will leave. However, it won't be me. It will be you." Xie Lian was extremely shocked. "What did you say?" "I'm not." Before he could finish speaking, he came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Wuxiang said, "Precisely so. Congratulations, you've finally understood my true goal. Isn't this the third option that you like the most?" Right now, inside the copper furnace, there was only a ghost and a heavenly official. From the looks of it, there were only two options. Either Bai Wuxiang killed him and then broke out of the copper furnace, or the two of them couldn't even think about leaving and would be locked inside the copper furnace forever. However, in reality, there was still a third option. As long as Xie Lian immediately committed suicide here, transforming into a ghost and killing Bai Wuxiang, he could immediately become a Jew and break out of the copper furnace. With great difficulty, Xie Lian recovered from his shock and said, "In the end, what do you want to do? You don't need to think about it. Why do you want to do this? Just to make me become a Jew? I'm not as crazy as you. Even if you want me to kill you, I can't win against you. If you deliberately lose to me, the copper furnace may not admit it." Bai Wuxiang said, "Is that so? You can't win against me?" "That's not necessarily true." As he said this, he stretched out his other hand. With the light of the fire not far away, Xie Lian could clearly see that a mask had appeared in that hand. It was exactly the same as the one on Bai Wuxiang's face. Bai Wuxiang said, "Remember this joy and sorrow mask? It suits you very well." Xie Lian's eyes widened. Like a tide of insects, fear crawled up his heart. He forced himself to say, "Take it away, take it away. Take it away." Bai Wuxiang laughed and said, "It seems that your highness' memory isn't too good. Since that's the case, let me help you think, okay?" Chapter 182. Before the city was under martial law, Xie Lian and the others traveled through the night. They arrived at another city. He still placed the king and queen in a hidden place while he and Feng Xian went out to earn money. However, they, who could not earn much money in the previous city, would not suddenly be lucky in another city. The two of them were still busy for a whole day and could only get a meager salary. Moreover, because one of the three people who used to be inseparable was suddenly missing, the other two people were extremely unaccustomed to it. For example, previously, it was Mu Qing who was in charge of keeping the money bag and counting the number at any time. Now that Mu Qing had left, Feng Xian bluntly said that he might lose the money. Xie Lian had no choice but to keep the money bag on himself. Every time he counted the pitifully small amount, he could not believe it. This was his reward for a day's labor. In the past, even if he rewarded a beggar, it would be more than this amount. Without Mu Qing, there was no one to deliver food to the king and queen. Xie Lian could only bring Feng Xian every day and personally deliver all kinds of needed items to the hiding place of the king and queen. He could see his son often. This made the queen very happy. When she was happy, she went to the kitchen. On this day, she let Xie Lian and Feng Xian taste the soup she cooked. She pulled them to the table and said, "You two have to take good care of yourselves. You've all lost weight." Feng Xian broke out in cold sweat and bounced up as soon as his butt touched the stool. He waved his hand and said, "No, no, no, Your Majesty, Feng Xian does not dare, I absolutely do not dare." The queen said amiably, "Child, what is there to be afraid of? Come, sit down." How could Feng Xian dare to say it? He really did not dare. After bracing himself and sitting down, the queen presented the results of her labor. Feng Xian took a deep breath and suddenly opened the lid of the pot. Xie Lian sat at the top. When the two of them saw the contents of the pot, their faces were tragic. Xie Lian said in a low voice, "This chicken died so miserably." Feng Xian's lips moved slightly and he said, "Your Highness, you saw wrong. There is no chicken inside." Xie Lian, "Then what is this dead chicken-like thing floating inside?" Feng Xian, "I guess it's soup paste. The shape is a little wrong." The two of them studied it for a long time but still couldn't figure out what was in the pot. The Empress scooped a bowl for Xie Lian and Feng Xian himself. Once the Empress entered the room and went to find the king, they immediately poured away the soup in their bowls. Then, they pretended to drink the soup in one gulp and wiped their mouths, saying, "I'm full, I'm full." Seeing this, the queen was quite happy and said, "Is it delicious?" Xie Lian insincerely said, "Delicious, delicious." The queen said happily, "If it's good, then drink more." Xie Lian almost spat out the non-existent soup. He raised his handkerchief and pretended to wipe the corner of his mouth. At this time, the queen seemed to hesitate for a moment and said, "My son, let me ask you a question. Don't blame me for asking too much." Xie Lian's heart tightened. Putting down the handkerchief, he asked, "What is it?" "Please ask away." The queen sat down beside him and said, "Where is that child Mu Qing? Why haven't you come these past few days?" True enough. Hearing her mention Mu Qing, Xie Lian's heart tightened even more. He said, I gave him some tasks, so he went somewhere else first." The queen seemed to let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Immediately after, she asked, "Then when will he come back?" Xie Lian said, "It's possible that he'll be outside for a long time, and won't be able to come back." Hearing this, the queen looked a bit awkward. Xie Lian sensed it and asked, "What's wrong?" The queen immediately said, "Nothing." Feng Xian's eyes were sharp. He suddenly said, "Your Majesty the Queen, what happened to your hand?" "Hand?" Xie Lian lowered his head to look and was immediately shocked. His mother's hands, which used to be well-maintained and elegant, now looked a little frightening. The skin around her knuckles were broken and there were even some faint traces of blood. Xie Lian suddenly stood up and pulled her hand. "What's going on?" The queen hurriedly said, "Nothing happened. I just washed some clothes and quilts, But I don't really know how to wash them. Xiao Lian blurted out, why did you want to wash them yourself? You can. Before he could finish speaking, he was stuck. Can what? Can let the palace maids help wash them? Can let Mu Qing help wash them? That was impossible. During their escape, Mu Qing had always been the personal attendant of Xiao Lian, the king, and the queen. He had taken care of all kinds of daily personal matters. The moment he left, there was suddenly no one to do all the trivial chores. There was no one to cook, no one to wash, and no one to fold the quilts. The originally incomparably simple days had suddenly become inconvenient. Xiao Lian could still bear it with some difficulty because he had too many things to worry about. However, how could his mother, who was used to living a life of leisure, do such rough work? And if the queen didn't do it herself, who could do it in her place? After being silent for a long time, Xiao Lian said, you can leave it. I'll wash it. The queen smiled and said, no need. You should properly do your own things. I've never washed or cooked before. In any case, I have nothing to do every day, so I'll do it myself. It's quite interesting, especially when I see you guys eat happily. That pot of soup was made by his mother with such a pair of hands. However, they didn't even drink a sip before secretly pouring the soup away. Xiao Lian and Feng Xian looked at each other, both feeling uncomfortable. At this time, the queen spoke again, oh right, there's one more thing. That is, can you bring some medicine back tomorrow? Xiao Lian slightly opened his eyes and said, medicine? What medicine? The queen's face was full of worry as she said, I don't know either. How about you go to the medicine shop and ask what kind of medicine to use for coughing up blood? Coughing up blood? Xiao Lian was stunned. Who's coughing up blood? You? Imperial father? Why didn't you say so earlier? His voice was a bit louder, so the queen immediately said, lower your voice. However, it was already too late. An angry voice came from the back of the house, saying, I told you not to talk too much. It was the king. Seeing that he had already heard it, the queen didn't hide it anymore and rushed into the house, saying, but, you can't go on like this. Xiao Lian walked into the house and saw the king nestled in a tattered quilt. These past few days, he hadn't looked at him carefully. Now that he looked, the king's face was sickly. His cheeks were almost sunken in, making his complexion look even worse in the gloomy house. Where was the halo of the king of a country? He was simply an old man with an ashen face. Xiao Lian didn't need to take his pulse to know that the king had definitely been sick for a long time. Moreover, it wasn't a light illness. Even the entire house was filled with a haze of sickness, making it hard for people to breathe. Remembering that the queen had said, coughing up blood, he became anxious and immediately raised his voice, what's going on here? The king's face was ashen as he said, what kind of tone is that? The queen and Feng Xian both came in. Xiao Lian said, don't worry about my tone. Why didn't you say you were sick earlier? The king angrily said, are you teaching this king a lesson? At any time, this king doesn't need you to teach me what I should say or what I shouldn't say. Seeing that the king was actually still being stubborn, Xiao Lian said in disbelief, you're simply unreasonable. Even at this time, you still want to emphasize your status and authority? The king angrily said, get out. Quickly get out. The queen and Feng Xian hurriedly pulled Xiao Lian out and said, my son. Don't be like this. He's your imperial father, and he's sick. You should give in a bit. Escaping with an illness was worse than adding hail to snow. Xiao Lian buried his face in his hands and said, Mother Empress. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had said so earlier, perhaps it wouldn't have dragged on to this coughing up blood disease. Do you know how difficult it is to treat this illness? It should be said that with their current conditions, it was impossible to cure it. The queen was a little frightened and also a little sad as she said, We also didn't know it would be so serious. Feng Xian also said, that's right. Moreover, they had been escaping from Yong'an's pursuers the entire way, how could they stop? Xia Lian took his face out of his hands and said, I'll take him to the city to find a doctor now. However, the king said from inside the house, no need. Xia Lian turned around and was about to say that he had the final say when he heard Feng Xian say, Your Highness, if you take the king to the medical center in the city, we will definitely be noticed. Hearing this, Xia Lian's movements suddenly froze. The queen said, We were afraid of this, that's why we didn't say anything these past few days. Imperial son, you should first think of a way to get some medicine back. Behind the house, the king violently coughed again. The queen went in to take care of him. Xia Lian was stunned for a while before he turned around and went out. Feng Xian said, Your Highness. What do you plan to do? Xia Lian didn't answer and began to rummage through the house. Feng Xian asked, What are you looking for? He didn't answer. In a flash, he took out something from the bottom of the chest. It was a treasured sword overflowing with an ancient aura. Feng Xian looked at it and said, Why did you take out the red mirror? After a moment of silence, Xia Lian said, I want to pawn it. Feng Xian was shocked and immediately said, You can't. Xia Lian heavily closed the chest and said, I've pawned so many swords, this one won't make a difference. Along the way, in order to gather enough money for their carriage and the necessary fees for passing through dangerous checkpoints, Xia Lian had already pawned more than half of the treasured swords he originally loved. Moreover, because they couldn't go to large pawn shops with many people, sometimes they would be threatened by black-hearted merchants who discovered their whereabouts. Thus, they had to reluctantly sell them at a reduced price. Feng Xian said, It's not the same. Don't you like this sword a lot? Otherwise, why didn't you pawn it before and instead hid it at the bottom of the chest? Moreover, this is a sword gifted to you by the emperor. Wouldn't it be bad if you pawned it and told others? Xia Lian tiredly said, No matter how much I like it, it's not as important as my life. Let's go, let's go. The two of them took the swords and walked all the way to the city. Both of them had dejected expressions. When they arrived in front of the pawn shop, Xia Lian stopped and looked at the red mirror in his hands. Feng Xian looked at him and said, How about we don't pawn it? Let's try, think of another way. Xia Lian shook his head and said, It's too late. Moreover, I don't know any other way to definitely gather enough money. If they went to steal, rob, or swindle, no mortals could stop them. Moreover, the money would come much faster. However, it was because they had to abide by the rules of mortals and the principles of good and evil that they had to honestly think of ways to earn money that they were in such a difficult situation. After making up his mind, Xia Lian said, We have to pawn it. Once we pawn it, we'll go buy medicine. Although he said this, his feet still didn't move. Feng Xian knew that he couldn't bear to part with this sword. This was the last treasured sword in his hands, so he said, Then let's wait and see. Right at this moment, a clamor came from the other side of the street. Someone shouted, Who's causing trouble? You've got guts. Arrest them. Arrest them. Both of them were startled. Xia Lian vigilantly dodged to the side and said, Who? Feng Xian was also very vigilant. He went to investigate and felt relieved. Returning, he said, It's nothing. Don't worry. It's not related to us. They're not looking for us, nor are they Yong and Bing. Only then did Xia Lian's tense heart relax a little. He said, Then what's going on? Feng Xian said, I'm not sure. It seems like a few evil servants are fighting. Let's go take a look. Xia Lian said, Let's go take a look. Hopefully it's not some evil tyrant. The two of them moved forward together. They saw a few people wrestling in the middle while the onlookers cheered. Feng Xian patted a passerby who was watching excitedly and asked, Brother, what's going on? That passerby chuckled and said, Don't you know? It's too exciting. The servant is hitting the master. Xia Lian was speechless for a moment. He asked, Why is this happening? And why are they cheering? That passerby said, Of course they're cheering. This master, he's really not a good person. This servant has been with him since he was a child and is loyal and devoted. As for him, he only knows how to exploit others. He doesn't pay them much, yet he still orders them to work like cattle and horses for him. This servant really can't stand it anymore. Look, look! They're still fighting. Sure enough, the one who was beating the servant cursed as he fought. He said things like, "I've tolerated you for a long time, why don't you calculate what you've given me? Our family is so poor we can't even feed ourselves, yet you still ride on my head and act like a tyrant. From today onwards, I'm no longer your family's dog." So on and so forth. The master who was being beaten hugged his head and howled. Everyone applauded and cheered. Xia Lian's heart tightened as he listened. He didn't know why, but his hair stood on end. He couldn't help but slap Feng Xian's face. Feng Xian, on the other hand, didn't notice his strange behavior at all. He listened to the people talking about the master's various misdeeds and casually said, "So that's how it is. Then this master is really outrageous. No wonder this servant wants to rebel." He said it unintentionally, but Xia Lian's heart skipped a beat. He tightened his grip on the red mirror in his hand. After a headache, they pawned the red mirror. The two finally had money and immediately went to the medical center to consult a doctor. They bought dozens of medicinal ingredients to bring back. The medicinal ingredients to treat hemoptysis were expensive and needed in large quantities. It wasn't something that could be obtained in 1 or 2 days. Thus, they still had to pay attention to what would happen next. That night, Feng Xian first opened a few packets of medicinal ingredients and brewed them outside the house. He fanned himself with a broken palm leaf fan while Xia Lian rummaged through the house. After rummaging for a long time, he finally found a shiny golden belt from the bottom of the chest. Originally, Xia Lian had many golden belts, but like the treasured swords, they were all pawned. Only this last one was left. He originally wanted to keep it as a souvenir, but now, he decided to use it to do something. Coincidentally, Feng Xian looked up at him and said, "Your Highness, why are you holding that belt? It can't be that you also want to pawn it, right?" Xia Lian walked over and handed the golden belt to him. Seeing this, Feng Xian's eyes immediately widened. Baffled, he said, "Why are you giving this to me? Your Highness, when you closed the chest just now, you didn't close your brain along with it, right?" Only now did Xia Lian remember that in the heavenly court, gifting a golden belt had a special meaning. His face immediately darkened as he said, "You're thinking too much. I didn't mean it that way at all. Just treat it as ordinary gold and accept it." As he said this, he stuffed it over. Feng Xian had that shiny golden belt hanging from his neck. Glaring at him, he said, "No. You have to tell me, why did you suddenly give me a gold belt?" Xia Lian said, "Just treat it as making up for the salary I owe you for so long." Chapter 184. He warned Feng Xian repeatedly to let Feng Xian stay here and guard the king and queen. He left the small shabby house. As he walked, he looked back, his heart beating extremely fast. After walking for a long distance and confirming that Feng Xian really didn't follow him, he was relieved. He composed himself and walked and stopped for more than 10 miles. Xia Lian finally picked a place that he felt was suitable, a mountain road in the middle of nowhere. He looked around and saw that there was no one. Xia Lian covered his face with white silk, wrapped his face tightly and jumped up the tree, hiding his figure, holding his breath and concentrating. Next, he waited for the passerby to pass. Not bad. His method was the so-called robbing the rich to help the poor. In the past, Xia Lian had only heard of this kind of story of Jianghu heroes robbing the rich to help the poor in stories and stories. He had never done it, and he had never thought of doing it. Because originally, he thought that no matter how it was beautified, no matter how justified the purpose, robbing was robbing, stealing was stealing. Otherwise, with Xia Lian's skills, not to mention jumping onto roofs and running over walls to steal something, killing all the guards and emptying a silver vault wouldn't be a problem. But at this point, there was really no other way. If he had to say, robbing was slightly better than stealing, probably because the former was considered fair and aboveboard. After struggling for a long time, Xia Lian still slapped his original self in the face. He planned to rob other people's wealth and help his own poverty. This was the fastest way. Xia Lian squatted on a tree. The moon was dark and the wind was high. The surroundings were silent and empty, but his heart was beating wildly. Even when he was hunting the most ferocious demon beasts, he had never been this nervous. He took out a cold and hard steamed bun from his sleeve, his hands trembling slightly. If you could still be picky about what you ate, it could only mean that you weren't really hungry. After Xia Lian understood this matter, he suddenly got used to the taste of steamed buns. Winter was approaching, and the night was extremely cold. Xia Lian chewed on the cold steamed bun while exhaling white air. Because he didn't want to be seen, Xia Lian didn't consider crowded places. He specifically chose a remote place and waited for a full 4 hours before a pedestrian slowly walked over from the end of the mountain road. Xia Lian's spirit was roused. He stuffed the steamed bun in 2 or 3 mouthfuls and stared at the slowly approaching pedestrian. He discovered that it was an old man. Such an old man, although his clothes could be considered luxurious, he should be very rich. But of course, he was not in Xia Lian's consideration. It was unknown whether he was disappointed or relieved. In any case, he decisively ignored him and let him pass. He continued to wait for the next person. 2 hours later, Xia Lian squatted until his feet were numb and his lower body was almost stiff. Only then did the second person arrive. Seeing that the man was also walking very slowly, he thought, could it be another old man? When that person slowly came closer, he realized that it was not an old man, but a young man. The young man looked simple and honest, with a face full of smiles. The reason why he walked very slowly was because he was carrying a heavy sack of rice. Xia Lian's palms were sweaty. In his heart, he said to himself, "Should I do it?" After hesitating for a moment, he gave up. The reason he gave up was that the young man's clothes were ragged. The straw sandals on his feet were worn out, revealing his toes. It was obvious that his family was poor. The reason he was so happy must be because he finally had a sack of rice to eat. Maybe his family had been starving for many days. Maybe this sack of rice was exchanged by selling his family's only cow. If it was robbed, wouldn't it be hopeless? Xia Lian let his imagination run wild. Later on, he thought that maybe he could only ask for half of the rice. But by this time, the young man had already walked far away. Therefore, Xia Lian decisively stopped thinking and continued to wait for the next person. Just like that, he squatted on this tree and waited for several hours. He squatted from night to dawn. During this period, about a dozen pedestrians passed by on this mountain road. Every time Xia Lian wanted to make a move, he would let them off for various reasons. There were several times when he thought, forget it. Let's go back. There was simply no robber who robbed like him. It would be strange if there was any harvest. However, when he thought that when he went back, he would have no medicine and no food. He had no choice but to continue to wait. After more than half a day, finally, on the mountain road, the last passerby came from afar. It was a middle-aged man, dressed luxuriously. He was either rich or noble. His appearance was ferocious and oily, making people feel disgusted. He didn't look like a good person. However, as the saying goes, you can't judge a book by its cover. Xia Lian couldn't help but think, what if this person only looks ferocious, but is actually a good person? Even if he has money, does he deserve to be robbed? Just as he was struggling to overcome the barrier in his heart, a sudden rumbling sound in his stomach woke him up. Xia Lian sighed in his heart and said, "Forget it, I can't care so much. It's you." After making up his mind, he jumped down from the tree and said, "Stop." Halfway through, a masked man appeared. The man was startled and vigilantly said, "Who are you? What are you trying to do by hiding here with your face covered?" The man opened his mouth wide and jumped 3 feet high, saying, "Someone come." Save me! Robber! After shouting, he broke into a run. Compared to letting him escape, Xie Lian was actually more worried that his shouting would attract other people. Although this was actually a desolate mountain, it was unlikely to attract people. Even if he did attract people, he could escape immediately. However, he still had a guilty conscience and immediately said, "Stop! Stop shouting!" How could the man listen? He fled into the forest and let out a blood-curdling scream. Xie Lian was worried that ferocious beasts would appear in the forest and attack the man, so he hurriedly said, "Wait. Be careful." Unexpectedly, when he chased after the man, he was immediately stunned, and his face turned deathly pale. There were actually a few people standing in the forest, and they were all looking in his direction. Xie Lian took a closer look and discovered that something was wrong. These people weren't people at all. This was because the middle-aged man didn't seem to see them at all. He was still panicking. Moreover, Xie Lian was very familiar with quite a few of them. Of course they were familiar. He had seen quite a few of them in the immortal capital before. Some were from the celestial heavens, and some were from the celestial heavens. They were all heavenly officials. The man screamed just now because he had fallen. He was holding a large string of protective talismans in his hand, and he muttered, "Great immortals, great immortals. Quickly come and save me. Quickly save me." And the great immortals he was shouting for had really come as he wished. At this moment, several pairs of heavenly officials were staring at Xie Lian, staring so hard that he couldn't move. Seeing that the strange masked man who robbed him was frozen on the spot, the man hurriedly crawled up and ran away like a wisp of smoke. Xie Lian couldn't even take a step to chase after him. His whole body was already stiff, and he was covered in cold sweat. His heart was filled with fear. Yes, fear. He only hoped that the white silk would wrap his face tightly enough so that these little heavenly officials he had interacted with in the past wouldn't be able to recognize him. However, things didn't go as he wished. One of the heavenly officials sized him up and said in amazement, "Isn't this His Highness the Crown Prince?" Another heavenly official was even more shocked. "Ah, it really is him. Why is His Highness the Crown Prince here? Why is he dressed like this?" Xie Lian's heart sank lower and lower, almost sinking into the earth's core. Just now that person shouted, "Help, robbery, robber." Is there a robber chasing him? The robber is His Highness the Crown Prince? Heavens! His Highness the Crown Prince would actually do this kind of thing? Hearing these words, Xie Lian almost fainted on the spot. He didn't know how much time had passed before he said in a hoarse voice. He wanted to say something, but it was hard to say, and it got stuck in his throat. And those heavenly officials' complexions were also very subtle. After a long time, a heavenly official patted his shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's okay. His Highness the Crown Prince, we understand." Xie Lian was patted a few times. It wasn't hard at all, but he almost couldn't stand still. He said again, that heavenly official laughed a few times and said, "It's not easy for you to be like this. I understand. Don't worry, we won't tell anyone else." Xie Lian found it hard to say this. After the other party had said it first, he completely didn't know what to say. After a long time, he finally murmured, "Okay, thank you. Then, I'll go back. I'll go back." He also didn't know how he left. In short, when he woke up, he was already standing on an empty mountain road. He had been woken up by the cold winter night wind. At this moment, Xie Lian finally reacted. What a frightening thing had just happened. He, Xie Lian, the Crown Prince of Xianlu, a robber. How did things turn out like this? At this moment, Xie Lian was incomparably regretful. Before, he must have been crazy to think of blocking the road and robbing others. Now, things had gotten out of hand. Why was it so unfortunate that he hadn't accomplished anything, yet he just happened to be caught red-handed? In his past life, Xie Lian had never encountered this kind of thing. he simply didn't know what to do. His entire body was burning from head to toe, and his mind was in chaos. He buried his face in his hands. If he could turn back time, he would even be willing to use several years of his lifespan and cultivation in exchange. Just as he was endlessly annoyed, the corner of his eyes suddenly swept over a blurry white silhouette in front of him. Immediately startled, he fiercely raised his head and said, "Who?" When he raised his head, that silhouette instantly disappeared. Xie Lian's whole body was covered in a cold sweat. Although he didn't see that person's face, he still felt that person's face was like wearing a mask. However, after sweeping his eyes around, he didn't see any traces of anyone. Xie Lian couldn't help but suspect that the silhouette he saw just now was just an illusion created by his panicked state. Regardless of whether it was or not, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. He hurriedly descended the mountain. After returning, Feng Xian had already been waiting for him for a long time. The moment he saw him, he asked, "Your Highness, where did you go? In the end, what method did you think of?" How could Xie Lian dare to tell him? He couldn't tell anyone else, and it was even more impossible to tell Feng Xian. Xie Lian simply couldn't imagine what Feng Xian, who had always believed in his unparalleled virtue, would think if he found out that his method was actually to run off to rob others. This matter, he could only hope that he could forever bury it in his heart and let it rot in his stomach. Thus, Xie Lian vaguely said, "I didn't." Feng Xian was stunned and said, "Ah? Then what were you doing out for so long?" Xie Lian's mind was somewhat absent-minded as he said, "Don't ask. I didn't do anything." Feng Xian was extremely puzzled, but no matter how he asked, Xie Lian wouldn't say anything. As an attendant, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask too much. He could only say in a low voice, "Then should we go out to perform again tomorrow?" Xie Lian, however, said, "I'm not going out." Right now, he was already in a complete mess. His mind was filled with inconceivable worries. What if he coincidentally met that middle-aged man? What if he was already wanted by the entire city? What would he do? Feng Xian also felt that his expression wasn't right. He said, "You're tired, right? How about this, Your Highness, don't go out. I'll go out alone. Just focus on your cultivation." However, he didn't know that Xie Lian didn't even have the heart to cultivate anymore. Originally, Xie Lian wholeheartedly cultivated because this was the only way he would have a chance to return to the heavenly court. But now, he also felt fear towards returning to the heavenly court. Although those few minor heavenly officials said that they wouldn't say anything, but would they really not say anything? Would today's matter have already spread throughout the heavenly court by now? Once he thought of this possibility, Xie Lian simply couldn't breathe. He absolutely couldn't endure being branded with this kind of stain, having the entire upper and lower heavens, and even the entire human world poking at him. In his exhaustion, Xie Lian drowsily fell asleep. This sleep wasn't peaceful either. He tossed and turned, having an unknown nightmare before suddenly waking up. When he looked outside the window, the sky had already darkened. Feng Xian wasn't here. Sure enough, he had gone out to perform by himself. Even now, he still hadn't returned. From the room next door, the king and the queen's low coughs and voices could be heard. Xie Lian lay on the ground. When he woke up, he couldn't help but imagine what would happen if this matter really spread and his parents found out. How incredulous would they be? The king might fly into a rage, coughing up blood while cursing him as the shame of Xian Lo. But the queen definitely wouldn't scold him. However, she would definitely be heartbroken, because the child she loved the most had shamed them. Thinking up to this point, Xie Lian once again found it hard to breathe. He had to find a place to calm down by himself. Thus, he crawled up from the straw mat and rushed out. Facing the biting cold wind, he ran aimlessly for more than 10 kilometers. He didn't dare stay in a place with people, because he always felt that everyone was staring at him, judging how unbearable he was. Only when he ran to a graveyard and there wasn't a single person around did he finally stop. This night was even colder than the night before. Only when he arrived here did Xia Lian discover that his cheeks and hands were frozen stiff. His body was also trembling slightly. It wasn't just the cold, but also fear. Xia Lian couldn't help but hug his arms and breathe out a few mouthfuls of hot air. Turning his gaze, he discovered that in front of a tombstone, there were 2 jars of wine. It seemed that the owner of this tombstone was a wine lover when he was alive. That was why after he died, people who visited his grave also brought wine for him. Xia Lian squatted down. He had never drunk wine before, but he had heard people say that wine warmed the body and made it so that one could forget things. After pausing for a moment, he suddenly picked up the wine jar, opened the cork, and gulped it down. This wine wasn't any good wine. It was cheap, and the jar tasted very strong. Xia Lian gulped down a few mouthfuls, choking and coughing fiercely. However, it did seem to have warmed up a bit. Thus, Xia Lian wiped his cheeks and simply sat on the ground. Picking up the jar, he continued to gulp down large mouthfuls of wine. In a daze, he seemed to see a small ball of ghostly fire fly out of nowhere and circle around him in a hurry. Xia Lian only cared about drinking, as if he didn't see it. That ball of ghostly fire seemed to be desperately trying to get closer to him, but because it was a flame of nothingness, every time it tried to meet him, it could only pass right through him. It would never be able to touch him. After drinking the jar, Xia Lian had long since become dizzy. His eyes were drowsy from the alcohol. Watching it fly back and forth was truly pitiful, but it was also truly funny. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Propping his elbow on the edge of the jar, he asked, "What are you doing?" Chapter 185. Xia Lian asked, "Is this your grave? Did I drink your wine?" He was muddle-headed from drinking too much. He didn't hear the will-o-wisp answer. He thought that the owner of the grave was dissatisfied and wanted to drive him away. He muttered, "Got it. I'll leave now." Xia Lian climbed up with the wine jar in his arms. He began to walk unsteadily. Who knew, after a few steps, suddenly, there was nothing under his feet. With a thud, his entire body fell upside down. It turned out, there was a big pit in the cemetery. It was probably dug to bury the dead. Who knew that before the dead could be buried, Xia Lian was the first to lie down. Xia Lian knocked his forehead on the edge of the pit. It hurt and made him dizzy. He was dizzy for a while before he struggled to get up. His hands were covered in mud and blood. He didn't know where he broke them. He raised his hand. He looked at it blankly for a while before trying to climb out of the pit. However, he had just drunk a jar of wine. His hands and feet were weak. He couldn't use his strength. After climbing several times, he slid down. Xia Lian slumped back to the bottom of the pit. He stared at the dark clouds covering the moon for a while. He was very angry. This pit wasn't very deep. Why couldn't he climb out? The more he thought about it, the angrier he got. Xia Lian couldn't help but mutter, "I'm fucked." Xia Lian had never scolded anyone before. This was the first time he spat out such a word. The strange thing was that after he finished scolding, the stuffiness in his chest dissipated in an instant. Thus, Xia Lian was like a child who had tasted sweetness. He struggled to cling to the edge of the grave, raised his voice, and scolded again, "I'm really fucking fucked." He slapped the ground and shouted, "Is there anyone? Is there anyone to pull me up?" Of course, there was no one. There was only a faint will-o-wisp that danced without extinguishing. After Xia Lian fell, the will-o-wisp rushed over as if it wanted to pull him up, but it could never touch him. Xia Lian didn't care about it at all. He angrily said, "Why don't someone just bury me?" Scolding was scolding, but he still crawled. Panting and panting, Xia Lian managed to climb up on his own with great difficulty. He was already in a mess, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. After a while, he flipped over and curled up with his arms wrapped around himself. Xia Lian whispered, "So cold." He spoke very softly, afraid that someone would hear him. The will-o'-the-wisp heard him and flew over to stick to his body. The flames suddenly became much brighter, as if it was burning itself. However, the will-o'-the-wisp was cold. No matter how close it would not bring any warmth to the living even if it was burnt to ashes. In his daze, Xie Lian seemed to hear a tiny voice. The voice seemed to be far away, like a dream or reality. It said desperately, "God, please wait for me, wait for me. Please give me a little more time. Let me. Xie Lian thought to himself, God? Are you calling me? However, it was useless even if she prayed to him. Because when he was a god, there was nothing he could do. Now that he was no longer a god, there was nothing he could do. Your Highness. Your Highness. Your Highness. Xie Lian was woken up by Feng Xian. He struggled to open his eyes and found himself lying in a small alley. Feng Xian's face hung in the air. Seeing him wake up, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Then, his face was dyed with anger as he said, Your Highness. What happened to you? You didn't say a word and ran out for more than 2 days. If you didn't come back, I wouldn't be able to hide it from His Majesty and the others. Xie Lian slowly sat up and said, 2 days. The moment these 2 words left his mouth, he discovered that his throat was dry and his voice was hoarse. His eyebrows were also twitching and his head felt like it was splitting. He seemed to remember something, but at the same time, he didn't seem to remember anything. Feng Xian squatted beside him and said, That's right. 2 days. Where did you go? Why were you so crazy just now? Could it be that he was drunk for 2 days? Wasn't he in a cemetery? Why was he lying here? Moreover, listening to Feng Xian's tone, Xie Lian had a bad premonition. He asked, What happened to me? Feng Xian unhappily said, You were possessed. Smashing stalls everywhere, beating people everywhere, and even stopping the patrolling Yong'an soldiers. I don't know what else you did before. Hearing that he actually went to stop the Yong'an soldiers, Xie Lian was startled and said, I stopped the soldiers. Then, what about those soldiers? Feng Xian said, Fortunately, I bumped into you and pulled you back. With your appearance, they thought you were a drunkard or a lunatic. After scolding you a few times, they didn't pay much attention to you. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. What happened to you? Why do you look like you drank alcohol? Xie Lian lowered his head to take a look. Right now, his entire body was filthy and covered in mud. Scratching his hair, he looked as messy as a criminal who was about to be dragged down and executed. Sure enough, he looked like those drunkards who slept on the streets all day. After a moment of silence, he crawled up and vaguely said, I drank a little. Feng Xian didn't react for a moment and said, What? How can you drink alcohol? How much did you drink to be drunk for 2 days? Seeing Feng Xian's face full of disbelief, Xie Lian couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. He walked forward and said, I said I didn't drink much, just a little. I don't know what to do. Why can't I drink alcohol? Feng Xian didn't expect him to answer like this. Stunned for a moment, he chased after him and said, What do you mean you don't know what to do? Why? Your Highness, have you forgotten? Because you broke your vows by drinking alcohol. You can't break your vows, or else what will happen to your cultivation? You have to ascend again. As soon as he heard about cultivation and ascension, Xie Lian didn't want to listen anymore and quickened his pace. Feng Xian said, Your Highness. He once again caught up. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Did something happen? Can you tell me? Hearing Feng Xian ask this cautiously, Xie Lian opened his mouth, wanting to say something but hesitating. If he didn't find someone to say it to, he might collapse. However, he wasn't sure what Feng Xian's reaction would be if he said it. He didn't dare gamble. Seeing him sluggish, Feng Xian continued, Seriously, it's not like you killed people, burned houses, or robbed people. Your Highness, is there anything you can't tell me? Hearing, it's not like you killed people, burned houses, or robbed people, Xia Lian immediately felt suffocated. If he had originally been a little shaken and a little fluke, then at this moment, all of that was completely shattered. Xia Lian lowered his head, turned around, and continued walking. He vaguely said, "It's nothing. It's just, I'm really tired." You. He was just about to make up an excuse when he suddenly noticed something on the side of Feng Xian's face. He stopped walking and asked, "What happened to your face?" Feng Xian casually touched his cheek. As if he had touched a sore spot, his muscles twitched. The thing on his face was a bruise. Furthermore, one of his arms was also wrapped in bandages, carefully wrapped layer by layer. These bandages definitely weren't from Feng Xian himself. However, what Xia Lian cared about was the injury under the bandages. He asked, "How did you get injured?" With Feng Xian's skills, mortals wouldn't be able to easily injure him. Moreover, it was his arm that was injured. Feng Xian didn't mind and said, "Oh, it's nothing. Those scoundrels just came to smash my stall." Xia Lian was bewildered and asked, "Is it those locals who were selling their arts that day?" Feng Xian said, "That's them." Xia Lian asked, "Why did they go to smash your stall?" Then, he had an epiphany. "Is it because we admitted defeat that day, but you went to sell your arts later on? Is that why they came to chase you away?" That was most likely the case. After understanding the reason, Xia Lian's heart suddenly erupted with anger. He stiffly said, "You don't have to go." Feng Xian, on the other hand, didn't seem to care as he said, "Who cares about them? I still want to go. The one who admitted defeat was you, not me. In any case, I didn't admit defeat, so it can't be considered reneging. I just want to sell my arts there. Other than sneakily throwing things and smashing my stall, what else can they do to me? This time, I wasn't prepared, but it won't happen again. If we fight, I'm not afraid of them." Hearing these words, the sudden hostility in Xia Lian's heart immediately dispersed and was replaced by a wave of guilt. Feng Xian was like this, yet he was still here by himself, dispirited and dispirited. How could he face his loyal servant who still hadn't abandoned him after reaching this step? Thinking up to this point, Xia Lian sighed and said, "I'm sorry, Feng Xian." Feng Xian stared blankly for a moment before vigorously waving his hand and saying, "Your Highness, why are you apologizing to me? Isn't that nonsense?" Xia Lian said, "These days, you've been earning money by yourself. It's been hard on you." Feng Xian said, "As long as you properly cultivate and ascend as soon as possible, that's more important than anything else." Hearing the two words ascend again, Xia Lian solemnly nodded his head. The king and queen had been deceived by Feng Xian, so they only thought that Xia Lian had been cultivating outside these past few days. When she saw him return, the queen was still happy and cooked another meal. Xia Lian couldn't bear to see it, so he took Feng Xian's bowl and ate in his place. It was a sleepless night. The next day, Feng Xian got up early and went out, while Xia Lian stayed behind to cultivate. However, even though he had already raised his spirit to 120%, he was still unable to concentrate. This principle was similar to how everyone knew that the only way to become outstanding was to study hard and practice hard. However, out of 10,000 people, how many could truly achieve these four words, study hard and practice hard? Similarly, even if he told himself 10,000 times in his heart to clear his mind of distracting thoughts, how could it be something that could be done just by saying it? For more than 10 days in a row, the progress of his cultivation had stagnated without any results. Xia Lian couldn't help but feel anxious. Especially when Feng Xian would drag his exhausted body back late at night and ask him together with the queen if he had made any progress today, Xia Lian would feel an indescribable pressure. However, he didn't dare to tell the truth and could only vaguely answer that he had made progress. Thus, Feng Xian and the queen were extremely happy. This couldn't continue for long. 2 months later, Xia Lian finally couldn't let this situation continue any longer. One day, Feng Xian returned late at night. The two of them sat at the table and ate the leftovers from yesterday. As they ate, Xia Lian suddenly said to him, "I'm afraid I'll have to leave for a period of time." As Feng Xian ate, he was stunned. "Ah! Leave? Where do you want to go?" Xia Lian slowly said, "I'm going to find a quiet and secluded place with abundant spiritual energy to go into closed-door cultivation. If a place for cultivation was abundant with spiritual energy, it would definitely be greatly beneficial to cultivators." Previously, Xia Lian couldn't make up his mind to leave his parents and two attendants, which was why he couldn't leave. Now, however, he had changed his mind. Feng Xian didn't think too much about it and said, "That's great. Your Highness, you should have done this earlier. Quiet cultivation is the most effective." Xia Lian nodded his head. He paused for a moment before saying, "During the time I'm gone, I'll have to trouble you to look after father and the others." Feng Xian was about to reply when he suddenly hesitated for a moment. Although it was a fleeting moment, Xia Lian was extremely familiar with him. How could he not see this momentary hesitation? At this moment, the king inside the room said, "You can go. This king doesn't need anyone else to look after him." Feng Xian and Xia Lian put down their bowls and chopsticks and looked into the room. The king hadn't even rested yet and had heard their conversation, so he interrupted. Xia Lian shook his head and said in a low voice, trying to be brave again. Feng Xian smiled and said, "Your Highness, don't worry. That's for sure." Now, he actually answered straightforwardly. However, Xia Lian didn't forget that just now, before Feng Xian answered, he seemed to have hesitated for a moment, as if he had some other concerns. However, when he thought about it, he felt that he might have been mistaken. Apart from them, Feng Xian didn't know anyone else and didn't have any other worries. What other concerns could he have? Forgetting about it, Xia Lian started thinking about tomorrow's itinerary. The next day, Xia Lian carried a simple luggage and temporarily bid farewell to his parents and Feng Xian. He walked for who knew how many dozens of miles on foot, eating and sleeping outdoors for several days before finally finding a secluded mountain suitable for cultivation. After surveying the area, Xia Lian was stunned at first, then he was overjoyed. "I'm so lucky, this place's feng shui is very good. It's actually a rare paradise." After being unlucky for so long, his luck suddenly changed. Xia Lian still didn't dare to believe it. After confirming it repeatedly, there was no doubt. This was really a treasure land with abundant spiritual energy. If he could cultivate here for a few months, he would definitely be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort and advance by leaps and bounds. Xia Lian seemed to see hope. His mood that had been gloomy for the past few days suddenly brightened. His heart was jumping with joy. "Father, Mother, Feng Xian, wait for me. I'll be back very soon." After climbing the steep and rugged mountain path for 6 to 8 hours, Xia Lian finally entered the depths of this spiritual mountain before sunset. Walking through the dense forest, he could clearly feel that he was getting closer and closer to the source of spiritual energy. Xia Lian's footsteps also became lighter and faster. Unexpectedly, just as he was choosing a place to cultivate, he suddenly heard a flurry of footsteps from behind him. There were actually so many footsteps in such a secluded place. Xia Lian subconsciously turned around to look. He absolutely didn't expect that with this glance, the smile at the corner of his mouth would freeze. Behind him, many people actually appeared. There were about 30 or so of varying height and weight. Their appearances and clothing were all different, but without exception, they were all heavenly officials. A small number of them were the last heavenly officials of the upper heavenly court, while the majority were the same heavenly officials of the lower heavenly court. Shockingly, among them stood the few minor heavenly officials that he had bumped into and robbed last time. When they saw Xia Lian, their expressions slightly changed. They pulled at this, poked at that, and whispered something unknown. When he saw them, Xia Lian's hands slightly trembled. Both sides looked at each other in dismay. After a while, one of the heavenly officials coughed and said, "What a coincidence to actually meet Your Highness the Crown Prince here." "That's right. Why did Your Highness the Crown Prince also come here? Xia Lian slightly nodded. He tried his best to remain calm and replied in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, I came here to cultivate. Although the current him couldn't be compared to the past, Xia Lian still tried his best to speak with the same tone as before he was demoted. He didn't allow himself to lower his voice, nor did he allow himself to have a guilty conscience. The heavenly officials opposite him laughed and said, what a coincidence, we also came here to cultivate. That's right, that's right. I didn't expect to bump into this place. He. It turned out that he wasn't the only one who had discovered this heavenly paradise. These dozens of heavenly officials had also taken a fancy to it. Faced with this kind of situation, Xia Lian began to hesitate in his heart. Could it be that he had to cultivate with so many heavenly officials? To tell the truth, he was against cultivating with other heavenly officials from the bottom of his heart. First, he came here to cultivate in seclusion. If he couldn't be alone and had to be with so many people, it would be hard to avoid being disturbed. Some people like to cultivate in groups, so that they could look out for each other. However, Xia Lian had always quietly cultivated by himself. Second, after the robbery incident last time, whenever he saw the heavenly officials he had interacted with in the past, he would feel anxious and fearful. He always felt that their gazes were like needles piercing into him, making him feel uncomfortable. For example, right now, he had the illusion that everyone was using subtle gazes to examine him. Because of this, he simply didn't have the heart to cultivate. Although there was a rule in the matter of occupying a blessed land, it was first come first served. As long as he was forceful enough, Xia Lian could say that he came first and that they should find another place to cultivate. However, those few heavenly officials who had discovered his robbery were right in front of him, so it wasn't good to be too forceful. Moreover, he alone occupied a blessed land and drove away so many heavenly officials. Speaking of it, it was quite overbearing. Even if Xia Lian was against cultivating with other heavenly officials, he had no other choice. For a while, he wouldn't be able to find another place with such abundant spiritual energy for cultivation. He could only nod his head and say, that's right, what a coincidence. Then I'll go in first. Everyone, please help yourselves. As he spoke, he wanted to leave in a hurry and find the quietest cave to hide in. Who knew that just as he turned around, a heavenly official behind him said, wait. Xia Lian paused his footsteps and turned his head to ask in confusion, what's the matter? Among those 30 or so heavenly officials, some used their eyes to communicate, while others spoke in low voices. In a flash, a person stood out and said with a faint smile, Your Highness the Crown Prince has occupied quite a few heavenly caves and blessed lands in the past. This one, why don't you give it to us? Xia Lian stared blankly for a while before finally reacting. What they meant was that they actually wanted him to leave by himself. Inexplicable, they were bullying people too far. A wave of qi and blood rushed to his head on the spot. Xia Lian thought to himself, I came here first. I didn't let you guys leave, so why do you guys want me to leave instead? However, it wasn't good for him to rashly flare up. After a moment of silence, Xia Lian's fingers slowly tightened around the straps of his luggage. He stiffly opened his mouth and said, Everyone, what is the meaning of this? One of the heavenly officials said, This. Didn't I just say it? Your Highness the Crown Prince has occupied quite a few heavenly caves and blessed lands in the past. Xia Lian interrupted him and said, But what does that have to do with this? Could it be that because I've occupied a lot of spiritual lands in the past, I'm not allowed to come here to cultivate in the future? The heavenly official was shut up by him and didn't say anything else. Xia Lian tried his best to remain calm and collected as he said, Besides, I don't really understand. It's not like I'm the one cultivating here, so everyone else can't cultivate here. Isn't it a very common thing to share spiritual lands for cultivation? Everyone cultivates their own, what's wrong with that? Why must I leave? At this moment, he heard someone mutter. Don't play dumb. There are already more than 30 people here. If you cultivate here, what else can others cultivate? Although that person was quickly pressed down by the others, Xia Lian still instantly understood. So that's how it is. There was a limit to the spiritual energy in a blessed land. During cultivation, if one person occupied half of the spiritual energy, the people who came later could only occupy the other half. But if one person occupied 80% of the spiritual energy, the other person could only occupy 20%. The stronger one's ability to absorb spiritual energy for their own use, the more spiritual energy they could occupy. These heavenly officials were worried that if he also cultivated here, he would occupy more than half of the spiritual energy. And if the remaining spiritual energy was divided among the 30 or so people, each of them wouldn't even have a few strands left. Once he figured this out, the blood in Xia Lian's head rushed even more fiercely. He clenched his fists and coldly said, "I want to cultivate here." One of the heavenly officials said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, we are only willing to call you Your Highness the Crown Prince because we respect you. Right now, you have the body of a mortal, so why do you insist on fighting over spiritual lands with us?" Xia Lian said, "Since I have the body of a mortal, and you are all heavenly officials, then why are you afraid of me cultivating here? If I don't leave, do you think you will forcefully drive me away? Of course that wouldn't work. If a mortal didn't commit any major crimes, and the heavenly officials used force against him, they would be punished. The heavenly officials really couldn't do anything to him." However, Xia Lian had forgotten one thing. Just as he stubbornly confronted the 30 or so heavenly officials, a voice suddenly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince has been banished to the mortal world, but your bones have become even harder. Not only do you know how to rob mortals, but you also know how to offend heavenly officials, ha ha ha." As soon as he heard this, Xia Lian immediately felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He suddenly raised his head, only to see that the one who had spoken was an unremarkable low-ranked heavenly official. However, he wasn't one of the heavenly officials who had bumped into him that day. Sure enough, they had long since spread the news. Just now, it wasn't Xia Lian's misconception at all. Everyone had indeed used that subtle gaze to look at him. Everyone knew. These heavenly officials, all of them knew. Chapter 186. Perhaps it was because his gaze was too piercing under his agitated emotions. The few minor heavenly officials that he stared at hurriedly waved their hands. They said, "We didn't tell outsiders." Xia Lian's eyes reddened as he said, "Then how did they know?" After the 30 or so heavenly officials present heard those words, not many of them revealed a surprised expression. Since so many heavenly officials knew, then how many heavenly officials in the heavenly court knew? Being questioned by him, those few heavenly officials paused for a moment before explaining, "They aren't outsiders. The people here are all familiar friends. There aren't any secrets between us. Telling them doesn't count as telling others. Other than those heavenly officials, we won't tell anyone." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Xia Lian sternly said, "Lies. Lies after lies. I don't believe it." Being interrupted by his stern voice, those few minor heavenly officials also couldn't keep their faces and shrank back into the crowd. At this moment one of the heavenly officials suddenly shouted, "What does it matter if you believe it or not? Your Highness the Crown Prince, you did a good deed during your demotion. It's already good enough that they didn't report you on the spot. You still want others to keep your secret? What obligation do we have to keep your secret?" How funny. Xia Lian felt as if a bucket of ice water had suddenly been splashed in his face. His heart was once again pierced by a knife. He anxiously said, "No. I..." Then he heard someone say, "Normally, you don't do anything shameful. You aren't afraid of ghosts knocking on your door in the middle of the night. If you aren't clean and virtuous, how can you blame others for not keeping their promises? If someone hides this kind of unjust matter for you, then that would be dereliction of duty and lack of virtue." Xia Lian said, "No. I..." He wanted to say that he had a reason. "I didn't want to do it either." However, he also knew in his heart that no matter what the reason was, it wasn't important. The important thing was, he had indeed robbed them. Such a stain was like a brand of shame branded on his face. It made him infinitely small in front of these heavenly officials. He didn't even dare to defend himself loudly. Seeing his imposing manner drop, a martial god stood up and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, now you should understand why we don't want you to cultivate here, right?" Xia Lian lowered his head and clenched his fists. The martial god continued, "We aren't on the same side, and our paths are different. You should leave on your own." Seeing him speak with conviction, saying, "Those who walk different paths cannot make plans together," Xia Lian suddenly understood. At the end of the day, it all boils down to wanting him to give up this spiritual land. His knuckles cracked, and he swallowed hard for a moment before saying in a low voice, "I'm not leaving. I want to cultivate here." At this moment, his anger towards these 30 or so heavenly officials had already overwhelmed his sense of shame. Since they had already come this far, they might as well throw caution to the wind. Compared to running away with his tail between his legs, he would rather be thick-skinned and stay here, making it impossible for them to succeed. Xia Lian suddenly raised his head and repeated, "I want to cultivate here. This mountain is not your territory. You have no right to make me leave." Seeing his unyielding attitude, the 30 or so heavenly officials' faces darkened. Xia Lian heard someone say in a low voice, "What's the point? I've never seen such a thick-skinned person." However, no matter what they said, Xia Lian stood rooted in place. Even though his heart was already bleeding from the battle of words, he still stubbornly held on and remained motionless. The martial god said, "It seems that your Highness the Crown Prince is stubbornly going your own way. Do you really want to make everyone unhappy?" Xia Lian coldly said, "If you have the ability, then come and drive me away. In any case, even if you want to, you don't have the ability." As soon as these words came out, the expressions of the dozen or so heavenly officials changed, and they all pulled out their weapons. This was natural. For the martial gods, those words just now were a huge provocation. There were many martial god officials present, so how could they pretend they didn't hear it? Even though he was surrounded, Xia Lian wasn't the least bit afraid. He didn't have a sword in his hand. He only tightly gripped a tree branch that he used as a walking stick when climbing mountains. One of the martial god officials solemnly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, if you immediately apologize, we can pretend that you didn't offend us just now." Xia Lian said, "If I made you unhappy in any way, I definitely won't apologize." He gripped the tree branch and pointed it forward, saying, "Because you aren't worthy of being gods." The other side was in an uproar. Someone sneered, "We aren't worthy. Is a bandit like you, a mortal robber, worthy?" Xia Lian couldn't bear it any longer. He didn't want to bear it in the first place, so he charged forward with the tree branch and shouted, "You're going too far." The dozen or so martial god officials also raised their weapons to meet him. A martial god official in the back said, "It's not like we told you to rob people. What reason do you have to blame us?" It was too early for them to be happy. They originally thought that since Xia Lian didn't have any weapons or strength, he would be easy to deal with. Who would have thought that this wasn't the case at all? Although Xia Lian was only holding a tree branch, he was using it like a poisonous blade, overbearing and powerful to the extreme. The two sides didn't clash for long before the swords of several martial god officials were almost sent flying. They didn't even dare to be scratched by the wind from the tree branch, so they hastily dodged to the back in shock. As martial god officials, they actually couldn't beat a demoted mortal. This was too shameful. At this time, a martial god official watching the battle suddenly screamed from afar. "What's that?" This shout startled the other martial gods. "What's going on?" That martial god official seemed to be in great pain as he covered his face and bent over. Just now, a ball of ghost fire hit my eyes. Was it his doing? Xia Lian remembered that this was the martial god official who had pointed at his nose and called him a robber. He laughed in extreme anger. "What ghost fire? If you guys want to steal spiritual land, just say so. There's no need to slander me." His anger flared and his attacks became even more ruthless. A circle of martial god officials' swords, and halberds were knocked to the ground by an ordinary tree branch that wasn't too thick or too thin. Suddenly, someone shouted, "I caught it! I caught it! Look!" Xia Lian's figure slightly froze. He saw that the martial god officials in front of him were in a mess. One of them grabbed something in his hand and raised it high. There really is a ghost fire. He's playing tricks. I caught the evidence. Xia Lian focused his eyes and looked. Sure enough, it was a small ball of ghost fire burning faintly. He angrily said, "I don't know what's going on. How can you guys catch a ball of ghost fire and say that I'm playing tricks? Will-o-wisps weren't anything rare. Is my name written on it?" The martial god official who had screamed miserably covered his eyes and said, "Why would an ordinary ghost fire attack my eyes? If you weren't the one who ordered it, then how could it be like this?" Xia Lian rebuked, "Then I can also say that it could just be a wandering soul on this mountain. It was accidentally scared silly by you guys, so it bumped into you. What kind of evidence is this?" The martial god who had first made a move snatched the ghost fire and said, "Who cares who ordered it? This kind of harmful thing, just break it up." As he said this, he exerted force in his hand. He actually wanted to crush the ghost fire and scatter it. Seeing this, Xia Lian blurted out, "Let it go." In the end, he couldn't bear to let that wandering soul be affected by their farce, so he rushed forward and tangled with that martial god. Because his intention was to seize the soul, he held back a bit. The two of them were in a deadlock when several martial gods behind them suddenly shouted, "You came? Come quickly! Come and see what's going on." From the sounds of it, someone had arrived. All the martial gods turned their heads and said, "You finally came. We've been waiting for you for a long time, come quickly and help." Hearing this, Xia Lian was startled at first. In his heart, he thought, could it be that some powerful martial god has arrived? But then he thought again, who cares who it is? If they also want to make things difficult for me, then what's wrong with fighting again? I'm not afraid of anyone. Right now, he was full of resentment and was already prepared for a big battle. Unexpectedly, after the crowd parted, the person who had arrived late walked forward. However, Xia Lian was completely stunned. He never would have thought that the person who had arrived was actually Mu Qing. Mu Qing also clearly didn't expect to meet Xia Lian in this kind of situation. When the two of them met face to face, their faces were full of astonishment. Xia Lian's eyes widened, and he completely forgot about the martial gods he was fighting with. He stammered. "Why are you here? Aren't you?" After saying a few words, he noticed something. He immediately understood and shut his mouth. What Mu Qing was wearing now wasn't the old black clothes they had been wearing when they were fleeing for their lives. Instead, it was the martial god uniform of the Celestial Court. Originally, when Feng Xian and Mu Qing acted as Xia Lian's assistants, their abilities were praised and eye-catching. Later, when Xia Lian was demoted, many martial gods felt it was a pity that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were also demoted along with him. There were even some who secretly pulled the strings and asked if they wanted to transfer to another martial god hall to serve. If a martial god admired Mu Qing, it wasn't impossible to bring him back to the Celestial Court to be used by them. It must be like this. Moreover, he should be doing quite well now. Otherwise, he wouldn't be with this group of martial gods, looking for a blessed land to cultivate in. Xia Lian was still a mortal, but Mu Qing had already returned to the Celestial Court. This scene was indescribably ironic. On the other side, Mu Qing finally calmed down and asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" The martial gods all rushed to explain the cause and effect to him. Xia Lian stood in the distance, his body incomparably stiff. He noticed that they didn't specifically tell Mu Qing about his robbery. What did this mean? It meant that Mu Qing had long heard of this matter. Mu Qing also knew that he went to rob. Drop after drop of cold sweat rolled down Xia Lian's head. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. The martial god who had confronted him just now shouted while gasping for breath, he wants to seize the spiritual land by himself and drive us away. Mu Qing, quickly come help. Help with what? Get Mu Qing to help fight him together. Xia Lian was so angry that his scalp went numb. He was extremely shocked. It took him a lot of effort to react. He stammered angrily. You guys are really inverting black and white, shameless to the extreme. It's not like this at all. I clearly didn't. Mu Qing watched from the side. He was anxious and angry, so he sent another branch flying out. That martial god couldn't withstand it and retreated again and again. He shouted, Mu Qing. What are you still standing there for? The other martial gods also followed and shouted. However, Mu Qing's expression remained hesitant, as if he didn't know whether he should help or not. When Xia Lian heard them repeatedly urge Mu Qing to join them in besieging him, he became furious in his heart. Mu Qing isn't the same as you guys. He's my friend, he definitely won't help you. Angry, he exerted force in his hand and sent another row of weapons flying. The other martial gods saw that Xia Lian was becoming more and more courageous as he fought. Knowing that the situation wasn't looking good, they hurriedly said, Mu Qing. You're just going to watch him act recklessly like this? The expression on Mu Qing's face changed unpredictably. He took a step forward, his fingers slightly twitching. The martial god standing next to him urged, Don't just stand there, help. At this time, another person spoke in a strange tone. Mu Qing not wanting to move is understandable. After all, he used to be His Highness the Crown Prince's personal attendant. Even if His Highness the Crown Prince robbed and seized spiritual land, he still has to consider the old relationship between master and servant. Not helping His Highness the Crown Prince is already giving him a lot of face. How can we still expect him to help us? These words sounded like they were exonerating him, but in reality, they were extremely sinister. In an instant, several blue veins appeared on Mu Qing's forehead and neck. The atmosphere became subtle. Xia Lian sensed something was wrong and said, Mu Qing, he only called out his name. In the next moment, his hands suddenly lightened and he heard the sound of something being cut off. Xia Lian stared blankly and looked down. The thing that had been cut off was his only weapon, that branch. When he raised his head again, he saw that in Mu Qing's hand, a long blade had already materialized. At this very moment, that blade was pointed at Xia Lian. The person holding the blade coldly said, Please leave. Xia Lian held the remaining half of the branch in his hand and looked at Mu Qing. After a long time, he said, I didn't really want to rob. I also didn't seize the spiritual land. I came here first. Mu Qing expressionlessly repeated, Please leave. Xia Lian looked at him and hesitated for a moment before saying, You know I'm not lying, right? When he asked this, he was a little expectant, but also a little afraid. There was a voice telling him not to ask anymore, turn around and leave. But he still couldn't help but ask. Before Mu Qing could answer, Xia Lian's body suddenly leaned forward and his entire body fell heavily to the ground. The ground was the muddy mountain road, full of bumps and holes, full of fallen rocks and broken leaves. Xia Lian fell to the ground, his eyes immediately widening in disbelief. He didn't know which heavenly official had taken advantage of his absent-mindedness to push him from behind, causing him to fall so unsightly in front of so many pairs of eyes. It was really too unsightly. Xia Lian could hear the voices of people from all directions. His eyes were wide open as he looked at the dark ground in front of him. Very slowly, he raised his head and looked at Mu Qing, who was standing not far in front of him. Mu Qing stood in the middle of those heavenly officials. He didn't look at him, instead turning his head to the side. Like everyone else, he also didn't extend his hand to pull him up. Thus, Xia Lian understood that no one would pull him up. After lying on the ground for a long time, he slowly climbed up on his own. The crowd of heavenly officials thought he was going to make trouble again, so they were extremely vigilant. Xia Lian didn't make a move against anyone. Instead, he lowered his head and searched the ground for a while. He found the small package that the queen had packed for him and silently picked it up. Once again, he put it on his back and turned around. Step by step, he walked down the mountain. As he walked and walked, his pace became faster and faster. Not long after, Xie Lian began to madly run. He held his breath and madly ran all the way down the mountain without stopping for a moment. He didn't know how far he ran, but he suddenly didn't pay attention to his feet and fell again. Only then did he spit out a mouthful of blood. In his panic, he didn't think to get up. He just sat on the ground and gasped for breath. When his breath gradually calmed down, Xie Lian didn't think to stand up. Instead, he just sat there in a daze. Suddenly, a hand reached over. Xie Lian blinked his eyes slowly. Following this hand, he slowly raised his head and looked over. Unexpectedly, it was Mu Qing again. He stood in front of Xie Lian, his complexion slightly pale. After a long time, he stiffly said, "Are you all right?" Xie Lian blankly looked at him, not saying anything. Perhaps it was because he felt uncomfortable being stared at by such a creepy gaze. Mu Qing avoided his eyes. However, he still stretched out his hand and said, "Get up." However, this hand was already stretched out too late. Xie Lian didn't take his hand, nor did he get up. He still stared straight at him. The two were in a deadlock for a long time. Mu Qing's complexion became more and more unsightly. Just as he was about to withdraw his hand, Xie Lian suddenly grabbed a handful of mud from the ground and threw it at Mu Qing. Mu Qing didn't think he would do this kind of thing. He simply didn't know whether to call it crude or childish. His chest suddenly exploded with a ball of dirty mud. A few spots also splashed on his face. He was stunned. After a short while, his anger surged, but he forcefully suppressed it. He said in a low voice, "I also had no choice." He really had no choice. Right now, his relationship with those heavenly officials shouldn't be bad. If he just watched as his colleague was beaten by Xie Lian and he didn't do anything to stop it, or if people thought he was standing on Xie Lian's side, he was afraid he wouldn't have a good time. Xie Lian seemed to not know how to speak. He only grabbed the mud on the ground and continuously smashed it at him. Mu Qing blocked a few times but couldn't stop it. He said angrily, "Are you crazy? I said I had no choice. Didn't you also have no choice?" Scram! 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 This was the only word in Xie Lian's mind. However, he couldn't even say this word. He could only madly grab whatever he could grab at hand and smash it. He didn't care who it was that he smashed. Finally, Mu Qing couldn't take it anymore. With an ashen face, he flicked his sleeves and left. Xie Lian took a few rough breaths. He sat back down and started to stare blankly again. He sat like this until the sky darkened. After the sky darkened, many phosphorescent lights floated in from who knew where, faintly dancing. Xie Lian didn't seem to see them. He didn't have the slightest bit of energy. However, those phosphorescent lights seemed to be unwilling to not be noticed by him. More and more gathered around him. Xie Lian still ignored them. Until a figure appeared in the phosphorescent lights. That person's arrival was always accompanied by a great ominous premonition. Xie Lian sensed something and slowly raised his head. 10 steps away, a white-clothed figure stood in the countless floating phosphorescent lights. The half-mask on his face was a sinister smile. Chapter 187. In the middle of the night, Xie Lian's pupils instantly shrank into 2 tiny dots. With a trembling voice, he said, "It's you." By Wu Xiang. Xie Lian's hair stood on end. He jumped up and reached behind him to pull out his sword. However, he pulled out empty air. Only then did he remember that all of his swords had long since been pawned. Even the branch he had used as a weapon had been cut off. In other words, right now, he had no magic power and was unarmed. Yet, he met this thing. A few years ago, after the destruction of Xianlu, Bai Wuxiang disappeared from this world. Xia Lian had never looked for him. He had never thought of looking for him. He only hoped that he would disappear without a trace and never appear again. Who knew that this thing would suddenly appear in front of him today? That white-clothed figure slowly approached him. Xia Lian felt a chill in his heart. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Then, he reacted, I can't retreat. Running is useless. He sternly said, what do you want to do? Bai Wuxiang didn't answer. He continued to walk closer with his hands behind his back. Xia Lian's hands and feet, as well as the white breath that came out of his mouth, were trembling. He forced himself to recall the mocking, cold, or laughing faces of those 30 or so heavenly officials. He also recalled Mu Qing's side profile. All of a sudden, he forgot his fear. With a shout, he struck out with his palm. However, this palm hadn't even reached him yet. A sharp pain came first. Unexpectedly, the opponent had predicted Xia Lian's move. He took the initiative to flash behind Xia Lian and kicked him in the back of his knee. Too fast. Xia Lian's knees had already landed heavily on the ground with a thud. This terrifying thought emerged in his mind. This thing's movements were actually faster than his thinking speed. In the next moment, Xia Lian felt something even more terrifying. An ice-cold palm spread open and covered the top of his head. He screamed, but the hand exerted a little force and lifted his head along with his entire body. Xia Lian had no doubt that with the strength of this thing, as long as these 5 fingers closed, they could directly crush his skull, turning his head into a bloody mess of flesh and bones in an instant. He also didn't doubt that Bai Wuxiang's next step after grabbing him was to do this. Xia Lian gasped in disarray. Thinking that he was going to die for sure, he closed his eyes tightly. Unexpectedly, the thing behind him had no intention of continuing to exert force. Instead, it withdrew its murderous aura and sighed softly. After this soft sigh, the other party did not continue to move for a long time. Amidst the deathly silence, Xia Lian opened his eyes, bit by bit. The will-o'-the-wisps danced wildly in the sky, and each of them was a ghost that was laughing and watching the commotion. However, most of the will-o'-the-wisps seemed to be intimidated by something, and didn't dare to approach the 2 of them. Only one particularly bright will-o'-the-wisp hovered above them, and it was using its own flames to violently smash into the people behind Xia Lian. No one knew what it was doing, but no matter how one looked at it, it was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Suddenly, Xia Lian's body stiffened. Bai Wuxiang had actually hugged him. Xia Lian sat crookedly on the ground. A pair of cold and powerful hands held him in a lifeless embrace. Bai Wuxiang also sat down at an unknown time, muttering, pitiful, pitiful. Your Highness the Crown Prince, look at what you've become. As he muttered to himself, he stroked Xia Lian's head. His movements were gentle and compassionate, as if he was stroking an injured puppy, or his own child who was about to die from a serious illness. Under the moonlight, half of the smiling face was hidden in the darkness, and only the other half of the face was crying, as if it was sincerely crying for Xia Lian. Xia Lian stiffly curled up, motionless. The man in white behind him raised his finger and wiped off the dirty mud on Xia Lian's face. From his actions, Xia Lian actually felt a strange kind of benevolence. It was like he was in the arms of his best friend, or his most familiar family member. His shivering body miraculously regained some warmth. He didn't expect that in this situation, the one who gave him this kind of love and warmth was actually such a strange thing. Xia Lian's throat let out a suppressed whimper, and his trembling became more and more violent. The will-o'-the-wisp flew to his chest, as if it wanted to warm him up, but it wasn't sure if it could help him dispel the cold, and didn't dare to get close. Bai Wuxiang helped him wipe off the mud on his body and said, "Come over to my side." Xia Lian's voice trembled as he said, I. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stretched out his palm and attacked Bai Wuxiang's mask. The surprise attack was successful, and the mask was sent flying high into the air by his palm. Xia Lian had already flipped over and jumped several meters away. His previous fearful appearance was completely swept away, and he angrily said in a deep voice, "Who wants to go over to your side, you monster?" That deathly pale face fell to the ground, and the wisp that filled the sky seemed to have been scared silly. It suddenly went out of order, wildly dancing without end as it screamed soundlessly. Bai Wuxiang covered his face and began to laugh in a low voice. When he heard that laugh, Xie Lian's hair stood on end. He asked, "What are you laughing at?" Bai Wuxiang lightly snorted and said, "You will come over to my side." His tone was firm, and Xie Lian didn't understand what he meant. In disbelief, he asked, "Which side is your side? You destroyed Xian Lu, and now you want me to come over to your side? Are you crazy? You must be sick." He didn't know how to curse people. Even if he was extremely angry, he would only say those few words. Otherwise, he would have used the most vicious and most resentful words in the world to curse this thing. Bai Wuxiang laughed out loud. Covering his face with his hand, he raised his head and said, "You will come. In this world, besides me, no one will truly understand you, and no one will accompany you forever." Xie Lian's heart trembled, but he still refuted, "Scram. Don't think you're infallible with your nonsense. Do you think there's no one just because you say there's no one?" A ball of will-o'-the-wisp flew to his side, moving up and down as if it was nodding in agreement. However, this kind of evil thing was everywhere, so Xie Lian didn't notice this one. On the other side, Bai Wuxiang warmly said, "Oh? Is there anyone? There were people in the past, but do you think there will still be people in the future?" Xie Lian asked, "What do you mean? What are you hinting at?" Bai Wuxiang didn't answer. With a cold sneer, he turned around, seemingly about to float away. He softly said, "I will wait for you here, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Of course, Xie Lian couldn't let him leave just like that. He said, "Wait. Don't go. What did you do to them? Did you touch my royal father, royal mother, and Feng Xian?" Xie Lian chased after him, reaching out to grab that white-clothed figure. Who would have thought that the other party would lightly wave his sleeve, backhandedly grabbing a ball of will-o'-the-wisp? He didn't specifically attack Xie Lian, but Xie Lian felt a terrifying force attack him. His entire body flew high into the air before crashing into a tree. A loud sound rang out, and that tree, so thick that it would take two people to wrap their arms around it, was forcefully broken by his body. If it was in the past, Xie Lian wouldn't have even furrowed his brows if he had to break 10 of these kinds of trees. However, right now, he had the body of an ordinary person. With such a collision, all the bones in his body felt like they were about to fall apart. He heavily fell to the ground and fainted. In the last moment before he closed his eyes, he seemed to see that white-clothed figure extend a hand. In that palm was a ball of raging will-o'-the-wisp. The figure laughed and said, "Ghost, tell me, what's your name? This is too interesting." After he woke up, everything was gone. Xie Lian's head was upside down, and his mouth was filled with the smell of blood. He was dizzy and disoriented for a good while. Suddenly, he rolled and crawled up, muttering, "Royal Father! Royal Mother! Feng Xian!" He remembered what had happened before he fainted. Not daring to delay for even a moment, he madly ran several dozen kilometers. Finally, on a late night, 20 days after he had left, he returned to the hiding place of the king and the others. Xie Lian's heart was burning with anxiety, and he was extremely terrified. He was afraid that Bai Wuxiang had already killed his family and friends. When he returned to that small, run-down house, he pushed open the door. He didn't even have time to catch his breath before he cried out involuntarily, "Royal Father! Royal Mother! Feng Xian!" Fortunately, inside the house, the miserable situation he had imagined didn't appear. Even the things inside were not messed up. It was still the same as before he had left. Xie Lian madly ran several dozen kilometers with a body full of injuries. His throat was so dry that it was about to emit smoke. Only after he slightly relaxed did he swallow his saliva and continue walking inside. He said, Feng Xian. You guys are. The moment he pushed open the door, his throat choked. Feng Xian was inside the house. When he saw Xie Lian return, he curiously asked, Your Highness, why did you come back? However, Xie Lian didn't look at him. Instead, he stared at the person opposite him. Standing opposite Feng Xian was a man dressed in black. It was Mu Qing. When Mu Qing turned around and saw him, he pursed his lips. His complexion wasn't too good either. Feng Xian walked around him and greeted him, Didn't you go cultivate? How is it? I thought you were going to be gone for several months. Coming back so early, did you make some big progress? Xie Lian stared at Mu Qing and asked, Royal father, where's royal mother? Feng Xian answered, asleep in the house. Already lying down to rest. Why are your clothes so dirty? What's with the injuries on your face? Who did you fight with? Xie Lian didn't answer. Only when he heard that his parents were safe and sound did he finally relax. He asked Mu Qing, Why are you here? Mu Qing didn't say anything. Feng Xian answered on his behalf, He came to deliver something. Xie Lian asked, What thing? Mu Qing slightly raised his hand and pointed to the side. He was pointing to a few clean bags that should be filled with rice grains. Seeing Xie Lian remain silent, Mu Qing said in a low voice, I heard that you guys are lacking medicine. I'll think of a way to get some later. Feng Xian replied, All right, then I'll say my thanks. We're currently lacking this. Heavenly officials can't privately deliver things to mortals. You should also be careful. He then moved closer to Xie Lian's side and said in a low voice, I'm also quite surprised that he actually came back to help. I must have misjudged him before. In short, Xie Lian suddenly said, I don't need it. Mu Qing's face turned ashen and he clenched his fists. Feng Xian curiously asked, What do you mean you don't need it? Xie Lian said word by word, I don't need your help. I also don't want your things. Please leave. Hearing the words please leave, Mu Qing's face turned even more ashen. Feng Xian also sensed that something was wrong and asked, What's going on? Mu Qing lowered his head and said, I'm sorry. After knowing Mu Qing for so many years, this was the first time he heard him say these 3 words. It was also the first time he saw him sincerely apologize. However, Xie Lian was already in no mood to be surprised. He said, Please leave. He somewhat lost control of his emotions and grabbed the bags and threw them at Mu Qing. The shining white rice scattered all over the ground. Mu Qing was thrown into a sorry state, but he only raised his hand to block it. He still endured it. Feng Xian pulled Xie Lian back and said in shock, Your Highness. What's going on? What did he do? Didn't you go to cultivate? What happened in the middle? Xie Lian was pulled back by him and said with bloodshot eyes. Ask him. I went to cultivate. Why did I come back? Ask him. The commotion outside was too loud. The Empress, who had already fallen asleep in the room, was startled awake. She put on her clothes and came out, saying, My son, is it you who came back? What happened to you? Feng Xian hurriedly said, It's nothing. Your Majesty the Empress, quickly go in. He forcefully pushed her back and closed the door. He asked, What did you do? Mu Qing, what did you do? Your Highness, the wound on your face was caused by him? Xie Lian's breathing became more and more erratic. He couldn't speak at all. Mu Qing said, It wasn't me. I didn't hit your Highness, I only asked him to leave. Other than that, I didn't say a single harsh word and didn't do anything to him. They were determined to get that spiritual land. Under those circumstances, if you didn't leave, you wouldn't be able to clean up the mess. You. In a few words, Feng Xian finally understood what had happened. He widened his eyes and pointed at Mu Qing. He couldn't say a single word. After a while, he bent down to pick up the cloth bag on the ground and threw it at Mu Qing. He roared, Get lost. Get lost, get lost, get lost. Mu Qing was hit in the face by the rice bag he brought and took 2 steps back. The 3 people in the room were all breathing heavily. Feng Xian said, I say, why did you suddenly change your personality? I'm really fucked up, this motherfucker, don't let me see you again. Mu Qing said hoarsely, yes. I was wrong, I admit it, I apologize. But I want to solve the problem in front of me first before talking about other things. If I don't return to the heavenly court, everyone will be finished. Your parents, my mother, the 3 of us, I don't know how long we will be struggling in the mud. If I go back first, there will still be a chance. Feng Xian scolded, you're all fucking nonsense, less nonsense. No one wants to hear your excuses, get lost, get lost. Mu Qing said, if you and I were in the same place. Feng Xian interrupted him, I told you to stop talking nonsense. I won't listen. I only know that no matter what the situation is, I will not do the same thing as you. There's no need to be in the same place, you're just being ungrateful. Mu Qing's face turned green, he took a step forward and said, wasn't your highness also forced to rob in times of difficulty? Why can't you put yourself in my shoes when it comes to me? Feng Xian snorted and said, huh? Robbery? Who's robbing? Your highness robbing? What the fuck are you saying? Xia Lian choked. Seeing Feng Xian's face gradually turn from rage to astonishment, Mu Qing finally realized what was wrong. He hesitantly turned to Xia Lian and said, you didn't. He also did not expect that Xia Lian actually did not tell Feng Xian about this matter. Xia Lian went crazy, he casually copied something and chased Mu Qing out. Mu Qing also realized that he might have poked a big hole in the ground, he did not dare to speak even after being hit a few times. But when he ran out of the room and saw that the thing Xia Lian used to hit him was actually a broom, his face darkened again and said, you don't have to ridicule me like this, right? Xia Lian collapsed and said, scram. His fist carried a sharp wind, and Mu Qing was swept by it. He barely managed to dodge, but a trace of blood appeared on his face. He reached out his hand and touched it. Looking at the blood on his hand, his expression wavered. After a while, he said, fine. I'm leaving. Xia Lian's entire body trembled, and he deeply bent down. Mu Qing walked a few steps, but in the end, he still placed the bag of rice on the ground and said, I'm really leaving. Xia Lian suddenly raised his head. Mu Qing saw the expression in his eyes, and his throat moved. He no longer lingered, swung his sleeves and left. Only then did the stunned Feng Xian chase after him and said, Your Highness. Is he bullshitting? What the hell is going on with this robbery? Xia Lian covered his forehead and said, Don't ask, Feng Xian, I beg you not to ask. Feng Xian said, No, of course I don't believe it. I just want to know what's going on. Xia Lian shouted loudly, covered his ears, and fled into the room, locking himself up. Feng Xian truly believed that he would absolutely not do such a thing. But it was precisely because of this that it became the worst situation possible. Xia Lian wanted to simply escape to a place where no one would recognize him. However, he remembered Bai Wuxiang's words, so he didn't dare to go too far. He could only lock himself up in the room. No matter how Feng Xian and the queen called out to him, he wouldn't go out. Only after 2 days did Xia Lian feel a bit calmer. When Feng Xian knocked on the door again, he silently opened it. Feng Xian held a plate and stood at the door. This is what Her Majesty the Empress made for you during the day. She urged me to definitely deliver it to you. The color of the thing on the plate was green and purple, frightening anyone who saw it. Feng Xian then said, If your highness is afraid that your life will be in danger, I can help you resolve it. I won't tell Her Majesty the Empress, haha. It could be seen that Feng Xian still wanted to ask about the robbery, but he was afraid that Xia Lian would lock him up again. Thus, he could only forcefully suppress it and pretend that nothing had happened. He didn't ask and pretended to be relaxed. However, he wasn't good at joking, so the jokes he made were dry and embarrassing. Honestly speaking, the taste of his Empress mother's cooking was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the more she cooked, the more diligent she became, the more she progressed in a direction she shouldn't have. Xia Lian had also never cooked before, but the taste of his cooking was pretty good. It seemed that he could only explain it as an innate talent. Even so, Xia Lian still took the plate, sat down at the table, and obediently ate. In any case, he couldn't taste anything he ate right now. It was a blessing in the midst of misfortune. Although he thought he was done for that night, they definitely heard him. However, according to the situation these past few days, the king and the empress didn't seem to know about his robbery. Otherwise, with the king's temper, he would have long since cursed him. Feng Xian definitely wouldn't tell them, so for the time being, he could relax. Thinking of this, Feng Xian suddenly stood up. Xia Lian was startled and asked, "What are you doing?" Feng Xian picked up his bow and said, "It's time. I'm going out to perform." Xia Lian stood up and said, "I'll go too." After hesitating for a moment, Feng Xian said, "Forget it. You should rest a bit more." Although Feng Xian didn't pursue the matter, Xia Lian still felt uncomfortable all over. He always felt that after Feng Xian found out about this, there was something between the two of them that could never go back. Feng Xian's every word and expression seemed to have a different meaning that was worth investigating. Xia Lian shook his head and sighed. "I'll tell you the truth. Right now, I'm not in the mood to cultivate." Feng Xian had more or less expected this. He lowered his head and didn't know what to say. Xia Lian continued, "Since it's like this, instead of sitting in the house, why not go out and perform? At least you can earn some money. At least you won't look like a cripple." He didn't know why, but he couldn't say the last two words. It was probably because in his heart, he truly felt that he was already a cripple. That was why he didn't dare to easily say those two words. Feng Xian still wasn't completely at ease and said, "I can do it by myself." "Your Highness, you've only eaten one meal these past 2 days. It's better if you rest for a few more days." The more he said this, the more anxious Xia Lian was to prove himself. Turning around, he looked in the mirror and said, "It's all right. I'll tidy up a bit," and he originally wanted to tidy up his appearance. At the very least, he wouldn't look like a crazy beggar anymore. Who knew, he would see an extremely terrifying scene in the mirror. Chapter 188. Xia Lian shouted on the spot. Feng Xian was caught off guard and jumped in fright. He said, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Xia Lian pointed at the mirror with a pale face. "Him. I. Feng Xian followed his finger and looked into the mirror. After a while, he turned his head with a blank expression and said, "What's wrong with you?" Xia Lian was scared out of his wits. He held on to him tightly. With great difficulty, he was able to say a few more words. I. My face. Can't you see? There's something on my face." Feng Xian stared at his face. He sighed. Xia Lian was still wondering why he didn't react when he heard Feng Xian say, "Your Highness. Did you just realize there's a wound on your face?" Xia Lian felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Why? How could this be? Why would Feng Xian say that? Could it be that Feng Xian couldn't see the mask on his face in the mirror? Xia Lian blurted out, "Can't you see? There's something on my face." Feng Xian asked doubtfully, "What is it? What do you mean specifically?" "I can't see it." Xia Lian looked at the mirror again. "Impossible. However, when he looked again, the mask on his face in the mirror had disappeared. His panic-stricken face was still reflected in the mirror. His face was crisscrossed with bruises. He looked like he had lost his soul and was in an extremely sorry state. He looked like a laborer who had been beaten up by a rich man. Xia Lian couldn't help but be stunned. He tried to touch the edge of his face. He thought, "This is me." At this time, he heard Feng Xian say, "Your Highness. Are you too tired? Or were you angered by that stinking brat? Listen to me. Don't go out for a while. It's better to rest more." Xia Lian finally came back to his senses. He saw Feng Xian carry his bow and stool and was about to leave. He hurriedly said, "No. Feng Xian pushed the door open and turned his head. "What else?" The words reached his mouth, but he swallowed them. That was because a strange thought suddenly popped up in his mind. Their current days were already very difficult. If they were to tell Feng Xian that Bai Wuxiang might come back to haunt them, what would Feng Xian do? Feng Xian's shadow in Bai Wuxiang's heart was not shallow. What would he do? Would he want to retreat and leave like Mu Qin? While his imagination was running wild, Feng Xian had already left the room. Xia Lian was awakened by the sound of the door closing. He had no choice but to shrink back into bed and cover himself with the quilt, planning to sleep again. Suddenly, he smelled a strange smell. Xia Lian got up. At first, he thought that the queen was cooking again, or that a mouse or something had died in the corner. He got up and looked around, but in the end, he found that the source of the strange smell was actually him. Only then did Xia Lian remember that he hadn't changed his clothes or washed up for dozens of days, so of course he would smell. Xia Lian held his breath as a wave of disgust towards himself welled up in his heart. Thinking that his parents and Feng Xian must have sensed it but didn't tell him, he felt ashamed again. He sneakily opened the door and saw that there was no one outside. He then found a new set of clothes and planned to boil water for a bath. After tossing and turning, he finally managed to soak in the bathtub. He sank his entire body into the water and suffocated until he almost fainted. Only then did he resurface and fiercely wash his face a few times. After scrubbing his entire body, Xia Lian reached out to grab his clothes. He absent-mindedly shook them open and was about to put them on when he suddenly realized that something was wrong. These weren't his clothes at all, but rather Bai Wuxiang's deathly white mourning clothes. Xia Lian only felt that the hot water he was soaking in had instantly turned into a pot of ice. His hair stood on end as he involuntarily cried out, "Who? Who did this? Who had secretly changed his clothes while he wasn't paying attention?" He jumped out dripping wet and knocked over the bathtub. With a loud noise, the entire room was immediately flooded with water, scaring the king and queen in the neighboring room. The queen supported the king and came in to see Xia Lian's naked body lying on the ground, covered in water. She was so frightened that she threw herself at him and hugged him, saying, "My son, what happened to you?" Xia Lian's hair was dripping wet and disheveled. He raised his head and hugged her back, saying, "Mother, there's a ghost pestering me. He's been following me the whole time." His current appearance was no different from a madman. The queen couldn't take it anymore and hugged her son, her heart aching as she cried. The king also looked at Xia Lian in a daze. He was in his 40s, but now he seemed to be over 60. The cold winter air caused Xia Lian to shiver. He pointed and said, "Clothes. Quickly look at those clothes." However, when he looked at those clothes again, how was that some white mourning clothes? Wasn't it still his white Taoist robe? Xia Lian suddenly felt a burst of anger. He punched the wooden tub and roared, "What the hell do you want? Are you playing with me?" The queen held back her tears and hugged him, saying, "My son, don't be angry. Put on your clothes first. Put them on, don't catch a cold." That day, Feng Xian also returned very late. The weariness on his face was also deeper than before. Xia Lian had already waited for him for a long time. He impatiently said, "Feng Xian, I have something very important to tell you." Although Bai Wuxiang was too strange and powerful, and even if he told Feng Xian, warning him ahead of time would probably be useless, he still thought that this matter shouldn't be hidden from Feng Xian. Thus, he decided to tell him the truth. Unexpectedly, Feng Xian didn't immediately ask him what the matter was. Instead, he said, "It just so happens that I also have something I want to tell you." Xie Lian thought that the matter of confirming by Wu Xiang was more important. Important matters should be left for later. Sitting at the table, he asked, "You first, what is it?" Feng Xian hesitated for a moment before saying, "Your Highness, you should speak first." Xie Lian also didn't have the heart to decline. In a low voice, he said, "Feng Xian, you must be careful. Bai Wuxiang has returned." Feng Xian's expression suddenly changed. "Bai Wuxiang has returned? Why do you say that? You saw him?" Xie Lian said, "Yes. I saw him." Feng Xian's face paled. But that's not right. How could you see him? How could you be safe and sound after seeing him?" Xie Lian buried his face in his hands and said, "I also don't know. But not only did he not kill me, he even, like a loving elder, he even hugged him and patted his head. He even said to him, 'Come over to my side.'" After listening to him talk about the strange encounters of the past few days, the shock on Feng Xian's face gradually faded and was replaced by confusion. What does he want to do in the end? Xie Lian said, "In any case, he definitely doesn't have good intentions. Furthermore, he seems to have been following me. In short, you have to be careful. Help me remind Imperial Father and Empress Mother to be careful as well. But don't scare them." Feng Xian said, "Okay. I won't be going out for the next few days. The things that brat brought over should be able to last for a while." It was really embarrassing to talk about it. When Mu Qing left, he still left behind all the things he brought. Although Xie Lian had lost control of his emotions at that time and had smashed him, saying that he didn't need his things and help, after calming down, he still gloomily picked up all the things. Xie Lian sighed and nodded. He then said, "Oh right, what did you want to tell me?" When he mentioned this, Feng Xian hesitated again. After pausing for a moment, he opened his mouth. Unexpectedly, he actually hesitated. While grabbing his hair, he said, "Actually, Your Highness, do you still have money? Or something that can be pawned?" Xie Lian didn't expect that he would actually ask such a stupid question at this time. Stunned, he said, "Ah. Why are you asking this?" Feng Xian braced himself and said, "Nothing. It's just that if there is, can you lend me some first?" Xie Lian smiled bitterly and said, "Do you think there will be more?" Feng Xian also sighed and said, "I think so too." Xie Lian thought for a moment and said, "But didn't I give you a golden belt before?" Feng Xian muttered, "That's not enough." "It's far from enough." Xie Lian was shocked and said, "Feng Xian? What did you do? How could a golden belt not be enough? Did you hit someone outside and need to pay for it? Tell me about it." Feng Xian came back to his senses and hurriedly said, "No. Don't take it to heart, I'm just asking." After asking again and again, Feng Xian guaranteed that nothing was wrong. Xie Lian worriedly said, "If there's anything, you must tell me. We can think of a solution together." Feng Xian said, "Don't worry about me. I won't be able to think of a solution even if I keep thinking. Your Highness, you should first solve the problem on your side." As soon as he mentioned this, Xie Lian's heart sank again. Just as he expected, in the next few days, that thing continued to pester him like a haunting ghost. Xie Lian could always see that sad and happy face in many unexpected places, or a faintly discernible white figure. Sometimes it was at the head of his bed in the middle of the night, sometimes it was a reflection in the water, sometimes it was at the door that suddenly opened, and sometimes it was even behind Feng Xian. Bai Wuxiang seemed to take pleasure in scaring him. Moreover, he deliberately let only him see it. Every time Xie Lian couldn't take it anymore and yelled at him, the others would rush over or turn their heads, and he would disappear. Xie Lian lived these days in fear and anxiety. In his heart, he hated that he couldn't catch this thing and cut it into 8 pieces. However, he couldn't even step on the other's shadow. It was inevitable that day and night would turn upside down, and his body and mind would become exhausted. One day, he woke up in the middle of the night, feeling an uncontrollable thirst. He remembered that he hadn't had a good drink all day, so he got up and prepared to go out and drink some water. However, he heard faint voices and a faint candlelight coming from outside. Xia Lian was startled and immediately hid behind the door. His heart was madly thumping. Who is it? If it's Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian, why would they need to be so sneaky? Who knew that this sneaky person really was his Imperial Father, Imperial Mother, and Feng Xian? Feng Xian's voice was extremely low. Is His Highness resting? The Queen also whispered, he's sleeping. The King said, it wasn't easy for him to fall asleep. Tomorrow, don't wake him up too early. Let him sleep a bit more. These words made Xia Lian's heart ache. Immediately after, he heard the Queen say, AI. If this goes on, when will my son get better? Xia Lian felt that there was something wrong with these words. At this time, Feng Xian said in a low voice, he's been too tired recently, that's why he's like this. Too many things have happened. I'll have to trouble your majesties to keep a closer eye on him. If there's anything wrong with His Highness, you must immediately tell me. However, don't let him sense it. Also, don't say anything that will provoke him. Xia Lian hid behind the door and listened. His mind was blank, and his blood rushed to his head. What did this mean? What did this mean? He roared in his heart, I'm not crazy. I'm not lying. What I said is the truth. Xia Lian raised his hand and slammed open the door with a bang. The 3 people in the room were all startled. Feng Xian stood up. Your Highness. Why aren't you asleep? Xia Lian smacked him in the face. You don't believe me? Feng Xian was startled. Of course I believe you. You? Xia Lian interrupted him. Then what did you mean by those words just now? Are you saying that everything I saw was an illusion? That it was my own delusion? The King and the Queen wanted to interrupt, but Xia Lian immediately said, don't talk, you don't understand. Feng Xian said, no. I believe you, Your Highness, but it's also true that you've been too tired recently. Xia Lian looked at him and didn't say anything. However, somewhere in his heart, a cold wind was blowing. He believed that, on the whole, Feng Xian still believed him. At least 80%. He didn't completely believe him. After all, Xia Lian's recent days were really too crazy. If it was any outsider, they would definitely judge him as a madman. What qualifications did he have to be completely trusted? But it shouldn't be like this. In the past, Feng Xian would have unreservedly believed him. Even if there was only 20% doubt, it was still unbearable. Xia Lian's heart was filled with anger and resentment. He didn't know who it was directed at. Towards Bai Wuxiang, towards Feng Xian, towards everyone, and towards himself. He didn't say a word and turned around to leave. Feng Xian chased after him and asked, Your Highness, where are you going? Xia Lian forced himself to remain calm. Don't worry about me. Don't follow me. Go back. Feng Xian said, No, but where are you going? I'll go with you. Xia Lian made up his mind and suddenly sprinted. Feng Xian's speed wasn't as fast as his, and in a short while, he was left far behind. He could only shout from behind. The King and the Queen also came out to shout at him, but Xia Lian turned a deaf ear to them and ran faster and faster. He had to take the initiative to attack. If Bai Wuxiang wanted to kill Xia Lian, Feng Xian, or his parents, it would be as easy as turning his hand. But he didn't want to kill them. Instead, he wanted to play with him like a toy, and then treat him like a joke. As Xia Lian sprinted, he faced the dark night and roared, Come out! You monster in the gutter! Come out! Bai Wuxiang had come for him alone. Therefore, he believed that Bai Wuxiang would definitely follow him out. However, after cursing the heavens and the earth, there were no traces of sneers that floated out from an unexpected dark corner as usual. Nor was there a figure that leisurely appeared behind him and abruptly placed a hand on his head. After sprinting for several kilometers, Xie Lian finally exhausted all his strength. He bent down deeply and used both hands to support his knees. Panting heavily, the smell of rust permeated his chest and throat. After a long time, he suddenly stood up and continued to walk forward. In a low voice, he said, "You want to waste time with me, right? Fine, I'll slowly waste time." He didn't know how long he had been walking alone in the barren mountains and wild ridges, but the fog gradually thickened. All around him, the pitch-black old trees were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. All of them were leaning forward, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. It was as if they were inviting him to step into a forbidden land of no return. Xie Lian knew in his heart that what lay ahead was not good, but he couldn't avoid it. Moreover, he definitely had to settle this. It would come sooner or later. Thus, he continued to walk forward with a calm face. As he walked, in the white fog in front of him, a row of sparkling objects faintly appeared. It was like a glowing wall. Xie Lian had never seen this kind of thing before. Slightly frowning, he stopped walking. And that wall was actually slowly approaching him. Xie Lian became vigilant. He broke off a branch and held it in his hand, ready for battle. When that wall was less than 2 meters away from him, he was stunned to discover that it wasn't a wall at all. Instead, it was countless netherworld ghost fires. Because there were too many of them, from afar, it looked like a wall of fire or a large net. Although those ghost fires were strange, they didn't have any killing intent. They just silently floated in front of Xie Lian, not letting him continue forward. Xie Lian tried to bypass them, but these ghost fires immediately changed directions and blocked in front of Xie Lian. At the same time, he heard many voices saying, "Don't go over. Don't go over. There's something bad in front. Go back, don't continue walking." These voices were wooden and dense, like a tide, causing chills to run down people's backs. Xie Lian was surrounded by them. He noticed that among these ghost fires, there was one that was particularly bright and quiet. Although ghost fires didn't have eyes, when he looked at that ghost fire, he seemed to be able to feel a scorching gaze greeting him. Chapter 189. Xie Lian coldly said, "Get out of my way." The will-o'-the-wisp remained motionless. Xie Lian asked, "Why are you guys stopping me?" The will-o'-wisp did not answer. Meanwhile, the other little will-o'-the-wisps were still repeating, "Don't go over." Xie Lian didn't want to be entangled with these things at all. He waved his hand. Broke them up. This palm strike didn't shatter his soul. It merely dispersed the ghostly flames that had formed a blocking formation, as if they were a group of fireflies or small goldfish. Xie Lian quickly passed by, the withered branches and withered leaves rustling as he stepped on them. However, when he looked back, the will-o'-wisps quickly followed suit. It looked like they were going to form another formation. Xie Lian warned, "Don't follow me." The brightest and hottest ball of will-o'-the-wisp flew in front, turning a deaf ear. Xie Lian raised his hand as if he was about to strike. He said fiercely, "If you continue to follow me, be careful that I don't destroy your souls." Such a threat. Many of the will-o'-the-wisps were frightened. Shuffling back. The leading ghost fire froze in the air for a moment. He was still less than 5 steps behind him, which made Xie Lian feel that, it seemed to be saying, "It doesn't matter if my soul is destroyed," or perhaps it knew. Xie Lian wouldn't really hit it. Xie Lian suddenly felt an inexplicable anger. In the past, when he shouted, which kid dared to pester him again? They had long since fled with their tails between their legs. Now, not only did people dare to trample on him at will. Even a tiny ball of nether flame didn't listen to his words, and didn't take his threats seriously at all. His eyes turned bloodshot as he muttered under his breath. Even a little brat like you is like this. All of you are like this. Not a single one of you isn't like this. It was a little funny to be angered to this extent over such a small matter, but at this moment, Xia Lian was truly filled with resentment. Unexpectedly, after he muttered these words, the ball of ghost fire seemed to understand that he was angry and sad at the same time. It froze in the air and no longer moved forward. Instead, it brought the hundreds of small balls of ghost fire and slowly retreated. Not long after, they all disappeared into the night. Xia Lian exhaled, turned around, and continued forward. After 700 or 800 steps, he could vaguely see a few flying eaves in the fog ahead. It seemed to be an ancient monastery deep in the mountains. Xia Lian walked closer and took a closer look. His eyes widened slightly. This was a Crown Prince temple. Naturally, it was the dilapidated Crown Prince temple. It had already been looted by the thugs. The signboard fell to the ground and broke into two halves. Xia Lian paused at the entrance of the temple for a moment, then lifted his foot to step over the broken horizontal board and entered the temple. The statue in the hall had also disappeared. It was unknown whether it had been smashed, burned, or sunk into the sea. The altar was empty, leaving only a charred base. The body in the void, heart in the land of peach blossom, on both sides had been slashed 27 times. It was as if a beautiful woman had her face slashed by a knife. She was no longer beautiful and looked sinister. Xia Lian held his breath and sat down in the middle of the hall, waiting for Bai Wuxiang to appear. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, a figure appeared in the fog outside the temple. However, the silhouette's figure was not right. It was not as leisurely as Bai Wuxiang. The sound of the footsteps was also not right. It was more hurried, and not as silent as Bai Wuxiang's. Therefore, the person who came was definitely not Bai Wuxiang, nor was it anyone he knew. So, who could it be? Xia Lian was extremely vigilant. Only when the person rushed to the front of the Crown Prince temple did he clearly see the person's appearance. However, it was a pity that the person who came did not conform to all his guesses. No matter how he looked at it, it was completely a passerby. He couldn't see any clues. However, Xia Lian still did not relax his vigilance. Who knew if it was Bai Wuxiang in disguise? In a ruined Taoist temple in a desolate mountain, Xia Lian suddenly met a person. Xia Lian was vigilant against the other party, and the other party was also vigilant against Xia Lian. After a long time, he probingly asked, "This Taoist priest? Do you know where this place is?" Xia Lian slightly frowned and raised his head. "You don't know where this place is? Then how did you get here?" That person replied, "I'm lost. I turned around for a long time, but I still couldn't get out." Xia Lian knew in his heart that he definitely wasn't lost. If this person wasn't Bai Wuxiang in disguise, then he was most likely kidnapped by something. He said, "Stop turning around, you won't be able to get out." "What? What did you say?" Xia Lian didn't reply and continued to meditate. If this person was kidnapped by Bai Wuxiang, then there was no point in being anxious. If he didn't let this person go, then he wouldn't be able to leave. It would be better to quietly wait and see what he wanted to do in the end. That person was also tired from running, so he sat to the side and rested his feet. The two of them got along peacefully. After a while, another person's silhouette appeared in the dense fog. When he arrived in front of the temple, he was also a puzzled passerby. When he saw that there were people in the temple, he hurriedly welcomed them and said, "Two brothers. May I ask, what is this place?" When those two passers-by started chatting, Xia Lian had a premonition. This wasn't the end. There would be more people coming. Sure enough, in less than an hour, dozens of people came to this Crown Prince temple one after another. There were men and women, young and old. Some were alone, some were in groups of 2s and 3s, and some were dragging their families. Most of them were lost, but the way they got lost was extremely strange. Some people could even get lost while walking on the main street. It was extremely inconceivable. Inside, Xie Lian also saw the entertainer who wanted to compete with him in breaking a boulder on his chest. His complexion wasn't very good. It seemed that the last competition had seriously injured him. The two of them met face to face. Without saying anything, they nodded. It was obvious that these were all ordinary people. Moreover, they were all people that Bai Wuxiang had deliberately brought to this deep mountain forest. The alarm in Xie Lian's heart grew louder and louder. However, he didn't bat an eyelid. He took out a cold steamed bun from his sleeve and forcefully took a bite, chewed, and swallowed. He needed to conserve his strength as much as possible in order to deal with the upcoming battle. 2 hours later, the inside and outside of this Crown Prince temple was packed to the brim with people who had lost their way. Xie Lian secretly counted and found that there were about 100 people. Not a single person could walk out of this forest. Once there were more people, the scene became noisy. Everyone started talking at once. You also came out of nowhere? This is too strange. Someone suggested, why don't we look around again? Someone immediately agreed, let's go, let's go. I don't believe that with so many people, not a single one can walk out. Xie Lian, who was sitting in the corner, suddenly raised his head and said, it's useless no matter how you walk. You can't get out. Everyone looked at him, why? Xie Lian said coldly, because you were all led here by a monster. You are all his toys. Do you think he will let you go so easily? Some people thought that he was being alarmist, some thought that he was being paranoid, and some thought that he should not be underestimated. One person stood up and said, who are you? Why do you say that? He seems to be the first person to come. When I came, he was already sitting here. Strange, yes, and he even covered his face. Do you have any proof? Xie Lian said indifferently, I don't have proof. Whether you believe it or not, that monster definitely did not lead you here to treat you to a meal. Be careful, I don't need to say more. As soon as he said that, before anyone could respond, there was a burst of rapid footsteps coming from afar. Everyone's spirit was immediately lifted. Someone is coming again. Even if some people wanted to go out and take a look, they quickly slipped back the moment they stepped out of the temple. That was because, along with the sound of running, there was also a burst of crazed yelling. This yelling simply didn't seem like it could be made by a human. Everyone's expression greatly changed as they all retreated into the temple. My God, who is this person? It can't be some wild beast, right? As the figure in the fog ran closer and closer, Xie Lian squinted his eyes and said, no, that is indeed a person. However, as that person ran in this direction, he was howling loudly and covering his face with both hands. Seeing that he was about to run into the Crown Prince temple, Xie Lian squeezed out of the crowd and stood outside, wanting to see what was going on. However, that person seemed to have no eyes and ran straight into a tree at the entrance of the Crown Prince temple. With a pang, he was bounced back a few feet and fell to the ground, unconscious. Everyone was shocked. Squeezing into the temple, they stretched their necks and anxiously said, this. What's going on with this person? Including that street performer, there were a few brave people who wanted to go over to take a look. Xie Lian immediately said, don't go near. A few people were frightened by his strict tone and said, then what should we do? Just let him lie there. Xie Lian said, I'll go and take a look. Everyone said, then you should be a bit more careful. Xie Lian nodded his head and slowly walked towards the tree. He squatted down and was just about to remove the hands that covered the person's face when that person suddenly jumped up and let out 2 sharp screams. That's right, it was 2 sharp screams. Moreover, it was 2 screams that were emitted at the same time. One was emitted from this person's mouth, while the other was emitted from his face. On this person's face, there was even a face. Human face plague. Xie Lian immediately got goosebumps all over his body and his pupils suddenly shrank. Everyone in the temple was also scared silly by this terrifying scene. After that person jumped up, he spread out his hands and was about to rush towards the crowd. Fortunately, Xia Lian had sharp eyes and quick hands. With a palm strike, that person with the human face plague was immediately sent flying several feet away. Xia Lian hurriedly retreated a few steps and blocked the entrance of the temple. The people behind him were extremely frightened as they said, "Isn't this disease only found in the imperial city? So many people have died in the imperial city, isn't this disease already extinct? It's fake, right? It can't be real, right? Is that really a human face on his face?" What was even more frightening was that in the next moment, more screams came from all directions. A dozen or so figures swayed as they gathered towards the Crown Prince temple. They didn't even need to look to know that they were all people with the human face plague. Someone shouted, "Everyone, run! Spread out! Don't let them get close!" Xia Lian shouted, "Don't spread out. We don't know how many more there are in the forest. If there are even more outside, then we're done for. Then what should we do? We can't just wait for them to come and catch us like a turtle in a jar. Isn't this just waiting for death?" The branch that he had snapped on the way here was still pinned to Xia Lian's waist. He pulled it out and held it like a sword as he said, "Don't worry, they won't be able to come over. Whether or not they can get close to this place is naturally up to me." This was his territory, the Crown Prince Palace. Without waiting for anyone to ask, Xia Lian flew out. With a shwa 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 sound, a few branches instantly knocked the people with the human face plague to the ground. For Xia Lian, this wasn't a difficult task at all. He did what he said he would. Sure enough, not a single one of these freaks were able to get close. Everyone in the temple was panting non-stop, trembling with fear as they watched. When they saw him win, they all cheered and loudly thanked the heavens. It was unknown when, but in the night sky of the forest, many will-o'-the-wisps swam over, dancing chaotically in the air. He didn't know if they were helping to drive away the people with the human face plague, but in any case, Xia Lian felt that they weren't a hindrance to him. After sweeping through the area, he habitually wanted to put his sword back into its sheath. Only when he did so did he realize that he wasn't holding a sword, but rather a branch. After a moment of awkwardness, he saw a white silhouette waving at him from not too far away. Xia Lian had just fought a round, so his blood was boiling. He immediately chased after him. "Don't even think about running away." The group of will-o'-the-wisps also rushed after him, as if they were illuminating the path ahead for him. Bai Wuxiang naturally wasn't trying to escape. He walked at a moderate pace, appearing very calm. However, he was always faster than Xia Lian by 7 or 8 steps. Xia Lian chased after him for a few steps before his heart lit up. He immediately turned back. Seeing that Xia Lian wasn't chasing, Bai Wuxiang actually didn't leave. He said, "Why aren't you following me?" Xia Lian turned his head and said, "You just want to lure me away and spread the human face plague again. Why should I follow you and let you succeed?" Bai Wuxiang smiled and said, "No, you're wrong. My goal isn't to lure you away. My goal is you." Although he was wearing the mask of sorrow and joy on his face, Xia Lian didn't know why, but he could feel that Bai Wuxiang was smiling. Luring the tiger away from the mountain indeed didn't make sense. If Bai Wuxiang wanted to spread the human face plague again, he could spread it all over the world. Xia Lian wouldn't be able to stop him. So why did he have to spread it deep in the mountains? Xia Lian paused his footsteps and said, "Then what exactly do you want to do?" He had asked this question countless times, so he was about to lose his patience. Bai Wuxiang said, I want you to come over to my side." Xia Lian pulled out a branch and pointed it at Bai Wuxiang. Although this didn't have any deterrent power and even seemed a bit funny, this was the only weapon he had in his hands right now. Fortunately, there was an exceptionally bright will-o'-the-wisp that landed on the tip of that branch, giving him a bit more imposing aura. Xia Lian sternly said, "Why do you want me to come over to your side? To take your life?" Bai Wuxiang chuckled a few times and warmly said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are a beautiful jade. Let me teach you." Xia Lian was both comical and angry. He couldn't help but spit out, "You think you're qualified to teach me? My master is the state teacher of Xianlu. Who the hell are you? Where did this monster come from?" Bai Wuxiang extended a finger and shook it, saying, "You're wrong again. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I should say that in this world, only I am qualified to teach you. Your master? State teacher of Xianlu?" His tone became unreasonably arrogant as he said, "In front of me, this kind of thing isn't even worth mentioning. On the contrary, you learned very well what I taught you." Xia Lian angrily said, "What did you teach me? What nonsense are you spouting? I don't understand at all." Bai Wuxiang snorted and laughed, "The first thing I taught you is, there are many things in this world that you are powerless against." Hearing this, many chaotic sounds and scenes flashed through Xia Lian's mind. Finally, he clenched his teeth and stabbed out with his sword. Bai Wuxiang easily dodged it and said, "The second thing." He grabbed Xia Lian, causing him to stagger and almost fall. He felt a hand touch the top of his head and said, "Do you want to save the common people? The common people don't need to be saved by you. They aren't worthy." Xia Lian's movements became sluggish again. Slapping away that hand, he backhandedly stabbed out again. With a pa sound, Bai Wuxiang broke the branch in his hand and flashed behind him. Two ice-cold fingers were already placed on the fatal point behind Xia Lian's head. With the back of his head pressed against it, Xia Lian felt as if his brain could be pierced at any moment. His body froze. A voice came from behind him, "If you don't come to my side, you will never be able to win against me. You will always be defeated by me." Xia Lian gasped for breath and said in a low voice, "Come at me." After a pause, he said word by word, "You can't win, but for now. You can defeat me countless times, but you can't kill me. And as long as you can't kill me, there will be a day when I will definitely defeat you." That will-o'-the-wisp heard his words and burned even more fiercely, as if it wanted to illuminate the entire night sky. Bai Wuxiang was silent for a moment behind him, then asked, "I can't kill you?" Xia Lian held his breath and didn't say anything. In fact, he also didn't know how strong the immortal body that Jun Wu gave him would be. What if Bai Wuxiang really dug out his brain in anger? Would he still be alive? At this time, Bai Wuxiang said in a low voice, "I really can't kill you. I also won't kill you. However, don't be too confident right now. In the future, don't regret this." Regret? Why would he regret? Before Xia Lian could figure it out, a knife hand suddenly chopped at his neck. His vision suddenly fell into darkness. In the darkness, there seemed to be light and heat coming from far ahead. Xia Lian followed the light and slowly regained consciousness. When he slowly opened his eyes, the first thing that came into view was a ball of will-o'-the-wisp above him. It seemed that the light and heat that he felt while he was unconscious was this. Seeing that he had woken up, the will-o'-the-wisp immediately stuck close to him. Then, as if it felt that being too close to a person wasn't good, it slightly retreated. Xia Lian felt that this will-o'-the-wisp seemed to be particularly unusual. If he remembered correctly, it was this will-o'-the-wisp that blocked him on the way here. He wanted to stretch out his hand to take a look, but unexpectedly, his hand couldn't reach out at all. Xia Lian was stunned and instantly sobered up. When he looked down, he discovered that the reason why he couldn't reach out his hand was because his hands and feet were tied up.